After the divorce, I inherited the family fortune, and my ex-wife cried to remarry. He was originally the eldest son of the top family in the capital. After returning from the military, his wife deemed him a useless man and sought a divorce. After the divorce, he was forced to inherit the family fortune, taking control of the world's largest financial empire with one hand, while holding the greatest martial power with the other. With wealth paving the way and martial strength crushing enemies. I am invincible. What is there to fear in the world? Chapter 1, Divorce. Chin Mu, here's the divorce agreement, and the clean break document you promised all those years ago. Sign it. Let us part on good terms. A woman wearing black round glasses, slightly overweight, spoke coldly. In front of her, a man sat silently. He wore golden glasses and a beige turtleneck sweater. His hair was long but neatly kept. He sat quietly on the sofa, holding a coffee cup in one hand, his other hand resting on the divorce agreement in front of him. Don't want to talk, she asked, her tone sharp. Hey, Chin Mu, have you ever reflected on what you've done all these years? Yes, back then, Axie owed you. But what about you? All these years, what have you done besides staying at home? Now, all you have is this face. You have nothing else worthy of Axie. This is my final ultimatum, and Axie S too. Don't be ungrateful. After saying this, the woman turned and left, not waiting for Chin Mu to respond. Once she was gone, Chin Mu picked up the divorce agreement. His mind wandered back over the years. 5 years ago, he returned from the military and went back to university. It was during this time that he met his now wife, Lin Ruishi. At that time, Lin Ruishi was an innocent and carefree girl, and after meeting Chin Mu, the two quickly fell in love. After 2 years of university, Lin Ruishi started her own business. To support her, Chin Mu withdrew all the savings he had from his years in the army. Later, Lin Ruishi's business failed. Chin Mu helped her reach out to all his brothers, borrowing money from anyone he could, giving her the chance for a comeback. Lin Ruishi, with her capability, seized that opportunity and soared to success. Now, Lin Ruishi's business empire had become the leading cosmetics company in the northern city of Jiangbei. But because of this, the opportunities for them to meet grew fewer and fewer. From meeting once a week, to once a month, and now, Chin Mu hadn't seen Lin Ruishi for 6 months. Thinking about this, Chin Mu smiled bitterly. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Lin Ruishi calling. He answered the call. I don't have time for small talk. Sign the divorce agreement. I'll leave the house to you, and as for the 1.27 million you've helped me with over the years, it should be a substantial amount for you now. You can use it for your own business or whatever you want. I won't interfere. Of course, if you still refuse, my lawyer will contact you. It won't be as simple as a clean break. Har. Lin Ruishi seemed to exhale heavily. Chin Mu, we're no longer from the same world. I have things to do. If you've thought it through, you can contact Nana. On the day of the divorce, I'll try to make time. With that, the call ended abruptly. Chin Mu smiled faintly, staring at his phone in silence. 5 years of love and now they could only exchange a few words in half a minute. Had he made the wrong choice, hiding behind her all these years? He took a deep breath and stood up, heading to the villa's dressing room. He changed into a suit, the first suit Lin Ruishi had bought for him. At that time, they were poor, but she had said that no matter what, her man couldn't lose face. The suit had cost them over 5,000 yuan. Now, it was the cheapest item in his wardrobe. But to Chin Mu, it was still the best suit. Dressed in the suit and a black woolen coat, he went back to the table. Since they didn't even need to meet, what was the point of this marriage? Rather than wasting time, it was better to let go. He left the villa, looking back at the house. He smiled. Not from the same world. Hey, it seems so. Since you think I'm unworthy of you, then so be it. I don't need to prove anything to you. I'll show you with my actions that I, Chin Mu, am indeed from a different world than you. With that, he took out his phone and dialed Lin Ruishi's number. I'm telling you, Lin Ruishi sounded irritable, ready to scold Chin Mu as soon as the phone picked up. For 30 p.m., I'll be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. With that, he hung up the phone. On the other end, Lin Ruishi, hearing this, let out a sigh of relief, but also felt as though something important had been lost. It was as if there was a void inside her. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 3:30 p.m., and there was still an hour before 4:30 p.m. Normally, she would think an hour passed too quickly. But right now, she didn't want that hour to pass so fast. She fell silent. For a moment, she couldn't think clearly. At that moment, the overweight woman entered Lin Rueishi's office. Axie. Chin Mu agreed. Lin Rueishi spoke first. The woman's eyes lit up at the news. Really? Great, Axie. That Chin Mu is just a useless man. What can he do besides take from you? By the way, I heard that the eldest son of the Mu group is pursuing you. Perfect timing with the commercial gala tonight in Jiangbei. The eldest son of the Mu group is much better than that Chin Mu. What's more, the Mu family supplies raw materials for the cosmetics industry. With your two companies joining forces, we can aim for an IPO. The woman kept speaking, but as Lin Rueishi heard about business, she forced herself to calm down and stop thinking about Chin Mu. After a moment, she nodded. Do as you wish. And Nana, cancel the meeting this afternoon. I'm going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce him. Got it. Don't worry. No one is going to stop you from leaving him. This marriage has to end today. Lin Rueishi didn't speak. She asked Nana to leave the office, wanting some time to herself. Seeing this, Nana didn't stay, turning around and leaving. At the same time, Chin Mu, having left the villa, stood outside for about 10 minutes. A Bentley pulled up in front of him. An elderly man got out of the car, walking toward Chin Mu and bowing respectfully. Young master. Chin Mu glanced at him, then spoke calmly. Let us go. Chapter 2, Qin Shao of the capital. Yes, young master. The elderly man replied, then moved to open the car door. Chin Mu naturally sat in the backseat of the car. Young master, the old master has always been paying attention to your every move. He really cares about you. Chin Mu nodded slightly and gave a soft hum. There are still some people in the clan who doubt your abilities. After all, you haven't been back in many years. Now, the old master wants to push you back into that position, but the resistance is great. The old master's suggestion is for you to first achieve something in Jiangbei City. When the time comes, it will be the perfect opportunity for you to return and take control of the family. Hearing this, Chin Mu nodded. If I lost the bet, then I should listen to him. I will accept your arrangements. With that, Chin Mu stopped speaking, quietly staring out the window, lost in thought. He was originally the legitimate eldest son of the Qin family in the capital. At first, his father planned to send him abroad to study and then take over the family business. However, young Chin Mu wanted to join the army, unwilling to follow the family's arranged path in life. So, he made a bet with his father. If he could live a happy life after his military service, he would gain his freedom. If not, he would have to return to inherit the Qin family's trillion-dollar fortune in the capital. He had thought he was successful. But in the end. By the way, young master, the old master has also arranged a fiancée for you here in Jiangbei City. She is the chief commercial officer of the Li family in the south. She will accompany you tonight. Upon hearing this, Chin Mu nodded. Then he said, show me the Qin family's layout in Jiangbei City. Yes, young master. Liu Lao quickly handed over a file to Chin Mu. Chin Mu took the file and began reading it quietly. Before long, the two arrived at the Jiangbei City Civil Affairs Bureau. Chin Mu opened the car door and looked at the Civil Affairs Bureau. His mind unconsciously recalled the time when he and Lin Rueishi had come here to register their marriage. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly. At that moment, a BMW X5 pulled up in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Rueishi stepped out of the car. Today, she wore a small suit paired with a pencil skirt. Her long, glossy black hair and stunning face made it clear that this woman was extraordinary. As soon as she appeared, the people around her turned their attention toward her. Behind her was Nana, the woman who had previously made Chin Mu sign the divorce agreement. As soon as they met, Nana immediately spoke. Hey, have you finally figured it out? Couldn't he resist temptation, huh? Want to divorce after all? In her eyes, Chin Mu was just a parasite. He did nothing but live off Lin Rueishi, taking her money and enjoying her resources. Such a man had no value except as a decoration. Nana, enough. Lin Rueishi couldn't stand it anymore. After all, they had been married for many years, and Lin Ruishi didn't want to completely ruin the relationship. Upon hearing this, Nana rolled her eyes but didn't speak further. As for Qin Mu, he completely ignored her. At this moment, Lin Ruishi stared quietly at Qin Mu in front of her. The two exchanged glances for a while before Lin Ruishi sighed and walked up to Qin Mu. She spoke softly, "Let us go." Qin Mu nodded and followed her. They entered the Civil Affairs Bureau and quickly completed the divorce formalities. Soon, they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Qin Mu, I will transfer the house and the money to you. From now on, I wish you happiness," Lin Ruishi said. At this moment, Qin Mu shook his head. "No need. You keep those things. I wish you happiness as well." With that, Qin Mu stopped talking. He walked directly toward the nearby Bentley. Seeing this, Lin Ruishi raised an eyebrow. A Bentley? That was a super luxury car. How did Qin Mu end up with such a vehicle? As she was pondering, an elderly man stepped out of the Bentley and respectfully opened the door for Qin Mu. After Qin Mu got in and drove away, Lin Ruishi finally snapped out of her thoughts. She stared at the direction in which Qin Mu left, sighing softly. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, but she quickly dismissed it. Why should she still care about his life now that they were divorced? She should focus on handling the business dinner later that evening. Thinking about it, she turned her attention to Nana. "Nana, how is my outfit arranged?" "It's all set, Axie. We can head over right away." Lin Ruishi checked the time. "Good, then let us leave now." With those words, the two of them headed straight for the venue. This evening's commercial gathering in Jiangbei City was arranged at the top floor of the Dongjiao City Tower. There, the most luxurious commercial building in all of Jiangbei City stood, housing the most promising emerging companies. Moreover, many top domestic companies had their offices in this building. This time, in order to attract more business from outside Jiangbei City, the Jiangbei City Business Association had pulled out all their cards. All the reputable businesses were invited to their commercial dinner. When Lin Ruishi's car arrived at the Dongjiao City Tower, the entrance was already crowded with people. A large number of bodyguards surrounded the area, maintaining security and checking everyone entering and leaving the building. Upon arrival, Lin Ruishi let out a sigh of relief. She looked around and quickly spotted Nana's car. After getting out of the car, Lin Ruishi immediately changed into her evening gown. Not long after, the two of them rushed to the front entrance to join the line. Meanwhile, Qin Mu also arrived at the venue. As soon as he entered, his personal butler, Liu Lao, handed him a prepared tuxedo. "Young master, here's the tuxedo we prepared. How does it look?" "Just leave it. I don't feel like changing." Qin Mu spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Liu Lao put away the tuxedo and said, "In that case, let us head into the venue." Qin Mu nodded, signaling his agreement to Liu Lao's suggestion. Seeing his young master agree, Liu Lao started guiding the way. Not long after, the two arrived at the building entrance. Just as they arrived, a familiar voice called out to Qin Mu. "Qin Mu! What are you doing here?" Following the voice, Qin Mu saw Nana glaring at him with disdain. "Is there something you want?" Qin Mu showed no interest in giving this woman a good face. It was partly her idea that Lin Ruishi wanted a divorce. "Is there something you want?" Qin Mu said coldly. "TCH. What are you trying to do here? You've divorced our Ruishi. Can't you stop clinging to her?" Nana said, looking at Qin Mu with contempt. In her eyes, people like Qin Mu, a useless man, didn't he belong at a commercial dinner like this? The only reason he'd be here was if he couldn't let go of Lin Ruishi. Of course, it made sense. Lin Ruishi was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but she also had money. Who wouldn't want a rich, beautiful woman like her? But even if they liked her, they should take a good look in the mirror and see if they were worthy of her. A toad attempting to eat a swan's meat? Ridiculous. Seeing how Nana spoke, Qin Mu couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply walked toward the entrance. Beside Nana, Lin Ruishi frowned as she saw Qin Mu walk past them without a care. "Qin Mu, today's business dinner at the Dongjiao City Tower isn't for just anyone to attend. For the sake of our past, let me give you some advice. Don't embarrass yourself here." Chapter 3, The Agreement. As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Mu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He turned his head to look at Lin Ruishi, not too far away. A bitter smile spread across his face, a sense of deep sorrow swelling in his heart. I've been by your side all these years, but in your heart, am I nothing but a figure of embarrassment, he thought, shaking his head in silence and not bothering to respond. He simply walked straight ahead, ignoring it. At this moment, the bodyguards nearby saw Qin Mu moving towards the venue and were about to stop him. But as soon as they noticed the elderly man, old Liu, walking behind Qin Mu, they froze. Old Liu's photo had been circulating in the security group for several days. The team leader had repeatedly emphasized that he was a person they should never provoke. The bodyguard quickly lowered his head, pretending not to see anything, and continued checking the people in front of him. As for Qin Mu and old Liu, they walked straight into the building. Seeing this, Lin Ruishi and Nuna were both stunned. What's going on here? Lin Ruishi muttered to herself. Why is it that everyone else has to be checked, but those two don't? Nuna glanced at Lin Ruishi. Should we try walking through there too? Lin Ruishi shook her head. Forget it, let us just line up like everyone else. Maybe the security guards can tell that he's not here for the party. Nuna thought about it and agreed, so they obediently stood in line. Meanwhile, Qin Mu and old Liu quickly reached the center of the venue on the upper floor. At that moment, the event center was still under preparation. Large groups of workers were busy setting up under the direction of the building manager. A woman was also standing beside the manager, discussing the construction plans with him. That woman is your fiancée, Li Yashi, old Liu remarked. Qin Mu nodded and glanced at the woman. Seemingly aware of his gaze, she turned around and looked directly at him. After exchanging a few words with the manager, she walked over to them. When she arrived in front of them, she bowed slightly to old Liu and greeted him warmly. Hello, Uncle Liu. Long time no see, you look as energetic as ever. Old Liu chuckled. Har har har, the Li family's girl, you sure know how to flatter me. He then turned to Qin Mu. This is my young master, Qin Mu. Li Yashi nodded and then turned her attention to Qin Mu. She was undeniably beautiful, wearing a sharp suit that perfectly showcased her figure. With her high ponytail and fair face, especially the small dimples on her cheeks when she smiled, she was undeniably charming. Hello, I'm Li Yashi, your fiancé, she said cheerfully. Qin Mu nodded. Qin Mu. Don't be so cold. We're going to live together in the future, so how boring would life be if we were always distant? She said with a smile. How about a walk with me? After the event, I still have to change clothes and give a speech, so I won't have much time for you later. Li Yashi chatted away like a chatterbox, her voice almost a hum in Qin Mu's ear. Old Liu interrupted. Young master, I have a few things to take care of. If you'll excuse me. Qin Mu rolled his eyes, silently thinking, does he really think I don't know what he's up to? But since old Liu had said so, Qin Mu didn't feel like saying anything more. He nodded, signaling his agreement. As soon as old Liu left, Li Yashi exhaled with relief and sat down on a nearby chair. Finally, he's gone, she muttered. Seeing her like this, Qin Mu chuckled softly but didn't say anything. Li Yashi spoke again. Qin Mu, can we discuss something? What's that? Let us pretend to be together for show, but in secret, we can still pursue our true loves. When we find them, we'll just separate, okay? Qin Mu nodded without rejecting her. Seeing his response, Li Yashi smiled and stood up. Good. That's our agreement then. Let us shake on it. She added, holding out her pinky. Qin Mu couldn't help but laugh. How old is she, still playing this kind of childish game? What are you laughing at? I'm just being playful, okay? We can't always walk around with a serious face, Li Yashi protested, slightly annoyed. Before Qin Mu could respond, the building manager approached, looking apologetic. Miss Li, there's a small issue over here. You see, he began. Li Yashi sighed in frustration and turned to Qin Mu. I'll go take care of it. After tonight's event, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Qin Mu nodded. After Li Yashi left, he sat down in a nearby chair and began to think. The Qin family's development in Jiangbei City was decent, but still, only decent. Due to external influences, the family's growth here was constrained. To rapidly grow, they needed to seize this commercial event. That was likely why old Liu had been so eager to find him. Before long, an hour had passed without Qin Mu realizing it. More and more people were entering the event through security. Lin Ruishi and Nana had also arrived. As soon as they entered, they spotted Qin Mu deep in thought. How did he get in here? Lin Ruishi was taken aback. Nana's face darkened immediately. This useless man, what right does he have to sit here? He must have snuck in. I'll make sure the security guards kick him out. She muttered, turning to signal a nearby guard. Security! Come over here. Lin Ruishi frowned slightly upon seeing this. We were married before, even if we're divorced now, it's not like we're enemies. No. Ruishi, every time you see him, you get uneasy. You know how important tonight's event is, don't you? Do you really think he deserves to be in this kind of place? Nana said pointedly. Lin Ruishi fell silent. Nana continued, I know you're grateful to him, but you no longer owe him anything. His presence will only hold you back. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ruishi took a deep breath and nodded firmly. At that moment, the security guard arrived in front of Nana. Miss, is there something I can help with? Nana pointed at Qin Mu, that man is just an ordinary, worthless son-in-law. What gives him the right to sit in a place like this? The security guard frowned at her words. I'm sorry, I'll go check on it right away. If what you say is true, I'll make sure to have him removed. Chapter 4, Do You Even Deserve This? As soon as the words were spoken, the security guard immediately walked over to Qin Mu. When he approached, the guard raised an eyebrow. Qin Mu's suit looked decent, but to a seasoned security guard like him, it was clear that it was a cheap suit worth only a few thousand yuan. It wasn't even a custom-made one. How could someone like him possibly be at a top-tier gathering for business tycoons? With that thought, the security guard frowned and patted Qin Mu's shoulder. Sir, may I ask if you have an invitation for tonight's event? Out of professional courtesy, the guard asked, just in case some wealthy individuals had eccentric habits and preferred wearing low-quality clothes. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow. Invitation? What's that? No, he answered honestly. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately darkened his expression. Then please leave. Everyone attending tonight's event must have an invitation. This is a significant event for the city, and I hope you don't cause any trouble. The security guard was polite, but there was a clear disdain in both his tone and his eyes. A person without an invitation. How dare you sit in a place like this? The bosses here are worth hundreds of thousands in mere minutes. Who do you think you are, acting like a big shot? Qin Mu's brow furrowed slightly. As the legitimate heir of the Qin family, he was about to be escorted out simply because he didn't have an invitation. Are you sure you want to throw me out? Qin Mu asked, his voice carrying a trace of anger. But before the security guard could reply, Nana stepped forward. Get him out of here, she said haughtily. Following the sound, Qin Mu saw Nana walk up to him with a smug look on her face. Qin Mu, if you still consider yourself a man, get out of here quickly. Lin Ruishi has already divorced you. There's no chance of reconciliation between the two of you. Nana's eyes were full of contempt as she spoke. In her eyes, Qin Mu was only here to ruin Lin Ruishi's chances of meeting the young master of the Zhu family. Did Qin Mu even realize what kind of person he was? He was nothing compared to the Zhu family's young master. In front of the Zhu family's young master, calling Qin Mu trash would be an insult to the word trash. Qin Mu gave a cold laugh but didn't respond. He turned to look at Lin Ruishi beside Nana. Do you think the same? He asked. Lin Ruishi bit her lip and then said, Qin Mu, you're no longer young. It's time to face reality. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu smiled lightly and said nothing. So this was what his former beloved thought of him, now someone who couldn't face reality. Is this the reality of society? Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a young man entered the scene. This young man wore a perfectly tailored suit, and with his extraordinary looks, he instantly became the center of attention. As he entered, he immediately spotted Lin Ruishi and Nana. He walked straight toward them and soon arrived in front of Nana. Ruishi, long time no see, the young man greeted warmly. Upon seeing the young man, Nana's eyes lit up. Isn't he this the young master of the Zhu family? The Zhu family's young master was Nana's perfect match for her best friend. Not only was he handsome, but he was also wealthy. His family's resources were so influential in Jiangbei City that calling them industry giants would be an understatement. Nunu quickly nudged Lin Ruishi. What are you standing there for? Go greet young Master Zhu. Lin Ruishi glanced at young Master Zhu and nodded slightly as a greeting. Seeing this, Zhu Shaoqi wasn't annoyed. In fact, he liked Lin Ruishi's demeanor. She was a strong woman, yet still so composed. This was the image of his ideal partner. Although he had past lovers, he didn't mind. In fact, he found it more exciting to chase after someone else's wife. That kind of thrill was unparalleled. At this moment, he noticed Qin Mu standing aside. And this? Zhu Shaoqi asked, intrigued. Nunu immediately rolled her eyes and replied, young Master Zhu, don't bother with him. He's just a waste of space. Zhu Shaoqi thought for a moment and figured that the only man who could be accompanying both Nunu and Lin Ruishi was probably Lin Ruishi's ex-husband. With that in mind, he smiled and extended his hand. Brother, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhu Shaoqi, Lin Ruishi's future husband. Upon hearing this, Nunu silently cheered in her heart. See? This is the confidence that comes with money and power. And then look at you, Qin Mu. A worthless loser, nothing more. This is the difference between people. Do you get it? But at that moment, Qin Mu merely gave Zhu Shaoqi a cold glance. There was no mention of this person in the records of Liu Lao's treatment for him, so it seemed that he wasn't a significant figure in Jiangbei City. You're quite impressive, huh? Qin Mu said, his tone flat. Zhu Shaoqi chuckled. Har har, not really. My family's company is only worth about 1.7 billion. In this vast sea of business, we're just a slightly larger piece of trash. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow. 1.7 billion. Yeah, that's definitely trash. Nunu's eyes widened in shock. Did this idiot even know what he was saying? That's the Zhu family's young master. He was just being humble, and you're insulting him. Qin Mu. Do you know who you're talking to? Nunu shouted angrily. Not only her, but Lin Ruishi also found it hard to watch. Qin Mu. I hope you apologize for what you just said. Otherwise, even I won't be able to help you. Lin Ruishi said, her eyes filled with hostility. At that moment, Zhu Shaoqi's eyes glinted coldly. Do you dare insult me? Qin Mu gave him a detached glance. You? Do you even deserve it? Just as it seemed like the two were about to fight, the security guard, who had been watching from the side, intervened. He stepped forward and grabbed Qin Mu. Sir, please leave the event immediately. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to detain you. At this, Zhu Shaoqi let out a cold laugh. Trash is still trash. Someone who didn't even deserve to be here, and he's insulting me. Ridiculous. Nunu sneered, clearly enjoying the scene. You'll pay for this later. Lin Ruishi's eyes were filled with sadness, but she quickly suppressed it. Perhaps leaving was the best thing for Qin Mu. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. Hold on. Chapter 5, Mr. Qin, I was wrong. The voice of a woman suddenly rang out. Immediately, all eyes were drawn to her. Following the sound of her voice, everyone saw a woman in a cream-colored gown, holding her skirt up with one hand, walking with a straight back and an air of confidence towards them. As soon as she appeared, all attention in the room shifted towards her. Isn't that Li Yashi, the head of the Li family's southern district? Wow, she's only 23 and already the district head. Li Yashi really is a woman of extraordinary talent. Not to mention she's so beautiful. If I could spend just one night with her, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. Are you dreaming? With your lifespan, do you really think you're worthy of someone like her? TCH, just saying. But that guy's in trouble. Everyone knows the Li family takes this event seriously. For him to show up and cause a scene, isn't he just asking for trouble? The crowd murmured among themselves. At this moment, Zhu Shaoqi was particularly excited. That was Li Yashi, the true princess of the southern district. If he could win her favor, he wouldn't have to work hard anymore. Not just him, even the Zhu family could leap from a third-rate family to the ranks of top-tier families. Miss Li, he immediately extended his hand towards Li Yashi. But Li Yashi didn't acknowledge him. She walked straight to Qin Mu and looked at the security guard beside him. Let go, she said coldly, her tone filled with an icy detachment that made her seem high and mighty, not at all like when Qin Mu had first met her. The security guard recognized Li Yashi instantly. She was on the list of people not to offend, and she was number one. Who would dare go against her? Not wanting to risk losing his job in Jiangbei City, the guard immediately let go of Qin Mu without a word. With the guard out of the way, Li Yashi turned her attention to Qin Mu. What's going on here? Before Qin Mu could answer, Zhu Shaoqi spoke up. Miss Li, here's what happened. My friend was harassed by this guy. So, they called security. We found out he didn't even have an invitation, so they were going to ask him to leave. I didn't expect this to bother you. It's really my fault. Zhu Shaoqi spoke with an apologetic expression, but if you looked closely, you could see a gleam of greed in his eyes. Lin Ruishi, who was standing nearby, furrowed her brow when she heard Zhu Shaoqi's words. Her ex-husband had been accused of harassing her. She wanted to speak up, but was stopped by Nana, who grabbed her hand and silently gestured for her to stay quiet. After a moment of silence, both women lowered their heads. Li Yashi looked at Lin Ruishi, a little incredulously. Although Lin Ruishi was pretty, she didn't seem to stand out that much. Li Yashi's gaze shifted to Qin Mu. You harassed them. Qin Mu chuckled softly. Do you think that's possible? True, Li Yashi replied matter-of-factly. They are not worthy of you. Her words hit hard, and Lin Ruishi immediately felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Who says we're not worthy? Nana almost couldn't hold herself back from shouting out loud. Who do you think you are? How dare you say we're not worthy of him? He's just a waste. Our Ruishi is a young, successful businesswoman worth hundreds of millions. He's the one who isn't worthy of her. But as soon as she finished speaking, Li Yashi's cold gaze fixed on her. I'm talking to him. When did it become your turn to interrupt? Her words were icy, and with just a single glance, Nana felt her back go cold. Li Yashi's imposing presence was so overwhelming that Nana instantly lost all of her confidence. This woman, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Nana shouted inwardly, but when Li Yashi looked away from her, her gaze shifted back to Zhu Shaoqi. Zhu family's young master, right? I'm giving you 1 minute to apologize to Mr. Qin, or the Zhu family will be permanently removed from the Southern District Business Cooperation Association. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. What's going on? That's Zhu Shaoqi. Though the Zhu family was considered a third-rate family in Jiangbei City, this man didn't look like a person from a wealthy family at all. People from wealthy families wouldn't wear suits that cost less than 100,000, would they? Yet Li Yashi not only stepped in for Qin Mu, but she also directly demanded an apology from Zhu Shaoqi. This was shocking. But at this moment, Qin Mu found himself amused by Li Yashi's actions. When he was with Lin Ruishi before, people had said he was being kept. Now, if he were with Li Yashi, would people say he was being kept too? With her domineering personality, would he end up being the one who was kept? He shook his head. Forget it, it's not a big deal. There's no need to dwell on it. It's all for the betterment of Jiangbei City and the Southern District. Qin Mu smiled and shook his head. He really hadn't cared much about what had just happened. After his divorce, he found that many things could be let go. As for how Lin Ruishi chose to live her life, what did it have to do with him? Since the day that divorce certificate was signed, he and she had just been passing strangers in this world. Seeing Qin Mu's relaxed response, Li Yashi pouted. Mr. Qin, this isn't like you when you were younger. Qin Mu thought for a moment. Indeed, when he was younger, he had been rather domineering. But back then, did he even know Li Yashi? Why couldn't he remember anything? Forget it, no need to think about it. People change, don't they? After going through some things, we come to understand the harshness of reality. Li Yashi smiled, her expression as beautiful as an angel's. Even Qin Mu couldn't help but be a little entranced. All right, do as you wish with them. With that, Li Yashi sat down beside Qin Mu, acting like a well-behaved young girl. At that moment, Zhu Shaoqi was completely stunned. He had trouble processing everything. He wasn't a fool. On the contrary, anyone who reached his current position was no dummy. From what Qin Mu and Li Yashi had just said, it was clear that they had known each other since they were young. And at that time, the Li family was already a top-tier family in the Southern District. For the two families' children to be close, their families had to be at least of equal status. In other words, Qin Mu's family background was at least on par with the Li family. When Zhu Shaoqi realized this, his legs suddenly went weak. He swallowed hard, looking at Qin Mu and then at Lin Ruishi. He couldn't believe it. He had to be dreaming. Without thinking, he collapsed to his knees and gave a deep bow to Qin Mu. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Chapter 6 Just a waste. Hiss. Everyone was shocked, and everyone took a breath of cold air when they saw the scene in front of them. This is the eldest son of the Zhu family. Although he is only a son of a third-rate family, he is not comparable to ordinary people. But at this moment, such an eldest son actually knelt directly in front of a loser. Not only that, Li Yashi even stood beside the loser and stood up for him. This was beyond the expectations of everyone present. Many people looked at each other, unable to believe their eyes. Qin Mu was silent, looking at the scene in front of him lightly, as if it had nothing to do with him. Li Yashi seemed to be very satisfied with Zhu Shaoqi's expression, and turned to look at Qin Mu. What is the result of this? Qin Mu nodded slightly, squinting his eyes and glanced at Lin Ruishi, who was staring at him at this time, and Nana beside her was full of resentment. Impossible, how could Qin Mu have a relationship with Li Yashi, and still let Li Yashi protect him like this? This guy is just a waste, how is it possible? She didn't believe that Master Zhu was kneeling in front of Qin Mu because of Qin Mu's identity. She only believed that Master Zhu knelt down to Qin Mu, a waste, because of Li Yashi's face. Because in Li Yashi's vision, she didn't see Qin Mu harassing Arshi, so in order not to affect the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce, she would stand up for Qin Mu. Yes, that's it. It's just a piece of shit luck, I thought it was really his ability. Yair was sure that this was the reason, stretched out her hand to Lin Ruishi beside her, and told her a guess. Hearing Yair's guess, Lin Ruishi believed her without hesitation. The slight disappointment on her face turned into contempt in an instant. He actually used such means to make her feel a moment of disappointment about divorce. The hateful Qin Mu was just a piece of shit who got lucky. What a thing. However, Qin Mu saw all these changes in his expression. He frowned slightly, and his heart was slightly painful. Forget it, the stereotype has already been formed. Even if he tells his true identity at this time, what does it matter? In their eyes, he is just a liar. Besides, he cannot tell his identity at this time. He still has to make a career in the South and cannot expose it at will. But it is only a matter of time before he is exposed. I don't know what kind of expression Lin Ruishi will have at that time. Thinking of this, Qin Mu has no more ideas. He suddenly stood up and said to Li Yashi, "Is there a room here? I want to rest alone." Li Yashi smiled at him, arranged a security guard for Qin Mu and left. When Qin Mu left, Li Yashi returned to her previous coldness. The noble temperament as cold as ice instantly spread throughout the hall. She looked at Zhu Shaoqi who was kneeling under her indifferently. "Get up. I won't pursue this matter any further. Don't forget that you represent the Zhu family's reputation outside. Our South District Business Cooperation Association does not need low-quality families. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhu Shaoqi looked up and saw Li Yashi's eyes that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. That look made people shudder, and Zhu Shaoqi didn't dare to look at it again. "Yes, I understand." He bowed his head respectfully and said sincerely. Li Yashi nodded and let him stand up. "I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't expect such a small episode to occur before the party. If it affects everyone, I, Li Yashi, will apologize for everyone here. Guests who have already arrived, please wait patiently. The party has not started yet. The drinks here are free and sufficient. You can also chat with each other about business matters to promote business cooperation." After speaking, Li Yashi picked up the red wine glass held by the waiter beside her, took a sip, smiled at everyone and left. The air was extremely quiet, and no one said a word during the time when Li Yashi spoke. When Li Yashi left, the whole hall seemed to explode, and everyone was bustling and discussing. This is the aura of the South District Princess. It's so strong. I didn't dare to breathe just now. Yes, but who is that guy named Qin Mu? He actually made Master Zhu kneel in front of him. TSK, is he as extraordinary as Li Yashi? Who knows? I've never seen it. If it's true, we will more or less understand it. But Master Zhu is embarrassed this time. Everyone was busy discussing, and many people began to speculate about Qin Mu's identity. Zhu Shaoqi patted the dust on his knees, his face was extremely ugly. I didn't know what happened at the time, but I felt my legs weakened and knelt down directly. I heard that the man named Qin Mu was not a useless person who ate gigolo rice. How did he have a relationship with Li Yashi? The more Zhu Shaoqi thought about it, the more strange it felt, and the fear on his face became deeper and deeper. He turned his head and saw Yair and Lin Ruishi standing together. Lin Ruishi had a graceful figure. Although she was not as stunning as Li Yashi, she was still a top beauty. A lewd smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly walked towards Lin Ruishi. Arshi, Yair, what is the identity of that Qin Mu? He asked Lin Ruishi directly, and immediately came to Lin Ruishi's side, touching Lin Ruishi intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Ruishi felt Zhu Shaoqi's physical contact, and a trace of displeasure appeared on her face, and she subconsciously hid to the side. Yair held her and prevented her from evading. Then she said to Zhu Shaoqi, Master Zhu, Qin Mu is just a waste. He has been eating and using Ruishi's things for 5 years since he got married. He is a gigolo. I don't know how lucky he is to have such a thing happen today. But there is also a possibility that he has nowhere else to go and can only sell himself as a duck. After all, he looks pretty good. Lin Ruishi likes him, so it is not impossible for him to be a mistress. When she said this, Yair leaned towards Zhu Shaoqi and lowered her voice. After all, it was her own guess without any evidence. It would be bad if someone with ulterior motives heard it. After hearing Yair's guess, Master Zhu pinched his chin and looked at the place where Qin Mu left thoughtfully. So you're just a gigolo. I thought you were some powerful young master, but you made me kneel on the ground. Humph. Zhu Shaoqi's voice gradually weakened, and a cold and cruel look appeared on his face. He couldn't help licking his lips, his eyes were full of greed, and one hand couldn't stop hugging Lin Ruishi's waist. Lin Ruishi felt the breath on his body and felt a slight tremor in her heart, but at this time she needed to rely on the Zhu family, so she didn't resist and let him hug her waist. Let's go, didn't Yair say you had something to tell me alone? Let's go now. Chapter 7. It's really interesting. Lin Ruishi is not a fool, and she immediately heard what Zhu Xiaoping meant. This is to take this opportunity to find a place to eat her tofu. After all, she was a newly divorced person at this time. If she had a relationship with Zhu Xiaoping at this time, it would not be a good thing if someone with ulterior motives found out. While hesitating in her heart, Yair pushed Lin Ruishi into Zhu Xiaoping's arms with her fat hand. Lin Ruishi didn't respond, and stumbled into Zhu Xiaoping's arms. Arshi, you and Master Zhu will eventually achieve a positive result. Don't forget what the Zhu family does. If you can really do that, won't your business be easy in the future? Yair saw Lin Ruishi's worry, winked at Lin Ruishi, and whispered. Zhu Xiaoping grabbed Lin Ruishi's exposed delicate shoulders with both hands, feeling her skin, and his desire became stronger. He immediately agreed, Ruishi, as long as you become a woman of my Zhu family, with my identity, I can guarantee that the raw materials of cosmetics provided to you will definitely be the lowest price in the market. Lin Ruishi, who was still a little hesitant, heard Zhu Xiaoping's promise, and the hesitation in her eyes suddenly decreased a lot. Although she has hundreds of millions of assets at this time, it is not so easy to continue to expand the market share of cosmetics. Price, quality, and all kinds of factors cannot be ignored. If the price of raw materials can be reduced, then she has the capital to fight this price war. The price is lowered, and the quality remains the same. In this way, most people will choose their products, and her assets will naturally increase. Lin Ruishi lowered her head, bit her lips with her pearly teeth, and actually took the initiative to reach out and grab Zhu Xiaoping. Seeing Lin Ruishi take the initiative, Zhu Xiaoping was secretly happy. Got it. Okay, let's go, Yair, you can help me deal with anything later, don't disturb me if it's nothing important. Zhu Xiaoping greeted Yair and walked towards the elevator with Lin Ruishi. This party was held in the East Suburb City building, and there was naturally a place to rest in the building. As the eldest son of the Zhu family, Zhu Xiaoping could prepare it by simply saying a word to the staff of the building. At the same time, in the top-level box on the top floor of the building, Qin Mu sat on the sofa in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking silent, overlooking the huge Jiangbei city. Although it was the east suburbs, at this moment, the entire Jiangbei city seemed to be stepped on by Qin Mu. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Qin Mu opened the door and a woman in uniform walked in. Qin Mu couldn't help but glance at her. Although he didn't know the person in front of him, he had an impression of her. She was the secretary beside Li Yashi. "Hello, Mr. Qin. The lady asked me to inform you that some important people from Jiangbei City will come in half an hour. I hope Mr. Qin can do me the honor of meeting them." The secretary bowed respectfully to Qin Mu, but her expression was a little disdainful. As the secretary beside Li Yashi, what kind of people has she not seen? Although Qin Mu in front of him was wearing a suit and coat, he looked a bit like a human being. But the suit was just a cheap suit worth a few thousand yuan, and the coat was a little wrinkled. It was not a high-end product at first glance. You should know that today's meeting is one of the largest evening parties in the history of Jiangbei City. This Qin Mu was dressed so simply and didn't take this evening party seriously at all. I don't know what the lady was thinking. She actually arranged such a top-level room for such a person. It was a waste of resources. Okay, I got it. I'll go there later. Qin Mu didn't look back, and naturally didn't see the secretary's expression. He said with a somewhat indifferent look. Such an action made the secretary even more unhappy. HMPH, a waste, really thinks he is something. She stood there, hesitated for a while, and her face gradually darkened. Okay, I hope Mr. Qin doesn't forget it. However, Mr. Qin, please remember that although I don't know your identity, our lady is the lady of the Li family in Beijing. If you have any strange ideas about my lady, you'd better give it up, because you don't deserve it. The secretary spoke coldly, her words were full of threats, and her cold face was full of contempt. Qin Mu didn't have any emotional fluctuations at first, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard her words. But he didn't refute anything, just said lightly, "I know. It's good that you know." After their voice fell, the secretary left the room. Qin Mu glanced outside the door. If you knew that the wife you mentioned was the result of the Li family's request for an alliance with my Qin family, what would you think? After shaking his head slightly, Qin Mu's eyes suddenly showed a little cruelty, and his brilliance flashed, like a tiger. Jiangbei City, this will be the first step of my rise. Qin Mu whispered to himself. Time passed quickly, and half an hour passed quickly. Qin Mu had already understood the Qin family's layout in Jiangbei City at this time. After packing up the documents in his hand, he stood up and walked towards the door, ready to go to the meeting mentioned by the secretary. Just when his door just opened, a familiar panting sound came from the corridor. Qin Mu's face suddenly darkened, and the foot that had just stepped out of the room immediately retracted. The door opened, he stuck to the wall, leaned over and looked over carefully. Just when he saw it, Qin Mu's face instantly darkened. The panting sound came from no one else, but his wife. No, it was already his ex-wife. Lin Ruishi. This woman is really having an affair with Zhu Xiaoping. She divorced him just to be with Zhu Xiaoping. Har, interesting, really interesting. Qin Mu's face darkened as never before. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost embedded in his palms. No, let's go to the room, okay? It would be bad if someone saw us. The bosses are all downstairs preparing for the party. No one will be here. And it's so exciting in the corridor. Zhu Xiaoping didn't agree to Lin Ruishi. He pressed Lin Ruishi against the wall and suddenly bit Lin Ruishi's earlobe. The numb feeling spread throughout her body in an instant, making her scream out. Her whole face was red, her legs softened, and she could only lean against the wall. No, let's go in, okay? Can I help you? Lin Ruishi's face was flushed, her eyes seemed to be moist, staring at Zhu Xiaoping's eyes, extremely charming. Zhu Xiaoping looked at Lin Ruishi's appearance at this time, and his heart was itchy. He laughed evilly. What a slut, I wonder if your useless husband has the chance to see you like this. No, this is my first time. Lin Ruishi blushed. Bang! Who is it? Zhu Xiaoping turned his head sharply and shouted loudly. Chapter 8 Anger. Qin Mu stood at the back of the room, watching the scene through a gap. Listening to the conversation between the two, his anger grew stronger. At first, he thought that Lin Ruishi divorced him because he was a house husband, couldn't make money, and had no feelings for him. I didn't expect it. Lin Ruishi, what do you mean by no feelings? It turns out that she has already found a new lover and cheated. Zhu Xiaoping? The eldest son of the Zhu family. You Ju family are so bold. Qin Mu's heart kept roaring, and the last trace of guilt he had for Lin Ruishi was completely washed away by anger at this time. For so many years, he has never used his identity as the future head of the Qin family to do anything. But today, he wants to do it. Ju family, Ju Xiaoping, this is the first person on Qin Mu's blacklist. Qin Mu's eyes were burning with flames, and he couldn't help it for a while, and hit the wall behind him hard. There was a loud thud, which frightened Ju Xiaoping, who was making out in the corridor. He shouted angrily, and after confirming the source of the sound, he slowly walked towards Qin Mu. Lin Ruishi also heard the sound, and with her hands on her chest, she looked towards the sound worriedly. No way, aren't the bosses all downstairs? How could there be someone upstairs? What if this matter gets out? No, I'm a divorced person now, and it's my freedom to be with whomever I want. If this matter really gets out, the Ju family won't be able to use other excuses to refuse my cooperation. Thinking of this, Lin Ruishi's mouth corners actually rose slightly. When Ju Xiaoping was about to come to the door suddenly opened, and Qin Mu walked out. Ju Xiaoping couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and a little worry appeared on his face. After all, he had just stolen Qin Mu's woman. But it was only a moment of worry, and he thought of his embarrassing look when he knelt in front of Qin Mu in the hall just now, and then his expression became sinister. So it's you, this guy. You're hiding here and peeping. You're such a loser. No wonder Lin Ruishi wants to divorce you. Ju Xiaoping mocked directly, not taking Qin Mu seriously at all. Qin Mu's eyes were full of coldness. Of course, birds of a feather flock together. Trash should be together with trash, right? What a trash! I didn't expect that even trash dares to mock others these days. How shameless! Ju Xiaoping was fearless and sneered. You should know that he is the eldest son of the Ju family, worth more than 1 billion. If even he can be considered trash, then there are few people in Jiangbei who are not trash. But you, the guy who was kicked out of the house by your wife, I don't know what kind of trash you are. By the way, your wife is my woman now. I will fuck your wife well later. Do you want to come and see? Ju Xiaoping mocked coldly, then came to Lin Ruishi's side and hugged Lin Ruishi directly in his arms. And his hands kept eating tofu, not caring at all that Qin Mu was standing in front of him. Faced with Ju Xiaoping's movements, Lin Ruishi just frowned slightly and did not stop him. Qin Mu looked at this scene with an extremely ugly face. He looked at Lin Ruishi and stared at her eyes. Lin Ruishi did not dare to look directly at Qin Mu, and looked away. Lin Ruishi, have you been with this man long before you divorced me, and have been wearing a green hat for me, right? Sooner or later, Ju Xiaoping would deal with him, but now, he wanted to hear Lin Ruishi's answer. HMPH, who do you think you are? I tell you, your green hat is worn by me, how about it? Ju Xiaoping said to Qin Mu with a cold voice and complacently. Li Yashi was not here, and Qin Mu, a mere person, did not need him to give any face. Shut up. However, Qin Mu shouted angrily, and a terrifying momentum instantly burst out from him. Ju Xiaoping shuddered, and the mocking expression on his face suddenly froze. This guy is obviously just a duck kept by Li Yashi. How can he have such a terrifying momentum? After scolding Ju Xiaoping, Qin Mu took 1,000 steps and came to Lin Ruishi half a step in front of him, looking straight at her. Tell me. Is it true? Lin Ruishi frowned, with hesitation in her expression. After a moment, she raised her head, as if she had made up her mind. Her eyebrows were upside down, and she did not give in, staring straight at Qin Mu in front of her. Yes, that's right. You eat my food and use my things every day. You are just a waste. What qualifications do you have to take care of my affairs? And now we are divorced. You are not my husband. Who I am with has nothing to do with you. She almost roared. This roar was like a heavy hammer, hitting Qin Mu's heart directly. When he divorced before, Qin Mu still had nostalgia for his feelings in his heart, but Lin Ruishi's words at this time completely shattered his heart. It turns out that he had already cheated. It was fine that Yaya, that fat pig, called him a waste. He didn't take it to heart at all, but Lin Ruishi thought so too. Okay, it turns out that I have always been that clown, a self-indulgent clown. Countless beautiful pictures of the time when they just got married flashed through Qin Mu's mind. After a bang, they were all shattered. Har har har, har ha har ha. Qin Mu laughed up to the sky, his face full of hysteria, and his eyes were filled with coldness. I understand. From now on, I can completely let go. Qin Mu's words made Zhu Xiaoping and Lin Ruishi confused, not knowing what he meant. Seriously, this guy was stimulated by your words and became a fool, he is really trash. Zhu Xiaoping pointed at Qin Mu and said to Lin Ruishi. Lin Ruishi frowned, looking at Qin Mu in front of her. She couldn't help feeling a little empty in her heart, as if she had done something wrong. At this time, in a high-level meeting room in the building. Mr. Li, why haven't the distinguished guests you mentioned come yet? We are waiting here for your sake. Someone in the office was already impatient and asked Li Yashi unhappily. Li Yashi looked at the people in front of her and her expression became ugly. You should know that these people in front of her are all bigwigs from all sides in Jiangbei City, with assets of at least 10 billion or even 50 billion, and they are important partners of her Southern Chamber of Commerce. She wanted to introduce these people to Qin Mu to strengthen the relationship between herself and Qin Mu. What's the matter? Have you told Qin Mu? Li Yashi frowned and asked the secretary beside her. The secretary's face was also ugly. I have already said that he agreed at the time, how could it be? Forget it, I will go to him myself. You go to contact Mr. Liu and ask him to come to take charge, otherwise I am worried that these people will not buy it. Li Yashi glanced at the bigwigs in the conference room and said in a very low voice. Chapter 9 Kneeling again. Qin Mu, what are you doing? You dare to hit someone. At this time, in the corridor, there was a huge fist mark on Zhu Xiaoping's face. He curled up and leaned on the ground. The severe pain made him scream continuously. Lin Ruishi witnessed the scene in front of her and immediately yelled at Qin Mu. Qin Mu stood in front of the two people, his face was extremely gloomy, as if water could drip out. He looked down at the two people in front of him with his right fist clenched, and his eyes were extremely cold. Ruishi, do you also want to stand by Zhu Xiaoping at this time? Qin Mu asked in a low voice, his face was also extremely cold. Lin Ruishi was stunned for a moment, then looked up, with bloodshot eyes. That's right, so what? We've divorced, so there's no relationship between us from now on. It's my freedom to be with whomever I want now, and you, a piece of trash, can't control it. I don't know what you did to make young Master Zhu kneel in front of you, but I tell you, the Zhu family won't let this go, you're dead. Her eyes were red, and she yelled at Qin Mu. Qin Mu's heart became even colder. Har har, it's changed, everything has really changed. Cheating, cuckold, divorce, all of this happened in front of him, Qin Mu, in just one day. Good, very good. Is this your decision? Qin Mu's eyes were cold, his fists were clenched, and he stared straight into Lin Ruishi's eyes. Lin Ruishi stared at Qin Mu fiercely, without any friendship. That's right, Lin Ruishi, have nothing to do with you Qin Mu, and you are a complete waste who doesn't know how to use your brain. That's right, you think you are nothing, you feel good to punch me here, right? At this time, Zhu Xiaoping also endured the severe pain on his face and stood up from the ground. He approached Qin Mu, with purple wounds, staring at Qin Mu and scolding him. Separate. At this moment, a scolding came from the end of the corridor. Zhu Xiaoping and Lin Ruishi turned their heads immediately and saw that Li Yashi was frowning and staring at the people in front of them. Seeing Li Yashi coming, Zhu Xiaoping couldn't help but show a cruel sneer on his face. Miss Li is here, you are dead. Li Yashi stood up for Qin Mu before because they were not right. But at this time, Zhu Xiaoping's face was covered with a purple fist mark, and this light evidence was enough to prove that it was Qin Mu who did it. Before the party started, a non-party attendee attacked the VIP, which was totally disruptive. This reason alone was enough for Li Yashi to kick this rubbish out of the party. Zhu Xiaoping turned his head and looked at Li Yashi. When he saw Li Yashi coming to him, he immediately said, Miss Li, this family. Par. But before he finished speaking, a crisp applause instantly resounded throughout the corridor. For a moment, the entire corridor was quiet. Zhu Xiaoping's eyes widened, looking at Li Yashi in front of him in disbelief. Miss Li, he was the one who hit someone. You should teach him a lesson. Why did you hit Master Zhu? Lin Ruishi immediately stepped forward and questioned Li Yashi. Li Yashi's face darkened, and she said with disgust, Do you have the right to speak here? As the princess of the Southern Chamber of Commerce, Li Yashi has a strong domineering aura. At this time, she just opened her mouth, and a cold chill instantly enveloped the entire corridor, and even the temperature seemed to have dropped a lot. After scolding Lin Ruishi, Li Yashi looked at Lin Ruishi. Have I ever told you that if you dare to make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude? The usually arrogant Zhu Diashao did not have any momentum when facing Li Yashi at this time. He lowered his head, covered his face, and nodded gently, like a scolded child. Since I have said it, why are you still doing it? Li Yashi asked. He did it. Zhu Diashao was anxious, pointing at himself, and then at Qin Mu not far away. Enough. Li Yashi scolded in a low voice, and then said, From now on, all projects of your Zhu family with the Southern Chamber of Commerce will be terminated, and your Zhu family will not have any chance to cooperate with the Southern Chamber of Commerce from now on. If your Zhu family wants to rejoin the Southern Chamber of Commerce, let your father come to me in person, otherwise it is impossible. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, falling directly on Zhu Xiaoping's head, hitting him with 5 thunderbolts, and his head was constantly dizzy, and his face was even more pale. Terminate all projects with the Southern Chamber of Commerce. It's over, everything is over. You must know that the reason why their Zhu family can reach this position now is because of the resources brought to them by the Southern Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Li Yashi terminated the cooperation between their Zhu family and the Southern Chamber of Commerce, which was equivalent to completely cutting off their Zhu family's resources. Without resources, the Zhu family's future business will only become more and more difficult. It is said to be the top family power in Jiangbei City. It is hard to say whether it can maintain the status of a third-rate family. Miss Li, please, don't let my Zhu family leave the Southern Chamber of Commerce. Young Master Zhu was so depressed that he almost broke it. He didn't frown. After hesitating for a while, he knelt on the ground with a thud and begged for mercy. Li Yashi had no expression on her face and was still cold. She just raised her white wrist slightly, glanced at the watch on her wrist, and turned to look at Qin Mu. Time is running out, come with me. Qin Mu nodded and glanced at the 2 dogs and bitches in front of him, without a trace of sympathy in his heart. He followed Li Yashi in big strides and left with Li Yashi. Lin Ruishi leaned against the wall, looking at young Master Zhu kneeling on the ground, at a loss, with a gloomy expression. Why would Li Yashi, the princess of the Southern Chamber of Commerce, stand up for Qin Mu, a waste, and even drive the Zhu family out of the Southern Chamber of Commerce without knowing what happened here? You should know that the Zhu family is a third-rate family, much stronger than Qin Mu. Could it be true that, as Yair said, Qin Mu used his only good-looking appearance to seduce Li Yaisha and become her duck? Humph. Qin Mu. You keep saying that I cheated on you and that I cheated on you, but you married me, ate my food, wore my clothes, and used my things, and even secretly hooked up with Li Yaisha, so you cheated on me. Thinking of this, Lin Ruishi no longer had any grudges in her heart. She came to young Master Zhu and reached out to help him up. Young Master Zhu, all this is because of Qin Mu. If it weren't for Qin Mu, the Zhu family wouldn't have been kicked out of the Southern Chamber of Commerce. If it weren't for him, this wouldn't have happened today. It's all because of him, so we have to take revenge. Lin Ruishi whispered beside Zhu Xiaoping, and Zhu Xiaoping's lost gaze gradually gathered. He raised his head slightly and stared fiercely at the place where Qin Mu disappeared. Qin Mu. Qin Mu, it's all because of you, it's all because of you. Chapter 10. Who are you? Everyone, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. The distinguished guest I want to introduce to you today is Qin Mu. Li Yashi stood beside Qin Mu, with a faint smile on her face, and said to everyone in the conference room. She didn't directly say that she was Qin Mu's fiancée. Although she knew that Qin Mu was the young master of the Qin family, Qin Mu told her when he came, and she didn't want to reveal his identity too early. Li Yashi also wanted to see Qin Mu's ability and whether he was qualified to be her husband, so she didn't take the initiative to reveal his identity. Everyone looked at Qin Mu, constantly looking at Qin Mu, some frowned slightly, and some showed hesitation on their faces. Because in their minds, there was no impression of Qin Mu in front of them. Miss Li, please don't make such a joke. If the distinguished guest can't come because of something, there's no need to pull someone over to make up the number. That's right. Although I, Wang, am big and strong and don't know how to judge people, I won't be fooled by this guy in cheap clothes in front of me. Don't you think he looks like someone from our circle? Miss Li, tell me the truth. If the distinguished guest can't come because of something, we don't blame you. Let's make another appointment. At the conference table, a chubby, middle-aged man put his mobile phone on the table, casually adjusted his collar, showing a big gold tooth, and smiled at Li Yashi. After speaking, he also looked at the other people, and they nodded and agreed with him. Mr. Huang, this is indeed my distinguished guest. Li Yashi smiled faintly and explained to everyone. Needless to say, Miss Li, the reason why we came here is because of your sincerity, but today, you are so insincere, so I think there is no need for me to waste time here. The middle-aged man who just spoke stretched out his hand, then slapped the table and stood up, without giving Qin Mu any face. Witnessing everything in front of her, Li Yashi's face suddenly became gloomy. Wang Dongcheng, what do you mean? Do you want to withdraw from the Southern Chamber of Commerce? Miss Li, that's not what I mean. I respect you very much, so I have been waiting here for so long. I thought Miss Li from the capital could introduce us to a distinguished guest, but this guy in front of me doesn't seem to be worthy of being called a distinguished guest by Miss Li. I think waiting here for so long is also enough for us to give Miss Li enough face. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. While speaking, Wang Dongcheng kept looking at Qin Mu, and he didn't take him seriously at all in his words. What is Qin Mu in his eyes? At most, he is just a pretty boy who was found from nowhere. From head to toe, he is useless except for being a little good-looking. Is it necessary to let such a person stay? Ridiculous, it is better to go downstairs and brag with those small bosses who love to brag, maybe you can get some money from them. After saying that, he walked past Qin Mu and headed for the door. With Wang Dongcheng starting, many people in the conference room now had the idea of leaving. Li Yashi also saw it, her face turned slightly cold, and just when she was about to speak, Qin Mu suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Wang Dongcheng. Stop! Although their voice was not loud, it was indeed heard by everyone present. For a while, the whole conference room was quiet, as silent as a cicada, and everyone looked at Qin Mu in front of them in disbelief. This kid is crazy, he dared to talk to Wang Dongcheng like this. You know, Wang Dongcheng is a famous real estate developer in Jiangbei City, with a net worth of more than 30 billion, and his hands are connected with both the black and white worlds. It is said that the underground emperors of Jiangbei City have become Wang Dongcheng's subordinates. Faced with this scene, Wang Dongcheng was also stunned. It has been a long time since anyone dared to talk to him like this, and he couldn't help but become interested. Hey, kid, you are so arrogant, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? Wang Dongcheng sneered at the corner of his mouth, tilted his head and looked at Qin Mu, twisting and turning constantly, without feeling the slightest threat. Qin Mu squinted his eyes, looked at Wang Dongcheng indifferently, and continued, if you leave now, you will regret it soon. What did you say? Louder? I will regret it, don't joke, Wang Dongcheng, I'm not afraid of anything, and I am here to give Miss Li face, and you dare to say that I will regret it. Who do you think you are? Wang Dongcheng immediately showed an unhappy look on his face when he heard it, and sneered at Qin Mu with his mouth tilted. After saying this, the air in the conference room also became cold. Then he looked at Li Yashi on the side, with a little teasing on his face, Miss Li, you are not careful in making friends. This kind of big talking trash is not worthy of being your friend. If Miss Li doesn't mind, I can help Miss Li deal with such trash. Har har har, har har har. Wang Dongcheng said in a weird tone, with a cruel look on his face. He didn't take Qin Mu seriously at all, and only regarded him as an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. Li Yashi smiled faintly, and the sneer on her face was a little cold, even full of threats. You try it. This time, Wang Dongcheng was a little unsure in his heart, and couldn't help frowning. What does Li Yashi's smile mean? He felt a little nervous. He was not afraid of anything, but that didn't mean he was a fool. At this time, Li Yashi's smile made him feel a strong threat, as if this threat could completely eliminate him from Jiangbei City. What do you mean? His tone became serious. It doesn't matter, Mr. Huang. If you insist on leaving, I won't stop you. I won't do anything to you later. But I can't control others. After their voice fell, Wang Dongcheng was still thinking about what Li Yashi meant. At this moment, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and an old man followed the secretary and walked in from outside. Who wants to attack my young master? Are you looking for death? Old Liu appeared, and his low voice spread throughout the conference room. The air in the conference room seemed to be squeezed and solidified instantly, and everyone's heart trembled. They, who are at the top of the economy in Jiangbei City, can't be unaware of old Liu's identity. Although they don't know what the other party's identity is, even Li Yashi is respectful when facing him, and dare not be negligent in the slightest. Just this point, they dare to say that the power behind old Liu is stronger than the Li family in Beijing. And what did he just call Qin Mu? Young master? Old Liu, who has a terrifying identity, actually called this ugly-looking little white-faced young master. What's going on? What happened? Everyone felt their heads swelling, their faces full of shock and disbelief. I remember you, Huang Dongcheng, what do you want to do to my young master? Chapter 11 Takeover. The terrifying momentum was like a tiger, instantly crushing towards Huang Dongcheng. Huang Dongcheng can be regarded as a powerful figure in Jiangbei City, but facing the old Liu in front of him, he only felt as small as an ant. Faced with this terrifying momentum, he didn't dare to breathe, and his forehead was even covered with cold sweat. The previous arrogance disappeared at this time. Liu Lao, I was just joking, har har har, har har har. Huang Dongcheng touched his head, made a silly look, and said respectfully to Liu Lao. Liu Lao frowned, and the terrifying momentum on his body continued to emanate. At this moment, he moved and walked slowly towards Huang Dongcheng. Huang Dongcheng didn't dare to move, and even felt that his legs were trembling, and he felt like he couldn't stand and was about to fall. Go, apologize to my young master. Apologize to him. Huang Dongcheng hesitated, and his heart was in turmoil. You know, he is the leader of Jiangbei Real Estate, and he has other forces under his control. No one dares to find him in the black and white world. But at this time, he was asked to apologize to a person whose origin is unknown, who looks ordinary, like a butcher. If this matter gets out, how can he survive in Jiangbei City? Are you going? Old Liu asked again. At this time, Huang Dongcheng dared not hesitate anymore, nodded repeatedly, and then said, Go, old Liu, calm down. After speaking, he came to Qin Mu, bowed to Qin Mu, and said, Friend Qin, I didn't recognize the great man, and I just bumped into you recklessly. I hope you don't remember it. Qin Mu looked indifferent, looked at the big man who bowed in front of him, and nodded. Are you still determined to leave now? No, I won't leave. How can I leave when Mr. Qin is here? Huang Dongcheng shook his head repeatedly, extremely respectful. Go back to your seat. Old Liu spoke in a stern voice. Huang Dongcheng did not dare to hesitate and returned to his seat in a hurry. At this time, the meeting room was silent, everyone looked ugly, and those who had shown disdain for Qin Mu before even began to tremble all over. If they had known that this unprepossessing boy was old Liu's young master, they would not dare to be so presumptuous even if they were given 10 courage. Li Yashi witnessed the scene in front of her with a little smile on her face. Although she knew that the appearance of old Liu would definitely shock the people in front of her, she did not expect this result. Since everyone's contract has expired, I will tell you about the next matters. Old Liu narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the people present. From today, I will withdraw from the Southern Chamber of Commerce. What? Mr. Liu, you want to withdraw from the Southern Chamber of Commerce? As soon as these words came out, their whole audience was stunned. Not only the bigwigs in Jiangbei City, but even Li Yashi opened their eyes wide and looked at Mr. Liu in disbelief. Mr. Liu, what are you doing? You should know that although Mr. Liu's share in the Southern Chamber of Commerce is not high, it is also more than 10 billion. Such economic strength has crushed most of the people in the Chamber of Commerce. Once Mr. Liu withdraws from the Southern Chamber of Commerce, there will definitely be an economic turmoil in the Southern Chamber of Commerce, and they will also be affected. Seeing the shock of the people present, Mr. Liu seemed to have expected it long ago, and then continued, From now on, all the economic power in my hands will be transferred to my young master. The whole audience was in an uproar again, and everyone looked at Qin Mu in shock. I didn't expect it to be like this. My young master has only been in business for a short time. I don't want anyone here to take action against my young master. If I find out that someone deliberately embarrasses my young master, I will kill him without mercy. After saying this, the murderous aura instantly filled the entire conference room. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. Since he is Mr. Liu's young master, we will definitely not take action against him. We are all family members. Yes, we are family members. As long as we can make money, we will definitely be happy. Huang Dongcheng was the first to speak up, and everyone agreed. People's hearts are separated from their stomachs. Mr. Liu naturally would not believe the words of the people in front of him so easily, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Okay, that's all I have to say. I hope everyone can keep today's events confidential and don't publicize them to outsiders. After that, Li Yashi introduced the many big men present to Qin Mu. Although they are all big brothers in Jiangbei City, they are not big figures in Qin Mu's eyes. It's just that he has just returned to the family at this time, and he needs to make a career without relying on the family's power. These people in front of him have a good role for Qin Mu. Soon, Qin Mu finished the handover with everyone, and these big guys also said goodbye to Qin Mu respectfully. In the meeting room, Li Yashi looked at Qin Mu with a faint smile on her face, and asked him, "There is a party waiting for me in the hall. Do you want to go together?" Qin Mu shook his head. "I am not interested in the party. I will go back first. If you have anything, you can contact me. This is my phone number." After speaking, he handed the phone to Li Yashi, who nodded, handed the phone number to the secretary, and left. "Master, according to the arrangement given to you by the head of the family, you have something to do next." After Li Yashi left, Liu said to Qin Mu. Qin Mu nodded slightly, and Liu Lao handed him the documents he had prepared earlier. After flipping through the documents and taking a simple look, Qin Mu's face suddenly showed a little surprise, and then looked at Liu Lao. "Are you sure it was arranged by my father?" "It was the arrangement of the head of the family. If you can open up the cosmetics market in Jiangbei City and firmly control it in your own hands, the head of the family will have a way to convince those old antiques in the family to give you more authority. At that time, not only the amount of money in your hands can be used, but even the power of the family can be used." Old Liu said to Qin Mu respectfully. Qin Mu nodded when he heard it. Indeed, he had just returned to the family at this time. There were too many people in the family who looked down on him. If he wanted to shut them up, he had to make a career. But my father's arrangement was really interesting, the cosmetics industry. Lin Ruishi was in this business, and the Zhu family seemed to be a supplier of raw materials for cosmetics. That pair of dogs and bitches, I will make you pay the price. Qin Mu's eyes gradually surged with coldness. At this time, he wanted to take action against the Zhu family and Lin Ruishi immediately, and he would not even show any mercy. "Okay, I understand. I'm leaving home now. Find me a house and take me to the cosmetics company so I can get familiar with the company." "Yes, master," Old Liu said respectfully, and then the two of them left the building through a special passage without anyone noticing. As for young Master Zhu, he also drove back to the Zhu family. Chapter 12 Black Card with a limit of 10 billion. Zhu Xiaoping. "Look at what you have done." Zhu Qingshan pointed at Zhu Xiaoping, who was kneeling in front of him, and cursed, his face full of anger. Zhu Xiaoping knelt deeply on the ground, trembling with fear, not daring to raise his head. "Dad, listen to me, this is all because of that waste called Qin Mu. Par." Before their voice fell, Zhu Qingshan slapped Zhu Xiaoping. "You dare to make excuses? Our Zhu family has been driven out by the Southern Chamber of Commerce. Without the Southern Chamber of Commerce, those bosses who cooperate with us will also consider the next cooperation issues. Now is an important time for us to rely on the Southern Chamber of Commerce to enter the second-rate family. You actually made such a moth for me. I will beat you to death." Zhu Qingshan was so angry that he looked around and saw a vase in the cabinet. He actually lifted the vase and smashed it towards Zhu Xiaoping. Zhu's mother immediately came to his defense. "Old Zhu, what are you doing? Just leave the Southern Chamber of Commerce. Can't we survive without the support of the Southern Chamber of Commerce? Are you going to kill Pinger for this Southern Chamber of Commerce?" Zhu's mother hugged Zhu Xiaoping with both hands, her eyebrows raised, and stared at Zhu Qingshan fiercely. Zhu Qingshan looked at Zhu's mother in front of him. His face was extremely ugly, and after a moment he smashed the vase in his hand to the ground. "Okay, you just protect him. My Zhu family will be harmed by you sooner or later." Zhu Qingshan's face was flushed with anger, and he said with a big hand, "Miss Li has informed me and asked me to take Xiaoping to apologize to the man named Qin Mu. No. It's because of him that our Zhu family has ended up in this situation. Why should I apologize to him?" "Shut up!" Zhu Qingshan shouted angrily, and Zhu Qingshan was immediately frightened and trembled. "If you don't go, all your credit cards will be frozen, and I won't give you a penny in the future. Freeze all credit cards." Zhu Xiaoping's face became even uglier. Although he was very carefree outside, all his money was paid by his father. If his father didn't pay, he would not have a penny. I know. He lowered his head, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. He almost gritted his teeth to spit out these 4 words. He had completely hated Chin Moo in his heart. At this time, a Bentley stopped in front of Amy's makeup and beauty company. "Master, we're here. This is your next company." Old Liu pointed at the company inside through the car window. Chin Moo looked up and saw a 3-story company with the 4 big words, "I'm a makeup," written on it. "Is this company so big?" Chin Moo couldn't help but ask in confusion. At first, he thought that in order to let him start from scratch, the company he was given would be at most a small room, but he didn't expect it to be a 3-story shop like this. Hearing Chin Moo's words, old Liu couldn't help but show a little embarrassment. "Master, this is already a very small company. According to the head of the family, it can't be any smaller." Chin Moo's face froze. "I haven't been home for more than 5 years. Are you, an old man, so Versailles? Forget it. A company of this size is not a big deal for him. By the way, this is the bank card that the master asked me to give to you. There are 10 billion funds in it. You can use it freely." Old Liu suddenly thought of something and took out a pure black card from his hand. The black card looked extremely simple. There were no patterns or words on it except a few dragon patterns, not even a card number. Chin Moo took the black card and a familiar feeling came into his palm. When he was still in Beijing, this was his exclusive card for daily consumption. When he left the family, his father took the black card away in anger. 5 years later, it returned to his hands again. He really missed it. It's just that the limit was 200 billion at that time, and now it has become 10 billion. But 10 billion is enough for this southern region. "Okay, I'll leave it to you, young master. According to the old master's words, I can't help you too much in public. If you have any trouble, just go to your fiancée. She can help you deal with most of the problems." Old Liu spoke respectfully, and Chin Moo nodded slightly. After that, he got off the Bentley, and the Bentley started and left. Chin Moo, wearing a coat and a suit, looked up at the company in front of him, and couldn't help but sneered a little on his face. "Lin Ruishi, if I remember correctly, you are also a beauty company. I will let you see the true strength of your ex-husband. Then you will know how wrong divorce is for you." A cold air flashed in Chin Moo's eyes. He strode towards the company. "Hello, welcome to Amy Makeup. Are you here to buy cosmetics or do beauty projects?" A receptionist asked Chin Moo enthusiastically. Chin Moo looked at her. The receptionist was wearing a red and white suit uniform, with a faint smile on her face, and her body leaned forward slightly, showing the fullness of her chest. His eyes were attracted for a moment, then he retracted his gaze, coughed twice and said lightly, "Where is your manager?" "I'm here to see him." "To see the manager? Do you have an appointment?" "You can't see our manager without an appointment." As soon as Chin Moo finished speaking, a disdainful voice came from behind the front desk. Looking over there, he saw a heavily made-up woman sitting behind the bar. She glanced at Chin Moo coldly and continued to play with her phone. "That's right. If you want to see the manager, you need to make an appointment. If you don't have an appointment, we may not be able to see the manager here." The receptionist standing in front of Chin Moo spoke respectfully. Compared to the receptionist sitting over there, the attitude of this lady in front of him was much better. Chin Moo looked at the name tag in front of her. Liu Wanshu, it's a good name. He didn't want to embarrass the lady in front of him, so he asked, "If I make an appointment now, can I see the manager?" "It depends on our manager's schedule. If he is free, it should be possible. The manager is upstairs now. If you are not in a hurry, you can take a rest on the sofa on the first floor. I will go to the second floor to contact the manager. Is this okay?" Liu Wanshu frowned and asked Chin Moo. Just as Chin Moo was about to nod, the harsh voice came out again. "You say it's okay?" "I said no. You can't enter without an appointment. This is the rule. And do you think people like him are qualified to make an appointment with our manager? Who is he? Don't think he is a big shot just because he wears a cheap coat." Chapter 13. A piece of nonsense, a slap. This harsh voice came from behind the front desk. When the voice fell, the woman also walked out of the front desk and came to Chin Moo in a few steps. Facing the guests, there was no trace of respect on her face, and her face was full of harsh coldness. She came to Qin Mu and looked him up and down carefully, with a more stern look on her face. If you are here to buy cosmetics or experience the project, we welcome you, but if you want to see our manager, you are not worthy. Qin Mu frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Why am I not worthy? The manager is also a person, and so am I. We are both people, so why can't I see him? Why can't you see him if you are both people? Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter. Hearing Qin Mu's words, the woman was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Wanru heard a big joke. I tell you, there is a gap between people. How can a rubbish like you see our manager? Shumai crossed her arms, raised her head slightly, and was full of arrogance. Liu Wanshu, who was standing by, was so nervous that she didn't know what to do when she saw the situation at this time. Oh! I am rubbish. Qin Mu was amused by the arrogance of Shumai in front of him, and couldn't help asking back. The arrogance on her face was not reduced at all. She pointed directly at Qin Mu's nose and said, "Of course, you are a piece of trash. Look at the clothes you are wearing. They are the styles of many years ago. Do you really think that wearing a coat makes you superior? It's just that you look okay, but you are just trash." Shumai seemed to have no scruples at all and kept mocking Qin Mu. Such a voice attracted the attention of many people in the company, and even the customers couldn't help but look over. Many people frowned slightly and showed unhappy expressions on their faces. What's wrong with wearing clothes from a few years ago? As long as the clothes are not unacceptable to them and they are comfortable to wear, they will wear them. At this time, Qin Mu finally understood why such a large beauty company had almost no business. The front desk was so arrogant and domineering, and didn't take people seriously. Would anyone come here to consume? Even he, Qin Mu, was unwilling to come. Miss Liu, please help me find the manager and tell him that Qin Mu is here to see him. I hope he can come downstairs, otherwise he will bear the consequences. Qin Mu smiled at Liu Wanshu and said softly. Liu Wanshu nodded after hearing this. If she continued to be so arrogant, they would definitely be complained. Just as she turned around and was about to leave, Shumai stretched out her hand and grabbed Liu Wanshu's shoulder. Don't go. Is it necessary for such trash to bother the manager? Stand still. Shumai's face, like a pig's head, was full of resolute anger, and she scolded Liu Wanshu. Liu Wanshu suddenly looked ugly, and looked at Qin Mu with a frown. Qin Mu saw this, and his face became even uglier. Let her go. Qin Mu shouted in a low voice. The woman said, What? Why should I let her go? She is our employee. If I tell her not to move, she has to stand still. I tell you, aren't you looking for the manager? The manager here is my brother-in-law. Whatever I say is true. If you dare to touch me, I can ask the security guard to arrest you. Par. Before he finished speaking, Qin Mu slapped her in the face with a cold face. In an instant, the place was completely quiet. Everyone was shocked, especially the employees working at Amy, who opened their eyes wide. This pretty boy actually dared to do it. She trembled slightly. She didn't expect that Qin Mu in front of her would actually dare to do it to her. After a moment of distraction, she let go of Liu Wanshu's hand and hit Qin Mu directly. You dare to hit me, you are finished, you are finished. But Qin Mu would never tolerate her. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed her wrist directly. Shumai was a little fat, and she didn't have much strength except for a lot of fat on her body. She could hardly move a step after Qin Mu grabbed her wrist. Let me go. Let me go. She screamed heartbreakingly, as if she was crazy. Seeing this, Liu Wanshu stepped forward and persuaded, Mr. Qin, why don't you let her go? She is the manager's sister-in-law. If there is any trouble, you will also be troubled. Qin Mu turned his head and smiled at Liu Wanshu, then said, It doesn't matter, you go and call the manager. If he doesn't show up, this matter can't be solved. Shumai also yelled at Liu Wanshu, Go call my brother-in-law, I will make this guy never finish. Par. Just as their voice fell, Qin Mu slapped again. Shut up. Looking for death. Par. Qin Mu grabbed Shumai, his eyes slightly narrowed, with a strong domineering aura on his body, looking down from a high position, like a king. If you dare to say another word, I will slap you. Fuck you. Par. I will kill you. Par. After a while, Qin Mu's face was red and covered with slap marks, and almost no one was intact. Please, please, don't hit me. The woman was beaten and cried. Since she came here to work, she had never encountered such a thing. She has always bullied others, and no one has bullied her. But who would have thought that today there was a blind guy who actually attacked her? The key point is that there was no one in the huge company to help her stop it. Of course, no one helped her. Everyone wanted to teach her a lesson a long time ago, but because of her relationship with the manager, they were so happy that someone would teach her a lesson today, so how could they stop it? Brother, great job. We have been displeased with this woman for a long time. A man in his early 30s raised his thumb to Qin Mu. Wang Chen, you are looking for death. Do you believe I will let my brother-in-law fire you? Shu Mai yelled at the man who was talking. Par. Did I let you talk? Qin Mu lowered his eyebrows, still domineering. Brother, don't do it again, don't do it again. Just at this moment, the elevator next to him opened, and a slightly fat man ran out anxiously, shouting at Qin Mu repeatedly. Shu Mai saw the joy on the face of the man, and then his face showed ferocity. You are finished, my brother-in-law is here, you are dead. Par. Qin Mu said nothing and slapped her again, this time harder than before, and Shu Mai, who was caught by the wrist by Qin Mu, was slapped by Qin Mu and spun several times on the spot, and fell heavily to the ground. The man got angry when he saw this, and started to curse at Qin Mu. I told you not to do it, but you couldn't hear me, right? Qin Mu squinted his eyes and looked at him coldly. Are you the manager? Chapter 14, 100 million, do you dare to take it? Qin Mu's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Just one glance made the manager tremble all over and sweat profusely. The original arrogance disappeared in just a moment, but when he thought of himself as the company manager, his face suddenly darkened, and he puffed out his chest slightly, and said arrogantly, Yes, I am the manager, what's wrong? You beat someone in public in our company, and you think you are right. Of course. Don't you want to know why I hit someone? Qin Mu narrowed his eyes and asked him coldly. The manager's heart skipped a beat and he glanced sideways at the fat woman lying on the ground. He knew very well what kind of person his sister-in-law was. She was the one who took advantage of her power to bully others and look down on others. But she is his sister-in-law after all. If he doesn't help her, she will go back and tell his tigress wife, and he will be in trouble too. I don't care, you hit someone and that's the fact. Security, come over here and beat this man up and throw him out. The manager stretched his neck and yelled at the security guards who were not doing their job. Seeing the manager coming, the security guard who had previously ignored the matter had no choice but to step forward. If they do nothing, they will most likely lose their jobs. Brother, we will be gentler later. I'm really sorry. A security guard spoke to Qin Mu in an awkward manner and was about to attack him. Wait. What, you know you're wrong? Fine, since you know you're wrong, then apologize to me. Kneel down, apologize, and then pay me 100,000. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here intact today. The manager sneered and spoke coldly to Qin Mu. Qin Mu couldn't help but sneer, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said with a smile, Okay, I'll give you 1 million, I wonder if you dare to accept it. After hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and the manager even laughed out loud. Har har har, good boy, besides beating people up, I didn't expect you to be able to brag. 1 million. Why don't you say 100 million? Okay, since you want 100 million, I'll give it to you. Qin Mu sneered, but before that, have you forgotten one thing? Forgot something? What is it? The manager paused, looked into Qin Mu's eyes, and a bad thought suddenly came to his mind. As far as I know, you Amy will have a new boss today. I wonder where your boss is now. Qin Mu spoke calmly, and this sentence left many people confused. But the manager felt his scalp tingling, as if it had exploded. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Qin Mu in front of him in disbelief. How could he know that the company had changed its boss? Just this morning, an old man suddenly found the chairman and bought their company for 40 million. The company will continue to operate with the same staff, but will have a new boss. When the new boss comes, everything will be handed over to him. A few years ago, Amy Beauty was still a large company of considerable size, and even a bid of 100 million could not acquire them. But after these few years, everything was not as good as before. The company was in danger and had already prepared for bankruptcy, but unexpectedly a new boss would acquire them. You know, the manager himself was prepared to run away, but the sudden appearance of the boss made him give up the idea of running away instantly. This was originally a big deal known only to him and the chairman. How could this pretty boy in front of him know it? Could this pretty boy be their new boss? How is this possible? Being able to acquire their company with 40 million, the assets behind it will only be more powerful than the original owner. No matter who you offend, you must not offend your future boss. Chin Moo had a faint smile on his face, but in the eyes of the manager he looked so terrifying. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his heart was beating wildly. Shumai, who was lying on the ground, had woken up at this time. Seeing that her brother-in-law did nothing, she immediately yelled, "Mr. Zhao, if you don't teach this guy a lesson, I will go back and tell my sister about this. You will see how she teaches you a lesson." Faced with Shumai's threat, Zhao Nazi frowned. Never mind, this guy couldn't be their new boss anyway. Boy, I don't know where you got this news, but you touched my sister-in-law, you're done. Come on, I have to beat the shit out of him today. The manager yelled at the security guard, but at this moment, Chin Moo spoke. Chin Moo, I wonder if you have any impression of the name Chin Moo. Chin Moo. Don't think you can scare us just by saying a random name. Beat him up, beat him to death. Shumai sneered and ordered the security guards around while swearing. The manager also had a sneer on his face at first, but the next moment his whole face turned pale. Chin Moo, stop it, everyone. Stop. It seems that you are not stupid. Chin Moo crossed his arms and raised the corners of his mouth. Shumai frowned, not knowing what her brother-in-law meant, and continued to shout, "Why stop? We must teach this bastard a lesson today, otherwise I will be in vain." After saying that, she ignored the security guards and started punching and kicking Chin Moo. Bang! This time it wasn't Chin Moo who did it, it was the manager. He slapped Shumai directly on the face without holding back. "Damn, you crazy woman, you dare to attack me." After the fight, he changed his previous attitude, his face was full of courtesy, his hands kept rubbing, his face was full of grease. "That Mr. Chin, I didn't expect you to be Mr. Chin, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had informed me earlier, how could this happen?" Chin Moo sneered with disdain and glanced at Shumai who was standing on the ground in disbelief. "Isn't it because you, my sister-in-law, don't let me look for you? With your family around, my company will soon go bankrupt." After he finished speaking, Chin Moo looked towards the company. At this moment, everyone in the company was dumbfounded. From the manager's attitude they could tell that the pretty boy in front of them was not lying. He is their new boss. Oh my god, this world is crazy. Although Shumai was arrogant, she was not a fool and she immediately saw that Chin Moo was special. Regardless of the beating he had received earlier, he approached Chin Moo and said, "Boss, I didn't expect you to be so young. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, how could I have stopped you? I was wrong just now. I slapped myself 5 times. Do you think it's enough?" "Yes, boss. If it's not satisfying, I can slap myself. As long as you enjoy it." The two people who were extremely arrogant before were now like two dogs, and they even did not hesitate to beat each other. Chin Moo squinted his eyes and said coldly, "How dare I? From today on, you give up your manager position, and your sister-in-law should leave with you. Our company can't afford to support 2 great men like you." Chapter 15. Is he interested in you? As soon as these words were spoken, the two men's faces turned pale instantly. Especially Zhao Nazi, who immediately lay down in front of Chin Moo and put his hands directly on Chin Moo's thighs. "Boss, please don't fire me. I know I was wrong, and I will never let this happen again. If it doesn't work, just fire this woman. It's all because of her." Zhao Nazi pointed directly at the woman Shumai, with no mercy on his face. Shumai exploded immediately. "What do you mean, fire her? He looks like a pretty boy, can you just fire him with just a few words? Are you kidding? He said he was the boss, so he was the boss. He didn't even show any proof." Shumai thought to herself, and immediately came in front of Zhao Nazi, and suddenly made a move, pulling Zhao Nazi hard. "Mr. Zhao, are you fucking crazy? He said he is the boss, so he is the boss. Does he have any evidence?" Zhao Nazi, however, held on tightly with both hands and refused to let go. "Get lost, you damn bitch. I've tolerated you for so long. If it weren't for your sister, I would have fired you long ago. How could you still be here today?" He kicked her hard, and Shumai fell to the ground with a big buttock squatting. This made Shumai even angrier. This guy named Zhao actually dared to kick her. Okay, very good. I'll tell my sister when I get back. You wait for me. Shumai stood up, glared at Zhao Nazi lying on the ground, then glared at Qin Mu hard and turned to leave. And you actually dared to lie and say that you are Amy's boss. I tell you, you may be able to deceive this coward today, but your lies will be exposed sooner or later. Shumai yelled at Qin Mu angrily. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, his face expressionless. Okay, I'll wait for you to expose me, but as long as you take a step away from here, you will no longer belong to Amy. Shumai paused for a moment, and a ferocious look suddenly appeared on her face. Okay, I don't care who you are. From today on, Amy and I have nothing to do with each other. Okay, once you leave, don't ever come back. Some employees were shouting in the hall, expressing their satisfaction with the result. Shumai has been a bully in the company for a long time, and no one has been able to deal with her. Today, the new boss took office and directly drove away the biggest bully in the company. It really gratifies everyone. After Shumai left, Qin Mu lowered his head slightly and looked at Zhao Nazi, who was hugging his thigh. How long do you want to hold me? Qin Mu frowned and looked at him silently. Zhao Nazi smiled awkwardly, understood what Qin Mu meant, stood up immediately, and patted his trousers with his hands. Boss, you did a great job today. I wanted to fire this woman a long time ago. You looked so handsome today. He rubbed his hands together, and spoke to Qin Mu with a flattering smile on his face. Qin Mu looked at Zhao Nazi in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. The reason why this guy was able to become a manager is probably because of sucking up to people. Although Qin Mu doesn't like such people, he is Amy's manager and has a good position in Amy. I'm new here and I know very little about Amy's situation. I haven't had time to understand many projects yet, and I can't fire the manager in front of me casually. Of course, deterrence is necessary. Humph, I don't blame you this time, but if there is a next time, I will fire you even if it's you. Qin Mu snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with coldness. Of course, of course. I will definitely do my best to consider the company. Zhao Nazi lowered his head and nodded repeatedly in answer. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Qin Mu's expression. After seeing his cold expression, he immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. He hesitated in his heart, wondering what kind of person this new boss was. Although he is young, the cold and domineering aura he exudes is much stronger than that of the previous boss. Moreover, he was able to buy Amy for tens of millions at such a young age. He must have no shortage of money, and the family behind him might be even more terrifying than he imagined. Zhao Nazi didn't dare to think about it anymore. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying the young man in front of him seemed. Take me to the office first. I need to hand over the project. After dealing with the matters in the hall, Qin Mu spoke coldly to Zhao Nazi. Zhao Nazi was like a dog, wagging its tail behind Qin Mu, as if trying to please him. Qin Mu was about to go upstairs when he glanced at Liu Wanshu, who was standing by the front desk with a nervous look on her face. Give Liu Wanshu a promotion. If nothing else, at least she's qualified as a receptionist. Her salary should also be slightly increased. Let's increase it to 10,000. It shouldn't be too much. Qin Mu pointed at Liu Wanshu and said to Zhao Nazi. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people gasping in their hall. He had an illusion that the temperature here had dropped by 2 degrees because of this situation. Qin Mu was rich and had a black card with a value of 10 billion yuan. There was no need for him to be so tight-fisted with money, so he gave out a salary of 10,000 yuan with a wave of his hand. But for a small receptionist, a salary of 10,000 yuan was something she could not even imagine. You know, her current salary is only 3,000 yuan a month, which includes attendance, and she will be deducted money if she fails. Today I was just entertaining guests as usual, but they actually doubled my salary. Zhao Nazi was a manager after all, and he knew that Qin Mu was very wealthy, so he smiled and said, Boss Qin, I'll make the arrangements. After saying that, he winked at Liu Wanshu and said, Why don't you thank Mr. Qin quickly? Liu Wanshu was still in shock, looking a little dazed. After hearing what Zhao Nazi said, she nodded woodenly and bowed to Qin Mu, saying, Thank you. Thank you, President Qin. Yeah, don't neglect your customers in the future. Customers are the priority, but don't indulge those unreasonable customers. Qin Mu nodded slightly and then walked towards the elevator. Zhao Nazi immediately followed and pressed the elevator button for Qin Mu. After Qin Mu and Zhao Nazi left, Liu Wanshu covered her head and leaned towards the chair behind her, feeling dizzy. In the hall, a woman in work uniform looked around carefully and then trotted towards Liu Wanshu. Wanshu. Congratulations, you've become rich. 10,000 yuan a month, that's much higher than mine. Even with my performance bonus, I only make a little over 6,000 a month. You have to treat me to a meal when you get paid. Xiao Qian, I didn't expect it to be like this. Besides, I'm just a receptionist. How could I have such a high salary? The boss must have said this on a whim. He might regret it in a few days. By then, I'll still be making 3,000 a month. Liu Wanshu waved her hands. She didn't think she could really get a salary of 10,000 yuan. Wang Qian directly grabbed Wanshu's hand, her eyes full of seriousness. How is it impossible? What if our boss is a domineering president and falls in love with you? Look, you like me, no, it's impossible, I have a boyfriend. Liu Wanshu was stunned for a moment, waved her hands to explain, then lowered her head and spoke in a soft voice. Chapter 16 Situation. Boss Qin, this is our Amy's financial report for the past year. Please take a look. Zhao Nazi held a thick stack of documents in his hand and handed it to Qin Mu. Qin Mu took the document and flipped through it calmly. He frowned slightly and his face looked ugly. In the first 3 months, Amy's revenue still grew positively, which was not much, but not bad. But in the 4th month, Amy's revenue suddenly dropped drastically, falling by 50%. The revenue shrunk by more than half, which was shocking at first glance. But this was just the beginning. After this decline, Amy's earnings were lower every month. Today, compared with the profits a year ago, the current profits are only 10% of that time, and the situation has reached a point where the income is not enough to cover the expenses. Qin Mu suddenly felt a headache and covered his head slightly. It's really not an easy thing. He muttered to himself and threw the documents in his hand onto the sofa. Tell me, what happened in the 4th month? Why did the earnings report suddenly drop so much? Is it a product problem or a medical problem? They are a beauty and cosmetics company. The fact that their profits have plummeted is most likely due to problems with their products and beauty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Nazi frowned and his eyes became a little vague. That Mr. Qin, none of them. Neither. Qin Mu was immediately surprised and looked up at Zhao Nazi. Zhao Nazi lowered his head deeply, not daring to look up at Qin Mu. Honestly, what happened? Qin Mu's tone was cold. He stared at Zhao Nazi and asked. Does Mr. Qin know about Shirue beauty therapy? Zhao Nazi asked tentatively. Qin Mu paused. Isn't this Rueishi's company? What does this have to do with Rueishi? What's wrong? I know that it's the leading cosmetics and beauty company in Jiangbei City. Boss Qin, there are not many companies in Jiangbei City that are similar in size to Amy, but there are at least 5 or 6. We can compete against each other and grab a share of the market together. This Shirue was just a small company at first, and we didn't take it seriously. But half a year ago, they suddenly developed a brand new skin care product, claiming that it can restore moisture to the skin and restore youthful skin to childhood. It wasn't well known at first, and no one took it seriously. But the Zhu family actually helped Shirui promote this skin care product. You know, the Zhu family is a third-rate family, and it's also a participating family in the Southern Chamber of Commerce. With the support of the Zhu family, they quickly gained the trust of the market and then quickly seized the market. We didn't have products that could compete with them, so they took away our market share, and that's why the company is in its current situation. Zhao Nazi said helplessly. The product strength is insufficient. This is a gap in hardware. Even if he wants to make up for it, he is powerless to do so. Qin Mu frowned slightly. New skincare products? Could it be the skincare formula he gave her half a year ago? About a year ago, when the company was not yet established, Lin Rueishi was busy at the company almost every day and often could not get home until midnight. Because she often stayed up late, her skin became worse and worse. Qin Mu felt sorry for her, so he slightly modified the family's secret skin care recipe and gave it to Rueishi. At that time, Qin Mu specifically told Rueishi not to use it for commercial purposes, and lied to her that it was someone else's patent and would be an infringement. Of course, it wasn't an infringement. He was just worried that those people in the family who didn't get along with him would deliberately use this to make a fuss. But he didn't expect Rueshi didn't listen to him and still used the secret recipe for commercial purposes. No wonder her company has grown so rapidly in just 1 year. Not only that, following Zhao Nei's advice, the Zhu family also helped promote it. Great, so you were already involved with Zhu Xiaoping a year ago. The anger that Qin Mu had suppressed with great difficulty now flared up again. This scene made Zhao Neizi a little at a loss. He is just stating the facts. Mr. Qin, please don't be angry with me. After a moment, Qin Mu suppressed his anger. So this is the main reason. Boss Qin, I admit that I also had some reasons for mismanagement, but this is indeed the main reason. In addition to our Amy, other beauty companies have also been affected. Zhao Neizi lowered his head and answered respectfully. Qin Mu nodded upon hearing this and said, "It's not a big problem if it's just like this. I have a way to solve the problem of product strength. Do we have the ability to produce cosmetics and skincare products ourselves? Although we can't achieve mass production, we do have a research and development team." Zhao Neizi nodded and spoke to Qin Mu seriously. "Okay, you wrote here that there will be a market exchange meeting in 3 days. This is a good opportunity for us to promote new products." As soon as Qin Mu finished speaking, a look of confusion suddenly appeared on Zhao Neizi's face. "New products? But we don't have any new products. It will be available soon." Zhao Neizi frowned even more tightly. Although Mr. Qin is wealthy and has plenty of money, developing a new cosmetic product is not something that can be done just by talking about it. Even if they start research and development now, they won't be able to come up with a new product in a month or two. Even if a brand new product is developed, there is no guarantee that it will be popular with the public. It seems that Mr. Qin is still too young and doesn't know the ins and outs of cosmetics. How about explaining it to President Qin? Forget it, let us not talk about it anymore. Let Mr. Qin hit a wall once. Just one time, Mr. Qin will know that the cosmetics industry is not as simple as he imagined. Okay, I'll tell the RD team now to work overtime to develop new products. No, contact the manager of the RD team. I will have a meeting with them tomorrow morning. I will tell them in detail what kind of products we will develop then. Qin Mu waved his hand. Their Qin family was the largest family in Beijing, with assets worth more than 1 trillion. In addition to assets, they also have a lot of knowledge wealth, such as the development of cosmetic formulas. There are hundreds of them for treating acne, nourishing the skin, whitening, etc. He only told Lin Rueshi one of them, and Shirue Beauty Medical Care rose within a year. If all the family formulas were released, wouldn't they be able to dominate the southern cosmetics industry directly? Of course, that was the family's property, not his. If he relied on his family's cosmetics formula to dominate the southern cosmetics market, his father would not approve of him even if he knew about it. Okay, it's getting late. You guys should go home at the appointed time. Since I became the boss, we at Amy have not had overtime. Qin Mu glanced at the time and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. When I left the office, most of the people had already left, leaving only a few staff members who were left to finish the cleaning. When they saw Qin Mu appear, they showed respectful expressions on their faces. Don't hesitate, hurry up. A light voice sounded, Liu Wanshu staggered, and then came in front of Qin Mu. Chapter 17 Exploitation of Employees. Qin Mu was stunned for a moment, and frowned slightly when he saw Liu Wanshu suddenly appear in front of him. What's wrong? You're not going home after get off work? It's getting late now. Boss Qin, this is what happened. You gave Wanshu a promotion and a raise today. She wanted to express her gratitude, so she wanted to treat Boss Qin to a midnight snack. I wonder if Boss Qin has the time. Wang Qian walked up to Liu Wanshu, took her hand, and said to Qin Mu with a smile. Qin Mu frowned slightly and looked at the two girls in front of him, not knowing what they were going to do. Wanshu, is that what you mean? When Liu Wanshu heard this, her body trembled. She lowered her head, her ears turned red, and nodded shyly. Yes, Mr. Qin, my original salary was only over 3,000, and Mr. Qin raised my salary to 10,000. I think I should thank Mr. Qin, but I don't have that much money, so there is no way I can treat Mr. Qin to such expensive food. Liu Wanshu's voice was as thin as a mosquito, but it was very pleasant to listen to, and Qin Mu found it very comfortable to listen to. If that's the case, then I agree. After all, I haven't had dinner yet and I'm a little hungry. Qin Mu couldn't help but touch his belly. When Wang Qian heard this, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face, and she quickly winked at Liu Wanshu. I'm telling you, Mr. Qin is attracted to you. A boss like Mr. Qin, who was parachuted in, who is handsome and rich, took the initiative to show his affection to you this time, but you actually rejected him for your gangster boyfriend. Are you stupid? Then Wang Qian pushed Liu Wanshu forward. Boss Qin, I finished what I've said. I'll leave now. Aren't you coming with me? No, I have to go home first. It's getting late and I have to go to work tomorrow. After saying that, she gave Liu Wanshu a look that indicated she had seized the opportunity, then left with a smile. Soon she was seen leaving on a small electric bike. Only Qin Mu and Liu Wanshu were left standing there. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a single man and a single woman. Qin Mu frowned slightly, but his expression was a little cold. Boss Qin, I know there's a pedestrian street nearby. The stalls haven't closed yet. Why don't we go there? Liu Wanshu blushed and pointed to the west. Qin Mu looked in the direction he was looking and nodded slightly. Okay, let's go to the pedestrian street. I haven't eaten there for a long time. Then the two walked side by side towards the pedestrian street. Qin Mu is tall and handsome. He is wearing a suit inside and a faded coat outside the suit. He looks quite handsome in the hazy night. Liu Wanshu followed Qin Mu half a step behind him, stealing glances at him from time to time. Compared with her boyfriend, Qin Mu is handsome, tall, and rich. And the one in his own family seemed to be completely crushed by Qin Mu. If Qin Mu could like her boyfriend, it might be a good choice. Liu Wanshu thought secretly in her heart, and then shook her head repeatedly. No, Liu Wanshu, how can you think like that? You have a boyfriend, how can you cheat on him? That's right, even if Xiaowu has no money now and is just a gangster, as long as he can work hard, his life will be good. How could you possibly think of cheating just because he has no money? You are such a bad woman, you can't think like that. Liu Wanshu shook her head, denying her inner thoughts. Qin Mu glanced at Liu Wanshu and frowned slightly. What's wrong with this girl? One moment she looks like a crazy fan, and the next moment she keeps shaking her head. What is she thinking? The pedestrian street was not far from the company, and the two arrived here in a short while. Even though it is past 9 o'clock, it is not deserted here at all. The lights are flickering as if it is daytime. There are people walking around and it looks very lively. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Mu's somewhat heavy heart couldn't help but become happy. Thinking back to the last time I came here, it was half a year ago with Lin Ruishi. At that time, Lin Ruishi was too busy with work and Qin Mu had nothing to do at home, so he took the initiative to pick Lin Ruishi up and take her home. After picking up Lin Ruishi, he happened to bring Ruishi here to hang out. Although Qin Mu could feel that Lin Ruishi's attitude towards him was much colder than in previous years, he felt that it was only because they did not have much time to interact with each other. Now that I think about it, it turns out that she had already cheated on him a long time ago and there was no place for him in her heart. Qin Mu couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. This was all just his wishful thinking. Wow, octopus balls. I haven't eaten them for a long time. Mr. Qin, do you like octopus balls? I'll bring you one too. When she came here, Liu Wanshu's eyes seemed to light up and she immediately became excited. She happily pointed to a small stall not far away and her face was full of excitement. Qin Mu looked up and nodded. Okay, a small portion is enough. A small portion. I thought Mr. Qin would always eat a large portion. No, I have something else to eat. What if I'm full from eating the meatballs? How can I let you spend money? Qin Mu thought Liu Wanshu was very funny and couldn't help but make a joke. When Liu Wanshu heard this, her face instantly fell. Okay, I'll go buy it. When she came back after buying the chibi Maruko-chan, her face was downcast, without the previous happiness on her face, as if the chibi Maruko-chan had lost its fragrance. Qin Mu found her expression even more amusing. Okay, I still want to eat barbecue, let's go order some. Mr. Qin, do you still want to eat barbecue? Of course, I'm not paying for it today, so of course I have to eat as much as I can. Qin Mu said this deliberately. Liu Wanshu's good impression of Qin Mu disappeared in an instant. She tilted her head, muttered softly, as a boss, you actually exploit your employees. This is too much. Qin Mu heard it, smiled and said nothing. Afterwards, Qin Mu ordered roasted pig's trotters, bin curd skin, duck intestines, clams and vermicelli and other street snacks. It has been a long time since I last ate these, so Chin Mu felt very satisfied when he finally ate some. Although the people around him had changed, Chin Mu did not feel too much discomfort. The two of them sat in front of Huajier's stall. Liu Wanshu's face turned pale. Although they were just snacks, today's expenses had reached 3 digits, which was beyond the budget. Well, Mr. Chin, I'm going to go home after I finish eating. My boyfriend must be waiting anxiously at home. Liu Wanshu said to Chin Mu embarrassedly. Chin Mu was eating clams when he suddenly looked up with a puzzled look on his face. You have a boyfriend? Then why did you invite me to dinner alone? Aren't you afraid that your boyfriend will misunderstand? I will go back and explain to him, and he will understand what's going on at work. Liu Wanshu explained. Chin Mu nodded slightly. He had no other ideas anyway, so he just avoided suspicion from then on. Anchor, I have a great time today. The amusement park is great. I want to go there again next time. Of course, you look great today, too, very tight, I love it. Brother Wu, why are you like this? We are still outside. If I talk about this, I will be embarrassed. Chapter 18 Cuckold Again. A couple walked past Chin Mu in a loving manner, and they seemed to have no regard for the eyes of the people around them when they talked. Chin Mu frowned slightly, but didn't meddle in other people's business, and quickly finished the small portion of meatballs. When I looked up, I saw that Liu Wanshu's face was pale and her hands were clenched into fists, as if she was enduring something. No way, I just ate some snacks, there's no need to have murderous intent. As if noticing that Chin Mu was staring at her, Liu Wanshu slowly raised her head and said coldly, It has nothing to do with you, just eat yours. Domineering. Chin Mu was actually stunned subconsciously, lowering his head to eat snacks. But after eating for a while, Chin Mu came back to his senses, raised his head to look at Liu Wanshu, and saw that Liu Wanshu was tilting her head with her eyebrows raised, staring at something fiercely. Following her gaze, he happened to see the man who had walked past him with his arm around the girl. Is your boyfriend? Chin Mu couldn't help but ask. Liu Wanshu slowly turned her head and nodded gently. At this moment, tears could not stop flowing from her eyes. He promised me that he wouldn't cheat again. I thought I would have to work overtime until very late today, and he also said that he would prepare a surprise for me when I get home in the evening. Surprise, har, so this is a surprise. Her tears couldn't stop flowing, like big pearls, rolling down the table. The crying became louder and louder, and the people around looked over at it. Listening to Liu Wanshu's words and seeing her crying like rain, Chin Mu's face became extremely ugly. He was also a cheated person, so he naturally understood the pain and sadness in Liu Wanshu's heart. He raised his head slightly and looked towards a distance, and a fierce aura instantly burst out. Come on, follow me. Chin Mu suddenly stood up, grabbed Liu Wanshu's hand and pulled her up. Liu Wanshu was shocked and looked up at the man in front of her, her eyes full of confusion. Seeing this, the owner of the flour clams stall immediately shouted to Chin Mu, Brother, your flour clams rice noodles are almost ready. Do you want to eat them or not? Put it on the table, I'll be back to eat it later. Chin Mu pointed at the boss, and a chill surged in his heart. The boss's neck suddenly shrank, not daring to say anything else. He placed the clams on the table where Chin Mu had just sat, and went back to make the next portion of clams. At this moment, Liu Wanshu's boyfriend was holding the girl's hand tightly and did not notice Liu Wanshu and Chin Mu appearing behind him. Anchor, I want to eat marshmallows, buy me some marshmallows. Okay, baby, I'll buy you whatever you like to eat. Brother, you are so nice to me. If your girlfriend knew, she wouldn't be jealous, right? No, she's just a fool. I'm tired of playing with her. My baby is the best. Shall we go to the hotel and do it again later? After saying that, he actually leaned towards the girl, and one hand climbed up along the girl's waist to her chest, gently pinching her round breasts. The girl looked at him shyly, seemingly without any discomfort, and her body seemed to move closer to him. Brother Wu, don't hold back later, remember to kill me. The girl's voice was very thin, but at this moment it was like a knife stabbing straight into Liu Wanshu's heart. She couldn't bear it anymore. His boyfriend is called Wu Zhixiang. They have been dating since their student days and it has been 5 years now. At that time, Liu Wanshu loved him very much, and Wu Zhixiang also loved Liu Wanshu very much. The two of them blended into each other, made a promise for the future, and planned to be together for life. But since he started working, Wu Zhixiang was frustrated by the frequent setbacks in finding a job, and then he completely gave up and was unwilling to work. But if we live together, we can't live without work. Liu Wanshu had fantasized about getting married in the future. In order to get married, she worked hard and would not quit her job easily even if her salary was only 3,000. But what does hard work get you in return? Boyfriend's betrayal? So what is the meaning of her work? Liu Wanshu took a deep breath, and her eyes instantly became firm. She clenched her fists and strode towards the woman. She suddenly grabbed the woman's shoulders and pulled her behind her. Bang! The crisp applause rang out instantly, and the originally noisy pedestrian street became silent for a moment because of the applause. The woman was completely confused. She covered the half of her face that was beaten and looked at Liu Wanshu with wide eyes. Who the hell is this? How dare you attack my people? Are you looking for death? When Wu Zhixiang saw his sister being beaten, he immediately yelled angrily and turned around. But when he turned around and saw Liu Wanshu, his arrogance was instantly suppressed. Wan. Wanshu, why are you here? Didn't you say you were working? You should be in the company now. Wu Zhixiang's eyes were a little vague and he didn't dare to look directly at Liu Wanshu. Liu Wanshu's face was still full of anger. She glared at Wu Zhixiang fiercely, pointed at the woman and shouted, Wu Zhixiang, tell me, who is this bitch? Wu Zhixiang didn't say anything, his expression was extremely solemn. The people around watched this scene and quickly understood what had happened. They started pointing fingers at Wu Zhixiang. The woman covered her face and looked at Liu Wanshu in front of her, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. The next moment, she suddenly leaned towards Wu Zhixiang, put her hands around Wu Zhixiang's arms, and let her chest squeeze his arms. What are you calling a bitch? I'm telling you, I'm Wu Ji's girlfriend now, and you've been abandoned by Wu Ji a long time ago. Do you understand? As she spoke, she winked at Wu Zhixiang. When Wu Zhixiang saw his sister's eyes, he immediately understood what she meant. Then, he echoed, that's right, Liu Wanshu, we have broken up. Who I am with now has nothing to do with you. I know I am handsome and you love me, but please don't be unreasonable. I won't mind your beating today, but if you dare to do this again, I will definitely not be polite to you. Wu Zhixiang hugged his sister in his arms and scolded Liu Wanshu coldly. Liu Wanshu's face turned red with anger at Wu Zhixiang's words, and tears kept flowing. We broke up. When did we break up? You were still living in the house I rented this morning, and now you tell me we broke up. She asked Wu Zhixiang questions repeatedly. Live in your house? That's ridiculous. I'm a grown man, Anchor, and I still need to live in your house. Are you kidding me? The woman immediately started to sneer. The people around believed the mistress's words more, and many people agreed with her. You, a mistress, actually think you are the boss now. You are really shameless. Chapter 19 Joining Forces to Fight the Mistress. Qin Mu's voice was not loud, but at this moment it was like a sharp sword, piercing the woman's heart directly. The woman frowned, anger suddenly appeared on her face, and she glared at Qin Mu fiercely. Who are you? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. I'm telling you, Wu Ji and I are the true love. As for this old woman, Wu Ji has long stopped loving her. Didn't Wu Ji just say that? They have broken up. The woman was very proud and held her head slightly high. Relying on Wu Zhixiang standing by her side, she was extremely arrogant. The people watching here don't know the story between Wu Ji and Liu Wanshu, and no one knows whether they broke up or not. As long as she and Wu Ji insisted that they had broken up and made passers-by believe it, no matter how Liu Wanshu explained it, she would be seen as unreasonable in the eyes of others. Don't interfere in the affairs between the couple. Besides, they have already broken up, so it's better not to meddle in their affairs. A passerby tried to persuade Qin Mu. This matter is too complicated, so it is better for outsiders not to interfere. Qin Mu turned around and smiled at the man, then came to Liu Wanshu's side. Okay, didn't you just ask me who I am to her? Now I'm telling you, I'm her man. How about that? As he spoke, Qin Mu stretched out his hand and put his arm around Liu Wanshu's waist. At this moment, Liu Wanshu was stunned. She immediately tried to break free, but Qin Mu's arms were so strong that she couldn't break free for a while. In addition, a warmth that only men can feel appeared in her waist. It was very comfortable, a feeling she had never experienced before. For a moment, she even had an illusion that it would be great if Qin Mu was really her boyfriend. Of course, this is just a thought. Qin Mu is the boss and she is just a small receptionist. Their status is so different that it is impossible for them to be together. Moreover, the reason why Qin Mu did this was probably to establish his authority for her. After figuring this out, Liu Wanshu's face also showed pride, and she said confidently, "Yes, this is my boyfriend." It would have been fine if Liu Wanshu didn't admit it, but after she admitted it, passers-by around her immediately became interested. Boy, it gets even more exciting. Wu Zhixiang's face was extremely ugly at this time. A surge of anger emerged from his chest, and he glared at Liu Wanshu fiercely. "You are such a cuckold, Liu Wanshu." "Cuckolded? How dare you say that? Look at the woman in your arms. Who is cuckolding whom?" Qin Mu sneered. "Besides, didn't you just say that you two have broken up? She can't control your affairs, and you can't control her affairs. It's Wanshu's freedom to be with me, and you can't interfere." This was a very sarcastic remark, and Wu Zhixiang's face instantly became extremely ugly. Yes, that's what he just said as he walked down the stairs. But just because he can play with women doesn't mean he doesn't love Liu Wanshu anymore. Liu Wanshu actually got together with a pretty boy. This is absolutely unforgivable. "I don't care, I'm telling you, let go of my hand right now." There was a ferocious look on Wu Zhixiang's face. He pointed a hand at Qin Mu and shouted angrily. The picture at this moment is very interesting. Wu Zhixiang was holding his sister in his arms, but he pointed at Qin Mu and asked him to let go of his hand around Liu Wanshu's waist. Qin Mu was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled. "Are you cerebral palsy? I will let you go if you ask me to." After laughing, Qin Mu tightened his grip on Liu Wanshu's waist. Liu Wanshu staggered and fell directly into Qin Mu's arms. Feeling Qin Mu's strong chest muscles and his pounding heart, Liu Wanshu's face turned red. You have to know that Liu Wanshu is already beautiful, and her slightly blushing face at this moment makes people even more distracted. Many men who brought their girlfriends with them were taught a lesson by their girlfriends because of this. "You're looking for death." But this scene deeply hurt Wu Zhixiang's heart. He ignored the sister in his arms and rushed towards Qin Mu with a roar. He raised his fist and punched Qin Mu in the face. "Young man, be careful." Qin Mu's expression remained unchanged, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and blocked himself in front of him. When the fist came to his face, he caught it with a bang. Wu Zhixiang was stunned for a moment, his brows tightly furrowed. "Mad, let me go." "Let go." "Okay." Qin Mu let go and pushed Wu Zhixiang backwards. Wu Zhixiang was just a small gangster and was no match for Qin Mu. He was pushed to the ground by Qin Mu and fell heavily on his butt. When Wu Zhixiang's sister saw him being beaten, she immediately rushed forward like a spoiled child. "You actually hit my anchor. I'll scratch you to death." She knew that she could not be a match for Qin Mu, but there were a lot of people here, and she was sure that Qin Mu would not attack her in public. Qin Mu certainly wouldn't take action. When the woman stepped forward, he whispered to Liu Wanshu, "Wanshu, why don't you take action now to teach this bitch a lesson?" Hearing Qin Mu's words, a gleam of light flashed in Liu Wanshu's eyes. She walked out of Qin Mu's arms and slapped the woman directly. The woman couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly by Liu Wanshu. She was furious and grabbed Liu Wanshu's hair with her claws and teeth. Qin Mu reached out and grabbed her wrist to control her. Liu Wanshu started slapping him one slap after another. When the two of them took action, the situation for a moment was frightening to watch. But many people are willing to watch it. Well done, this kind of mistress must be taught a lesson. That's right. The culprit who destroyed the harmony of the family must be punished. Many women echoed and cheered for Liu Wanshu. After fighting for a minute, Liu Wanshu was tired and shook her hands. Although Xiao San's face was swollen from being hit by her, her hands were also red and even a little painful. Let her go. Although she was angry, Liu Wanshu's face no longer had the previous anger, but instead was full of calmness. Qin Mu nodded and let go of Xiao San's hand. Xiao San was slapped so hard that he lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. As for Wu Zhixiang, after being knocked down by Qin Mu, he still wanted to stand up and fight, but Qin Mu just glanced at him casually. The terrifying murderous intent lingering in his eyes made him lose his will to fight instantly, and even his body was shaking. After the farce was over, Qin Mu and Liu Wanshu returned to their Huarjia rice noodles stall. The onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only Wu Zxiang and Xiao San sitting on the ground in a mess. "Brother Wu, why didn't you come to help me just now? I was beaten into a pig's head, Wu Wu," Xiao San cried to Wu Zxiang. Wu Zxiang looked at the stall of Huarjia rice noodles from a distance, reached out and touched Xiao San's shoulder. "I will avenge you. Don't forget, you, Brother Wu, know the big brother of Jianlin Street. I will make them pay later." Chapter 20. Wait for me to shake someone. Thank you so much for what I did just now. Otherwise, I would not know what to do by myself and would probably be bullied by them. Liu Wanshu sat in front of Qin Mu and spoke to him in a low voice with her lips pursed. Qin Mu smiled faintly. "It's okay, it's just a piece of cake." After saying that, Qin Mu picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the rice noodles with clams. Then he frowned and said, "Really? The rice noodles are a little rotten. Then I'll go order another bowl, and this one will just be for me." Liu Wanshu was about to stand up immediately. "It's okay. Even though it's a little rotten, it's still edible. There's no need to spend money." Qin Mu tried to stop him, then slurped the rice noodles. Soon, Qin Mu finished the whole bowl of clams rice noodles. As for the other snacks, Qin Mu had eaten most of them. Yes, sometimes it is easier to satisfy people with a snack stand like this. Qin Mu touched his belly gently, his face full of satisfaction. Goo tilde. A cooing sound was heard at an inopportune time. Qin Mu looked in the direction where the sound came from and saw that Liu Wanshu's face was slightly red and she was tilting her head. "Are you hungry?" Liu Wanshu blushed and nodded gently, but did not dare to look at Qin Mu. Qin Mu grinned. "Then why don't you order for yourself? If I remember correctly, you only ate the small bowls today. The slap just now was a strenuous job, you need to eat something to replenish yourself. My salary won't be paid until the day after tomorrow, and I don't have much money left." Liu Wanshu lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Qin Mu then realized that it was already the end of the month. "I see. What do you want to eat? I'll pay for it." After saying that, Qin Mu began to grope in his pocket. But soon, Qin Mu's face turned dark and extremely ugly. "Damn, I didn't have any change on me and there was no money left in my phone. The only thing they could use to pay was the black card in their hand, but how could such a small stall possibly accept a black card? It was too difficult for them. If you want to use your black card, you can only go to a slightly higher-end restaurant. But at this time, are they still open?" Qin Mu concentrated slightly, raised his head and looked around, then his face was full of disappointment. "Well, I can't help it. I only brought my card, and I can't pay by card here. Yeah, there are some noodles at home. I can just go back and make some. That's all we can do." Qin Mu nodded slightly, and then the two of them stood up and prepared to go home. Just as the two walked out of the pedestrian street, they saw more than a dozen young people gathered together in the distance. Qin Mu's keen sense was problematic. As expected, when he discovered that Qin Mu and Liu Wanshu came out, more than a dozen ruffians actually came up and surrounded Liu Wanshu and Qin Mu. Liu Wanshu had never seen such a situation before, and subconsciously hid behind Qin Mu. Qin Mu's face remained normal, his expression was cold and indifferent. "Boy, you just beat our brother, didn't you?" "I just beat up your brother? Oh. Now I remember, you were talking about that scumbag. I didn't expect he was actually your brother. Sorry." Qin Mu pretended to have no impression and then spoke in a sarcastic tone. The ruffians' faces darkened, and the leader stepped forward and pointed at Qin Mu's nose and scolded him. "You are really good at talking. We brothers won't waste our time talking to you. If you attack our people, you can't leave here intact if you can't pay us 5,000 yuan. Qin Mu couldn't help but laugh when he heard the threats from these ruffians. "Phut, your vision is too narrow, how can $5,000 be enough?" After hearing this, the ruffian was immediately confused. This was the first time they encountered a robber who raised the price on his own initiative. Is this guy mentally ill? After just a moment of daze, Qin Mu suddenly made a move and grabbed the fingers of the gangster in front of him. Then a crisp snapping sound was heard, and a scream suddenly rang out. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I don't like people pointing at me. I tend to get impulsive when people point at me. How about this, I'll give you 50,000 plus this finger, but I don't have that much money." I'll call my brother to send the money over. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Chinmu took out his cell phone and acted as if it was a serious matter. These ruffians were all dumbfounded. What kind of script was this? It was different from what they expected. According to the normal script, with more than 10 of them taking action, shouldn't these two people be scared to the point of not being able to resist and then pay the money obediently? How come this guy wasn't afraid at all and was controlling them at his own pace? The most important thing was that he took the initiative to say that he could pay 50,000 yuan. The gangster, who originally only wanted to rob 5,000 yuan, would certainly not refuse when he heard that the other party would give 50,000 yuan. Okay, you better call and send the money over honestly, otherwise, this woman next to you, TSK. A yellow-haired man spoke to Chinmu viciously, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Liu Wanshu behind Chinmu. He licked his lips and showed a lustful expression. Brother, don't worry, it won't happen. Chinmu made a reassuring gesture to him, and the call was connected. Hey, Lao Huang, it's me, Chinmu. Do you have time to send me some money? I was stopped by some thugs. 50,000 will be enough. It's right over here on the pedestrian street. Hurry up. Chinmu shouted into the phone, as if he was yelling. At this time, Huang Dongcheng was enjoying family happiness in a footbath shop. At the critical moment, he was frightened by Chinmu's call and directly released the most precious thing. He had planned to exercise for half an hour, but ended up finishing in just 3 minutes. Damn it, who the hell is calling me? If I find out who it is, I'll make him pay. Huang Dongcheng shouted angrily, with anger lingering on his face. But when he saw the phone number, his face suddenly darkened. This is the call from the guy at the meeting tonight, the guy that even old Liu had to call young master. What does he want from me? Huang Dongcheng was confused, but he did not hesitate and answered the call. Then came Chinmu's yelling voice, and before he could answer, the call was hung up. Although Huang Dongcheng didn't react, he heard something. Chinmu was threatened by the ruffian. But why did he call me at this time? Not to mention the mysterious Mr. Liu, Li Huaisha should be able to deal with it by just sending some random people over. But he called him Huang Dongcheng. What does this mean? Could this be a test for him? Huang Dongcheng was shocked, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He had already reached saturation in Jiangbei City, and it was extremely difficult to advance further, so he had always wanted to get in touch with Mr. Liu. But old lady Liu was mysterious. All we knew was that he had a terrifying background, but there was no way to know if they had a friendly relationship. Chinmu gave him this opportunity. As Mr. Liu's young master, as long as he gets closer to Chinmu, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to win over Mr. Liu's projects? Thinking of this, Huang Dongcheng's face showed ecstasy. He made another call and shouted anxiously, Hey, Xiao Chen, bring more than 50 brothers to the pedestrian street right now. Someone is blindly attacking a man named Chinmu. I tell you, no matter who it is, if they touch Chinmu, they will be beaten to death. Chapter 21, Brother Biao from the South City. Hey, brat, didn't you ask someone to come over to deliver the money? Where is that person? Why hasn't he come in such a long time? Are you kidding us? More than 10 minutes had passed, and there was no sign of anyone. Chinmu couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Huang Dongcheng really didn't send anyone over? Even he felt a little unsure. Liu Wanshu, who was hiding behind Chinmu, reached out and pulled Chinmu's coat, and whispered, What should we do? Do you really want to give him 50,000 yuan? I know you have money, but you can't do this. Liu Wanshu's face was full of heartache, her eyes rolling around, and she continued, How about we run away? If I take you away, you have to give me 50,000 yuan. Chinmu couldn't help but look down at Liu Wanshu. Seeing her money-obsessed look, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. That's 50,000 yuan, how could he possibly give it to me? What's more, he was just calling for help. These hooligans were too stupid to hear it, but can't you, a girl, hear it either? Kid, I don't care whether you ask someone to send the money over or not. I'll give you another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, it's fine if they send the money over. But if we don't see the $50,000, you know what the consequences will be. A thug threatened Chinmu fiercely, and those who were playing with their mobile phones and smoking around him also glared at Chinmu. Of course, I know the rules. After saying that, Chinmu looked towards the distance. Suddenly, a black car stopped beside Chinmu, the door opened, and a man wearing sunglasses got out of the car. Is it necessary to wear sunglasses so late at night? Chin Mu complained in his heart. Hey, who's Chin Mu? The man who came down shouted directly to the 20 or so people in front of him. Those ruffians looked at each other in bewilderment. Chin Mu. There is no one named Chin Mu among them. The gangster's boss was the first to react. He showed a happy smile on his face, walked up to the man and said, "You are here to give me money, right? Give me 50,000 yuan. The man in sunglasses frowned and looked at the ruffian in front of him. What do you mean 50,000 yuan? The ruffian's smile froze for a moment, and he immediately realized that he had been fooled. Damn, you mean you don't want to pay? Brothers, fuck him. After drinking, he took out a short stick from his waist and hit the man in sunglasses in front of him without mercy. The ruffians also reacted, put away their phones and rushed towards Chin Mu. Damn it, let's see who dares to do it. The man in sunglasses roared angrily, with such powerful aura that just this roar made everyone pause. Everyone held sticks in their hands, but no one made a move. The gangster boss was also stunned. After a moment, an unhappy look appeared on his face. Who the hell are you? How dare you say that to me? Who the hell am I? Okay, I'll show you. The man in sunglasses sneered, then took off his sunglasses, revealing his true face. The gangster boss had a sneer on his face at first, but when the man in sunglasses took off his sunglasses and saw a scar at the corner of his left eye, his whole face turned pale, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and even a hot current flowed down his legs. Biao, brother Biao, why are you here? Why are you here? The scoundrel was so frightened that he became dumbfounded and couldn't speak clearly. If we were to ask who is the most tyrannical person in the south of Jiangbei City, Scarface Biao must be one of them. This is a truly ruthless man. No one in the underworld is unaware of his existence. Looking across the entire Jiangbei City, many brothers in the underworld would rather offend the aristocratic families than offend brother Biao. Because those noble families will not attack your family just because you are a small gangster, because they need to save face. But brother Biao won tea. As long as you dare to touch brother Biao's people, his family is still in the South City. Even if he turns the South City upside down, he will find you and beat you into the hospital. Weren't you yelling at me just now? What's wrong? Are you scared when you see the scar on my face? Wang Debia spoke in a cold tone and leaned forward slightly. The gangster took half a step back and sat down on the ground. Brother Biao, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have, I deserve to die, I deserve to die. The ruffian quickly apologized and slapped himself in the face. When those ruffians saw their big brother like this and heard brother Biao's name, they were all scared pale. Wang Debia glanced at the ruffian on the ground, then walked towards Chin Mu. I think you must be Mr. Chin. Mr. Huang asked me to come to you to help you deal with the trouble here. I'm really sorry, but there was a traffic jam on the road just now, so I'm a little late. Wang Debia bowed respectfully to Chin Mu, which was completely different from his previous attitude. If people on the street saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked and open their mouths wide. Half a year ago, Wang Debiao and Zhu Xiaoping from the Zhu family had a conflict in a nightclub. At that time, Wang Debiao was drunk and directly pushed Zhu Xiaoping to the ground and beat him up. Later, Zhu Xiaoping went home to ask his family for help, and the head of the Zhu family personally came forward to ask Wang Debiao for an explanation. But Wang Debiao gave the Zhu family no face at all, and even threatened to beat Zhu Xiaoping every time he saw him, until Zhu Xiaoping dared not appear in front of him. The Zhu family had no choice, and they didn't want to make the matter bigger, so in the end, it was left unresolved. From then on, Zhu Xiaoping would stay away from Wang Debiao whenever he saw him and did not dare to meet him. Wang Debiao, who was not afraid of even third-rate families, was now being respectful to a pretty boy, as if he were some important figure. Chin Mu nodded slightly, but his tone was a little cold. Although it's a little late, it's still timely. At least I'm not that impatient. I forgive you this time. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mr. Chin. Hearing Chin Mu's words, Wang Debiao was overjoyed, and then said to the brothers he brought with him, find an alley to teach these dozen ruffians an unforgettable lesson. Don't dirty Mr. Chin's eyes. Do you understand? Yes, brother Biao. The ruffian who followed agreed, then clenched his fists, making a crackling sound, with a look of cruelty on his face. After the ruffian left, Wang Debiao said to Chin Mu respectfully, Mr. Chin, it's so late, I'll take Mr. Chin home. Don't worry, Mr. Chin. My car is not a luxury car, but just a cheap Mercedes. I hope you won't mind it. Liu Wanshu, who was standing by, felt dizzy as she watched the scene in front of her. A cheap Mercedes? Are all rich people so rich? Even the cheapest Mercedes-Benz costs more than 200,000 yuan. With her salary of 3,000 yuan, she wonders how long she will have to go without food and drink to be able to afford it. In the eyes of these rich people, it seems so unbearable. No, I have a friend coming over, I have to wait for her. It's just this guy, please send him back for me. Chapter 22. Send her home. Qin Mu pointed at Liu Wanshu, who was hiding behind him, and spoke to Wang Debiao indifferently. Wang Debiao looked at Liu Wanshu. Because of his domineering appearance and the scar on his face, Liu Wanshu was so scared that she hid behind Qin Mu and dared not look up. He was not a fool. His heart sank slightly, and he immediately smiled and said, Mr. Qin, this is your girlfriend, I understand. I will definitely accomplish my mission. She's not my girlfriend, don't talk nonsense. Qin Mu glared at her. Okay, I understand. Wang Debiao immediately changed his words, but his eyes did not change, they were full of gossip. However, Liu Wanshu felt a little sad. Just now Qin Mu said that he was her boyfriend, but now he has changed his words. Although she was sad, she also knew that Qin Mu said that to support her. It was too fast for them to become boyfriend and girlfriend after just knowing each other for a few hours. It's just it would be better if he could be more tactful, and just say it would be okay to say that she is a female friend. What is that guy, it's so hateful. Liu Wanshu snorted in her heart, then followed Wang Debiao into the car. Qin Mu watched the car leave, then wandered around the street with his phone in hand. Feeling the street scene late at night, with bright lights and sparse people, Qin Mu couldn't help but feel relaxed. Beep. The sound of a car horn came from behind Qin Mu. He turned around and saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared beside him, driving slowly along with his steps. The car window rolled down, and Li Waisha's beautiful face appeared from the car. Handsome guy, do you have time to go out and play? Li Waisha raised her eyebrows at Qin Mu and made a provocative expression. Qin Mu was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, of course, beautiful lady, stop the car. The Rolls-Royce stopped and Qin Mu sat in the passenger seat. The interior of the car was very luxurious. Looking up, he saw the starry sky ceiling, which was particularly beautiful. Qin Mu had nothing to admire about this. After all, he had it before and would have it again in the future. Handsome guy, where are you going to play? I'll drive you there. Li Waisha put one hand on the steering wheel, leaned towards Qin Mu, grinned, and asked Qin Mu. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes, looked at Li Yashi, and smiled evilly. In Jiangbei, you are the princess of the Southern Chamber of Commerce. How dare you talk to me like this? Aren't you afraid that I will commit a crime? What are you afraid of? I am your fiancé. Besides, if it was young Master Qin back then, I would really be afraid that he would do something to me, but now, not. Li Waisha snorted coldly, shook her head confidently, and looked at Qin Mu. Why? If you want to know why, the current young Master Qin is someone who has been hurt by love, and whose edges have been smoothed out by ordinary life. How do you know that my edges have been smoothed out? What if I want to go back to my old look? Qin Mu couldn't help but snort and asked back with interest. Then I have no choice but to obey Mr. Qin. After all, you are my fiancé. I wonder what my dear fiancé likes. How about playing the role of a cold goddess? I am acting in my true colors. I wonder if Mr. Qin likes it. Black silk stockings, fishnet stockings, or a whip. I can arrange for someone to prepare it now. Li Waisha said to Qin Mu with a provocative look on her face. As Qin Mu listened to Li Waisha's words, he couldn't help but have a picture in his mind. His face turned red and a surge of blood rushed to his head. He had a feeling that he would have a nosebleed in the next moment. Seeing Qin Mu's expression, Li Waisha laughed as if her conspiracy had succeeded. I didn't expect that young Master Qin would be teased by me like this. If I go back and tell my sisters about this, they will definitely be shocked. Okay, you actually fooled me. Qin Mu looked at Li Waisha with a look of pretended displeasure on his face. Li Waisha didn't look at Qin Mu at all. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said, My dear fiancé, where are you going to stay tonight? I know you were kicked out of the house. Of course I'll live in your house, my dear fiancé. Oh, that won't do. We don't have enough affection for each other. What if I let you take advantage of me and then you despise me and don't want to marry me? Lee Yasha pretended to be scared and leaned to the side, as if Qin Mu would really do something to her. Don't be so weird. Lao Liu sent me a message saying that he has already arranged the house for me and asked you to take me there. Qin Mu didn't want to continue playing like this with Lee Yasha, and said with a cold face. Lee Yasha grumbled and whispered that it was boring. Then she took a key and handed it to Qin Mu. Mr. Liu has already arranged your house. Here is the key to the door. It is fully furnished and there are clothes specially prepared by Mr. Liu for you. As for the nanny, she will be here tomorrow. A babysitter? I don't need a babysitter. You are the owner of the house, and you pay the nanny's salary. It's up to you to decide whether to keep her or quit. Lee Yasha said to Qin Mu indifferently. Qin Mu nodded slightly and said, Okay, I understand. He lowered his head and looked at the door in his hand, a little dazed. Soon, Lee Yasha drove to a villa and said, I became Mr. Qin's full-time driver tonight. Mr. Qin must repay me well in the future, otherwise I won't buy it. Of course. There will be a cosmetics exchange meeting in Jiangbei City in 3 days. I wonder if Mr. Lee is interested. Why? My dear fiancé wants to invite me. Of course, my Amy company will launch new products. I wonder if Mr. Lee would be willing to come and experience them. Qin Mu nodded with a faint smile on his face. Qin Mu, who was already handsome, had a smile on his face. Even if Lee Yasha wanted to refuse, she couldn't open her mouth. She coughed slightly and said, Since young Master Qin is willing to invite me, of course I will go. Then it's a deal. After saying that, Qin Mu got out of the car. Then Lee Yasha drove away. Qin Mu turned around and looked at the villa behind him, his heart sank. Jiancheng Haojuan, it's here again. This was the villa where he and Lin Ruishi lived before. Unexpectedly, this was also the villa that Lao Liu prepared for him. It seems that Lao Liu wants him to completely cut off from the past. But it's also good this way, because he loves the Ruishi of that time, not the Ruishi of today. Since I'm going to kill her, I will leave her with a very deep memory. Qin Mu felt slightly more confident and walked into the villa. The villa is very large and luxuriously decorated. It has everything you need. In the underground garage there are also luxury cars such as Bentley, Rolls-Royce, etc. prepared by Lao Liu. But no matter how big it is, without the warmth of home, it is just a house. Qin Mu lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. He could never have imagined that the babysitter the next morning would be her. Chapter 23. Don't you like it? In the early morning, sunlight shines into the room through the glass. Qin Mu was still in a dream when he suddenly felt a shadow appear in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Qin Mu, wake up, it's already 9 o'clock. A pleasant voice sounded, and then a faint fragrance entered Qin Mu's nose. Qin Mu couldn't help but frown and slowly opened his eyes. When Qin Mu saw clearly who was coming, he sat up suddenly with a look of shock on his face. Why is it you? Where is the babysitter that Lao Liu arranged for me? I'm the nanny that Mr. Liu arranged for you. Don't you like me? Lee Yasha, wearing a maid outfit, stood in front of Qin Mu, turned around, and then asked. Qin Mu sat at the head of the bed, swallowed his saliva, and said lightly, It's not that I don't like it, but, as a nanny, you don't have to dress like this. He pointed at Lee Yasha's maid outfit with an incredible expression on his face. Lee Yasha frowned, lowered her head, and her hands suddenly seemed to be pinching something. I thought you would like it, so I dressed like this, but I didn't expect you wouldn't like it. Otherwise, I'd better not wear this in the future. By the way, are you still going to fire me now? Lee Yasha suddenly looked up and asked Qin Mu. What could Qin Mu say? After all, Lee Yasha was the fiancée arranged for him by his family. She was pretty, had a nice voice, and came from a wealthy family. Although not as well off as his family, it was better than most families in the country, or even the world. Logically, there should be no dissatisfaction with such a person becoming one's fiancé. But the problem was that Qin Mu felt completely unfamiliar with Lee Yasha and had no feelings for her. He couldn't accept her like this and become her husband. He thought to himself and was about to say the word dismissal, but when he looked up and saw Lee Yasha's serious expression, he couldn't bear to say it out loud. Forget it, just be my babysitter. TSK, being your babysitter. You wish. However, Lee Waisha snorted and her attitude changed 360 degrees. I still have things to deal with at the Southern Chamber of Commerce, so I don't have time to be your babysitter. Your babysitter is someone else, and she's making breakfast on the first floor right now. You can go downstairs and eat later. But if you want, you can tell me in advance. I will come and take care of you when I am free, my dear fiancé. Lee Waisha winked at Chin Mu, then turned around and left the room. Chin Mu understood that this girl was provoking her again. If I quit as I just said, Lee Waisha would definitely continue to play. Who could have thought that the beautiful iceberg girl who appeared as noble as a princess outside could be as playful as a little girl in front of Chin Mu? Chin Mu smiled bitterly, put the clothes he wore yesterday in the closet, took out a suit and put it on. When she came downstairs, a nanny had already prepared breakfast and Lee Waisha was sitting at the dining table. She was wearing a dress. The design of the dress was not very strong, but it was very fitting and showed off all the advantages of Lee Waisha's figure. I didn't expect that the suit Mr. Liu chose for you was so good. It's much better than the one you wore before. Lee Waisha praised Chin Mu. Although Chin Mu was wearing a suit yesterday, the texture and style of the suit were so poor that it looked cheap and did not show off Chin Mu's handsomeness at all. Chin Mu smiled slightly and came to the dining table to eat breakfast with Lee Waisha. After finishing the meal, Lee Waisha received a call and left. In the villa, Chin Mu learned about the work that the nanny needed to do in a day, but he did not fire her. Although he often cleaned the house before, it would be no problem even if there was no nanny. But the villa is too big. If he cleans it by himself, he will be exhausted. It would be nice to have an aunt to help him clean. Not long after, Chin Mu also left. He did not choose to drive the flashy luxury cars in his garage, and prepared to take a taxi to the company outside the villa. But just as he was leaving the villa, he bumped into an ant, and the ant fell to the ground. Oh, who is it? Don't you know how to look at people when walking? The ant stood up from the ground cursing. When Chin Mu saw his aunt, his pupils shrank slightly and he shouted in disbelief, "Mom! Why are you here? Aren't you in your hometown? Who is your mother?" Chin Mu, I didn't expect you to still live here with my daughter. Ruishi has already told me that you are divorced, but you are still staying here. Do you have any shame? When the aunt saw that it was Chin Mu, she pointed at Chin Mu's nose and started scolding him without any mercy. Chin Mu frowned slightly, and his expression gradually turned cold. Mom, I know Ruishi and I are divorced, but I'm not pestering Ruishi. I live here now, not with her. You mean you bought a house here? Song Hui looked at Chin Mu with a squinting look and said sarcastically, "Can you afford a house here, you pretty boy? Let me tell you, your divorce from my daughter is a good thing for you. I heard that my daughter gave you more than 1 million yuan when she divorced. You can buy a house with that. It's not a fortune, but it's a lot of money for a gigolo like you. I'm telling you, get out of my daughter's house as soon as possible, or I'll kick you out. If I start to fight, don't blame me for being merciless." As she spoke, Song Hui clenched her fists and threatened Chin Mu fiercely. Chin Mu didn't want to say anything and sneered. "Auntie, let me say it again, I live here, not in the same building as your daughter. And let me tell you, I never care about more than 1 million. Only people like you take it more seriously." Chin Mu snorted coldly. He didn't want to say any more nonsense to his former mother-in-law, so he turned around and was about to leave. But Song Hui didn't want to let Chin Mu go so easily. In her eyes, Chin Mu was leaving because he felt guilty. She immediately took action, grabbed Chin Mu's clothes, and shouted sternly, "Don't leave. Didn't you just say that you despised this 1 million? Then give it back to me. You've been eating my food and using my money for so many years, and you took 1 million when you left. If you had just been nice to me, I wouldn't have said anything, but you don't have any respect for me, your former mother-in-law. You must leave this 1 million to me." Song Hui glared at Chin Mu angrily and yelled at him. Before Ruishi became rich, their family was not rich, and 1 million was definitely a huge sum of money. Now that the family is rich, in Song Hui's opinion, 1 million is also a considerable sum of money. How could Chin Mu, who ate and used his family's money, take away more than 1 million yuan when they divorced? No, he had to stay. "Mom? What are you doing?" Suddenly, a scream was heard. Chapter 24, All Things Are Not Right. Lin Ruishi was holding a garbage bag in her hand and wearing a dark red dress. Her proud figure looked extremely graceful under the dress. Chin Mu glanced at her slightly. In the past, he would have been so attracted by Lin Ruishi that he would have been at a loss and would have just stood there staring at her. But at this moment, his expression was indifferent. He just glanced at her briefly and then looked at the aunt in front of him. "Auntie, your daughter is out now. She knows everything. I still have to go to the company now. Please stop pestering me." After saying this, Chin Mu took his aunt's hand off his arm and turned away. Seeing Chin Mu was about to leave, Song Hui immediately became anxious and grabbed Chin Mu fiercely. "Want to leave? Leave your money to me first, or there's no way in." Chin Mu took more than 1 million yuan from her daughter. This is not a small amount of money and he must not be allowed to take it away. Didn't he just say that he didn't live at his daughter's house? Then he must live nearby. You have to know that this is a villa area, and more than 1 million can only be used as a down payment at most. Chin Mu must have used this money to buy a house. They use their family's money to buy a house for themselves here. What a joke. This house must also belong to them. If you don't have the money, just leave the house to me. Why did you, a loser, take so much money from my house? Song Hui yelled rudely, which made Chin Mu upset. Chin Mu's face darkened, and then he shook his hand violently. Before marrying Lin Ruishi, Chin Mu had been a soldier after all, so he had considerable strength in his hands. With just a flick of his hand, Song Hui fell to the ground. "Don't bother me. If you have anything to say, go find your daughter." This time, Song Hui was completely enraged. At this time, Lin Ruishi also came to Song Hui's side. Seeing that Chin Mu dared to dump her mother, she immediately stepped forward and grabbed Chin Mu. "Chin Mu, what are you doing? Why did you dump my mother?" Lin Ruishi scolded Chin Mu angrily, saying that even if they broke up, Chin Mu had no right to hit her mother. Besides, divorce is a matter between the two of them, and no matter how resentful Chin Mu is, he cannot do anything to her mother. "Open." Chin Mu lowered his eyebrows, looked at his grabbed wrist, and scolded coldly. Lin Ruishi's heart suddenly sank, and she actually had some strange feelings in her heart. This Chin Mu, why is he different from before? At that moment, she couldn't help but want to let go of her hand. "Let go? Why should I let you go? Return the money to Ruishi, and I will let you, a piece of trash, go." Song Hui also came up and scolded Chin Mu. Lin Ruishi only then heard what her mother said and her face darkened. "Mom, what money? It's the compensation you gave him for the divorce. He's a loser who eats our family's money. Why should he take more than 1 million from you? He doesn't deserve it. He must return the money." After listening to her mother's words, Lin Ruishi finally understood what had happened. She lowered her eyebrows and persuaded, "Mom, didn't I tell you not to talk about this?" "Don't tell me. Why not? That's more than 1 million, not a small amount of money. Why did he take it away? It would be fine if he took it, but he also bought a house in this community. What is he doing? Is he deliberately living next to you to pester you?" Song Hui yelled hysterically. Lin Ruishi frowned suddenly and looked at Chin Mu with contempt in her eyes. She bought a house here and knew the price of the villas here. Even the down payment would be 4 million, and the full payment would start at 10 million. Chin Mu only had about 1 million yuan in his hand, so how could he possibly afford to buy a house here? She must have asked her lover Zhang Weisha for help, and then she lives here. A waste is indeed a waste, he can only be supported by a woman. Without her, I'll replace her with another woman. A piece of trash who has relied on women all his life. I don't need your money. If you need it, I'll return it all to you when I get off work. But now, don't bother me." Chin Mu glanced at Lin Ruishi coldly and growled. Knowing that it was a matter of money, Lin Ruishi said nothing more, took her mother's hand back, and let Chin Mu leave. "Mom, let's go back and stop arguing with this loser. It's just 1 million, we don't need it." After saying that, she turned around and took Song Hui home. As for Chin Mu, in her heart he had completely become a useless gigolo, a spineless widower. At the same time, she was also grateful for Yayer's advice and grateful that she and Chin Mu had divorced. When Chin Mu arrived outside the community, he hailed a taxi. "Driver, let's go to Amy Medical Beauty." "Thank you." After saying that, Chin Mu sat in the back seat. The driver kept stealing glances at Chin Mu and was full of curiosity about him. "Young man, do you live here? The houses here are not cheap." Chin Mu nodded and didn't want to say anything. The driver curled his lips. Har har, those who can live here are all big bosses, and they all have their own cars. How many of them take a taxi? And they take an express taxi. Most of them are ducks who come here to please rich ladies and pretend to live here. She looks good, but I didn't expect she's actually a duck. TSK 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 TSK, so disgusting. After that, the two were silent. Chin Moo closed his eyes slightly and leaned back in the back seat. Soon we arrived at the entrance of Amy Medical Beauty. The driver rolled his eyes and said, "Brother, we're here. The total is 200 yuan. I'll pay by cash or WeChat." Chin Moo frowned immediately, a hint of displeasure showing on his face. $200. Who are you trying to cheat? This is the rule. Look at the dial. It's written on it. The driver sneered and pointed at the dashboard and said to Chin Moo. Chin Moo's face suddenly turned cold. 200? Don't think I don't know. When I got on the bus, the price was already over 190. You still want to trick me? Get out. After saying that, Chin Moo opened the car door, strode out of the car, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Not only did he close the door, he lifted the car with force, and the car actually slid sideways a little, leaving a dent in the door with a shoe print. The driver wanted to get off the car and ask Chin Moo for money, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He had a premonition that if he got off the car, he would be in trouble. If he was hit by something, he would be either killed or crippled. Chin Moo looked at the taxi that left in disgrace and couldn't help shaking his head. Today is not going well. First he met his unreasonable ex-mother-in-law, and now he meets a taxi driver who thinks he is easy to bully. He frowned and then walked towards the company. Because of what happened yesterday, many people in the company already knew him. When they saw Chin Moo coming, they all respectfully greeted him as the boss. Chin Moo didn't have the bossy attitude, so he immediately agreed back. Looking towards the front desk, Liu Wanshu was already sitting there with her head down as if she was dealing with something. Chin Moo walked over and asked, "Did Wang Debiao send you home safely last night?" Chapter 25. Then you should resign. Hearing Chin Moo's sudden voice, Liu Wanshu actually trembled a little, then looked up. After seeing that it was Chin Moo, she nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chin, for last night. If it weren't for Mr. Chin, There's no need to talk about these. Just be sure to get ready for your work." Chin Moo interrupted her. This was the company, with so many people watching. He didn't want to cause a stir in the company over such a small matter. Liu Wanshu seemed to know what Chin Moo meant and did not continue speaking. When Chin Moo was about to leave, he hurriedly said, "Boss Chin, Manager Zhao sent me a message saying that he might come a little later today because of the person at home. The researchers have already been notified and should be waiting in the RD department now. If Mr. Chin has any requests, he can go directly to the RD department and tell the RD manager. He doesn't have to wait for him." Chin Moo nodded, and thinking back to what Shumai said yesterday, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Every family has its own problems. It's not easy to have a sister-in-law like this. Okay, I got it. When Zhao Nazi comes, let him come to see me in person. After saying that, Chin Moo got in the elevator and went upstairs. Yesterday, when Zhao Nazi introduced the company to him, he emphasized the division of the company's various areas. The first floor is the main area for lobby reception, beauty product promotion, and beauty projects. The second floor is similar to the first floor, with some beauty salons related to medical beauty, and most of the rest of the area is the RD department, which specializes in developing new cosmetics. The third floor is the manager's office and conference room. Generally, any work requirements are arranged on the third floor. Chin Moo came to the third floor. There were quite a few people in the conference room. There were about 10 people. When Chin Moo concentrated slightly and walked to the door, he heard an unhappy complaint coming from inside. "Is Zhao Nazi mentally ill? The exchange meeting will start in 2 days, and he asked us to develop a new cosmetics within 2 days, and he also said that it must be effective. Does he think that cosmetics are easy to develop? Is he sick?" In the office, a woman in her 30s sat on a chair, crossed her legs, folded her hands over her chest, and spoke loudly, as if she didn't care at all about others hearing her complaints. "Sister Lin, please say less. I heard that our company has a new boss. Mr. Zhao said this was the boss's intention. What does the new boss mean? So what? When I came to the company, it was the former boss who begged me to come and be the director of your RD department. What does he, a newcomer, think of me? Do you think he dares to fire me?" The woman in her 30s had a proud look on her face, and was extremely arrogant. "That's right. Our sister Lynn is the soul of Amy. They can change the boss or the manager, but Sister Lynn must not be changed. Without Sister Lynn, Amy is finished." A man in his 20s next to the middle-aged woman also echoed the woman, looking like a servile person. "Oh? Really?" Jean Moo's voice rang out in the conference room, and for a moment, everyone in the conference room turned their heads to look over. Many people frowned and looked puzzled when they saw Jean Moo. The lackey stood up immediately when he saw Jean Moo, pointed at his nose and yelled, "Hey, who are you? We are having a meeting here, people like you are not allowed to come, get out of here." The middle-aged woman did not stop him. When the lackey finished speaking, she sneered and then spoke. "Little white face, you are not the new boss that has been rumored so much." There was no respect for the boss on her face, as if this was not Jean Moo's company, but her company. Jean Moo smiled faintly, "I didn't expect you to have such good sense." The words were not spoken loudly, but they made most of the RD personnel in the room frown and even gasp. They looked at Jean Moo in disbelief, shock written all over their faces. At this time, Jean Moo was wearing a suit, looking heroic and handsome, with the aura of a domineering president in a TV drama. But he is really too handsome, with skin as white as a woman's. Even many women would envy him when they see his skin. Not only that, those young handsome guys who are popular on the internet now are not as handsome as the boss at this time. Really? This is their boss. They met the legendary tall, rich and handsome boss. Several young RD personnel actually showed infatuated looks. As for the lackey who had just started to curse Jean Moo, his whole body was trembling at this moment. It's over, I'm dead now, I'm so fucking crazy." I actually pointed at the boss nose and cursed, "Isn't he this just looking for death?" His eyes rolled around, he rubbed his hands in front of him, and walked towards Jean Moo with a face full of agreement. "Boss, I didn't recognize you. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. I didn't recognize you for a while. I'm really sorry, boss." Jean Moo narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the lackey. "It's okay. You can go down and sit down first. When Manager Zhao comes, I will let him decide whether you stay or go." As he finished speaking, the lackey's face turned completely pale. The meaning is very clear, they want to drive him away. He turned his head and looked at Sister Lin, hoping that Sister Lin could protect him and not fire him. Lin Hua gave him a reassuring look, then looked at Jean Moo and said calmly, "Boss, Manager Zhao told me to develop a new cosmetic within 2 days, but I said that this is impossible." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly turned cold, and she stared straight at Jean Moo, with arrogance in the depths of her eyes. "Oh? If you can't do it, then just quit. I have no objection." Jean Moo was not afraid of Lin Hua's threat and spoke directly. A person who has no respect for the boss and treats the company as his own home is not welcome here. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. At that moment, it seemed as if a needle falling to the ground could make a crisp sound. Many people looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Is this true? What did the boss just say? Asking Sister Lin to resign? How is this possible? You have to know who has the most seniority among the Amys. It's Sister Lin. Even Zhao Nazi, that henpecked man, doesn't have as much seniority as Sister Lin. The former boss would have given Sister Lin enough face, let alone fired her. But what about this new boss? He fired Lin Hua right after taking office. What happened? When did the world go so crazy? Lin Hua and his lackey were also shocked at this time, especially Lin Hua. She thought Jean Moo would give up the 2-day cosmetics development plan under her pressure, but she never expected this would be the outcome. "Boss Jean, I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm really sorry." At this moment, Zhao Nazi came to the meeting room in a hurry. His face was flushed, and he had obviously run here. Chapter 26. Those who stay will receive 10 times the salary. The conference room was extremely quiet and the atmosphere was very strange. Zhao Nazi, who had just arrived here, felt everyone's gazes and the strange atmosphere, and his face suddenly turned pale. It's over, something must have happened here. In full view of everyone, he came to the conference table, found a seat and sat down. Just as he was about to ask a RD staff member next to him what happened, Chin Moo spoke directly. Zhao Nazi, come here. Yes, Mr. Chin. Zhao Nazi immediately stood up, walked towards Chin Moo, and came to Chin Moo's side. Boss Chin, what do you want? Zhao Nazi asked with a smile, feeling extremely nervous and terrified that he might displease Chin Moo. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you something. Mr. Chin, you can ask as much as you want. Zhao Nazi became even more nervous. It was over. Something big must have happened here. He looked at all the RD personnel present, and when he saw Lin Hua's dark face, he immediately understood. Oh no, because of the tigress at home, he forgot to inform Lin Hua. It must be because she is still single and feels resentful, so she takes it out on Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin, Miss Lin is very capable. She led our company's RD team to develop many beauty cosmetics, all of which have good effects and reputations. Her strength is obvious to all. If it was Miss Lin who offended Mr. Chin, I would like to say sorry on behalf of Miss Lin and Mr. Chin, and ask Mr. Chin to forgive me. As Amy's manager, he knew what Lin Hua meant to the company. If Lin Hua was fired, Amy would definitely not be able to produce new cosmetics in the next few months. Without new products on the market, Amy's competitiveness in Jiangbei City will become increasingly weaker, and it won't be long before it is completely eliminated by the market. Unless they can come up with a hit product that the entire Jiangbei cosmetics market will buy. But anyone working in the cosmetics industry will understand how difficult this is. In the past few years, only Shirui has produced a phenomenal hit product, and there has been no more since then. Chin Moo lowered his eyes to look at Zhao Nazi, and the expression on his face couldn't help but become cold. Through just 1 hour of contact yesterday, Chin Moo could feel that Zhao Nazi was a real veteran in the workplace who knew who to give face to and who not to give face to. But at this time, he actually helped Lin Hua to intercede, which was enough to show Lin Hua's role in the company. According to you, Miss Lin plays an extraordinary role in the company. Chin Moo narrowed his eyes and asked him indifferently. Zhao Nazi nodded repeatedly. Boss Chin, if it weren't for Miss Lin leading the RD team to develop new products, our company might have closed down long ago. After listening to Zhao Nazi's words, a proud look appeared on Lin Hua's originally gloomy face again. He. She is the backbone of the company, who dares to fire her? Just when she was feeling proud, Chin Moo's next words made her unable to believe her ears. In that case, he should be fired. Zhao Nazi, go and handle Miss Lin's resignation procedures. Oh, and that guy should be fired as well. Chin Moo pinched his chin and spoke to Zhao Nazi, pointing at the lackey beside Lin Hua while speaking. Boss Chin, you can't fire Miss Lin. Isn't there an exchange meeting in 2 days? If we want to develop new products, we have to rely on Miss Lin. Zhao Nazi tried to persuade him again and again, with anxiety written all over his face. How big a deal is this? Even Lin Hua is going to be fired. Wasn't I clear enough? No, I understand. Chin Moo shouted coldly in a low voice, and Zhao Nazi immediately didn't dare to say a word. Har ha har ha, har ha har ha, pretty boy, you're so brave. You actually dared to fire me. You're so awesome. At the same time, Lin Hua laughed loudly towards the sky, with madness in his eyes, and gave Chin Moo a thumbs up. Thanks for the compliment. Chin Moo smiled slightly. Okay, since you want to fire me, then just fire me. Anyway, I've wanted to go to Shirui for a long time. What, Amy? Har, if it weren't for me leading these people to carry it, it would have closed down long ago. Lin Hua said to Chin Moo viciously. After that, she waved to her RD team, anyone who is willing to leave Amy with me, resign now. People from Shirui have contacted me a long time ago. If I didn't miss this place, I would have left long ago. Now I will take everyone who is willing to leave with me to Shirui. As for Amy, let it close down. Bar. Okay, Sister Lin, we'll listen to you. That's right, what a piece of shit, Amy, what a thing, you think we researchers are easy to bully, right? Hearing Lin Hua's call, most of the people immediately agreed and stood up to express their opinions. Seeing that most of the people agreed with him, Lin Hua was filled with pride. She walked up to Chin Moo and said, Har, you think you're great just because you're the boss, right? Let me tell you, the technical staff of the company are basically my people. So what if you have money? I want to see how you're going to run the business after we leave. Originally, I have a new formula that I have developed. If I work harder in 2 days, I can produce new cosmetics. But now there is no need. Just wait. In 2 days, Shiraway's new product will be available. Har har har. Okay, Zhao Nazi, remember to handle the resignation procedures for us. Amy, you stay here by yourself. After saying that, Lin Hua strode out of the meeting room without any reluctance. A group of researchers followed Lin Hua and left the meeting room. The conference room suddenly became empty. Apart from Qin Mu and Zhao Nazi, there were only 2 men and 1 woman left. They were a little at a loss as to what to do. These 3 people have only been in Amy for a short time, only half a year, and have not become Lin Hua's subordinates, so they did not choose to leave when Lin Hua waved his arm. But looking at the desolate conference room, they also began to think about resigning. Zhao Nazi saw what the 2 were thinking and said repeatedly, 3 of you, the company needs you now. As long as you stay, there will be no problem with your salary and benefits. The company cannot do without you. It doesn't matter. Since they've all left, their salaries will be transferred to you. As long as you stay, your salary will be doubled. As for their workload, it will be higher in the next 2 days. Once I find a new researcher, your workload will be reduced. By the way, other people's overtime pay is 3 times, our overtime pay is 5 times, which is calculated as double the salary. In simple terms, it is 10 times the salary. Qin Mu, who had not spoken for a long time, spoke at this moment, speaking calmly to the 3 people in front of him. The 3 people who were originally hesitant and ready to leave were trembling in their hearts after hearing Qin Mu's words. What? Overtime means 10 times the salary. Not to mention working overtime these days, I can even live in the company. Okay, thank you, Mr. Qin. Chapter 27 Cosmetic Formulations. Boss Qin, Sister Lin is a veteran of the company after all. She controls a lot of the company's data. If you fire her like this, will it? Zhao Nazi spoke to Qin Mu worriedly. But Qin Mu seemed to not care at all, with a silent look on his face. Just let her take the data. It's not a good product anyway. Starting today, we are recruiting new RD personnel. Don't worry about their salaries. Even interns will start at 10,000. Of course, if she dares to leak our Amy's cosmetics, there's no need to say any nonsense to her. Just take legal action directly. Zhao Nazi nodded, but he was shocked in his heart. President Qin is so domineering that he doesn't even take Sister Lin seriously at all. And the opening salary is 10,000, which is simply unbelievable. You know, looking across the entire Jiangbei city, no company dares to pay an intern a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Boss Qin, your salary is too high. Will this lead to losses? After all, the cost of research and development is very high. If the cosmetics we develop don't sell well, we won't be able to bear the cost. After all, Zhao Nazi has been working in the cosmetics industry for many years and knows all the ins and outs of it, so he can't help but feel worried. If Qin Mu sets the intern's salary too high and does not get corresponding products in the future, the company will most likely not make any profit. Without profits, Amy won't be able to make money and will most likely go bankrupt. Even though he is a manager now, if Amy goes bankrupt, he will have to start all over again. No way to sell well? No, the next product will definitely become a hit. Qin Mu looked extremely confident as he spoke to Zhao Nazi. Zhao Nazi frowned, shook his head slightly and sighed. Oh, too young, too young. I'd better find another job as soon as possible, otherwise the company will go bankrupt and the tigress at home will become annoying again. Although he thought so in his heart, Zhao Nazi still agreed. Afterwards, Qin Mu arranged for Zhao Nazi to complete all issues including cosmetics packaging, usage, and promotion within 2 days. As for the new cosmetics, Qin Mu will specifically look for the remaining 3 people in the RD department. In the RD department, there were only 3 people left in the laboratory where more than 10 people worked. The 3 of them were wearing white coats and sitting on chairs, doing nothing for a while. Afei, what are we going to do next? I see that the new CEO Qin has an unusual background. If we don't do well, I feel like we will be the next to be fired. Yes, even though he is not much older than us, I don't have that aura. But do you remember? The purpose of today's meeting is for us to develop a brand new cosmetics product and to present it at the exchange meeting the day after tomorrow. How is this possible? Even when Sister Lin was still here, it wasn't an easy task to develop new cosmetics. Now that Sister Lin is gone, it only took 2 days to develop it. TSK, 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 TSK. I don't think I'll be able to sleep from now on. The three of them were bored. Although the overtime pay of 10 times was attractive, the difficulty level was too high. What are you talking about? At this moment, Qin Mu's voice sounded outside the laboratory door. The three bored people suddenly stood up when they heard Qin Mu's voice, looking extremely nervous. Wu Cheng was a little bolder. He glanced at Fei and Xiao Ru beside him, and then said to Qin Mu, "Boss Qin, Sister Lin led us in research and development before. Now that Sister Lin is gone, we don't know what to do now. And I heard that Amy is going to develop new cosmetics for a 2-day exchange meeting. I'm afraid we won't be able to finish it even if we work overtime and stay up all night." Wu Cheng's face was full of helplessness as he explained to Qin Mu indifferently. Qin Mu didn't say anything, but came up to the three people with a smile on his face. The three of them were extremely nervous, their hearts beating violently. You don't need to work overtime continuously. If everything goes well, you don't even have to work overtime these 2 days. After saying that, Qin Mu took the chair and sat on it. He put his left leg on top of his right leg, clasped his hands together and placed them on his knees, with a faint smile on his face that made it hard to read. No need to work overtime. How is that possible? There are only 2 days left. To develop a new cosmetic, we first have to develop the formula and then start the experiment. The experiment takes at least a month to determine whether the cosmetic has any side effects. How can this be possible with just 2 days? Fei thought that he didn't know how to develop cosmetics, so he explained it to Qin Mu. Qin Mu nodded slightly and said calmly, "Don't worry about this. You just need to tell me whether you can use the laboratory machine to make a cosmetic that can be used at the exchange meeting if you have the materials and the formula. It is possible, but it needs to be tested," Shero said confidently. "That's enough." Qin Mu interrupted her immediately and stood up. "Your next task is to use equipment like this to make a cosmetic that can be used at the exchange meeting. I believe the company has all the materials. As for the formula..." While speaking, Qin Mu raised his right hand and glanced at the pocket watch on his wrist. "It's almost delivered." Boom boom boom. "Boss Qin, this is Miss Li's secretary. She brought you some documents." Zhao Nazi knocked on the door respectfully. The woman following him had a frosty face and was standing behind Zhao Nazi with a stack of documents in her hand. Everyone in the lab was shocked when they saw the newcomer. Wearing pointed high heels are slender legs wrapped in black stockings. The perfect thickness and fleshiness make people unable to take their eyes away at just one glance. It's not just the legs that are beautiful, the upper body is just that. Even though it's just a simple business suit, the proud chest almost pushes the lining out, and the white shirt and black jacket match each other, which really makes men bleed from the nose and makes women jealous and envious. She had a graceful and proud figure, but her expression was extremely cold. One could even say that her face was covered with a layer of frost. Qin Mu saw the person coming, walked towards her and said, "Thank you for the trip. Humph, if it weren't for the young lady, I wouldn't bother coming here, but I tell you, there is no possibility between you and the young lady, don't even think about it." She snorted coldly, threw the document in her hand heavily into Qin Mu's hand, and then turned and left. Qin Mu took the document and said nothing. Judging from the secretary's appearance at this moment, Aisha has not yet exposed his identity. When she knows his identity, perhaps her attitude will not be the same. Qin Mu smiled slightly, took the documents and turned back to the laboratory. As for Zhao Nazi, he felt that his brain was not enough at this moment. He knew that woman. She was the secretary of Aisha, the eldest daughter of the Southern Chamber of Commerce. Even the many bigwigs in Jiangbei City had to treat her with respect. The attitude between her and Mr. Qin just now seemed to have a closer relationship. What is Mr. Qin's identity? Chapter 28 Conspiracy. This is the detailed formula of our cosmetics. I'm giving it to you now. Please develop it within 2 days. If you can't make it in time, you can work overtime. Your salary will not be reduced. Qin Mu handed the document to Wu Cheng and said to the three of them. Wu Cheng took Qin Mu's document, took a quick look at it, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of slight shock appeared on his face. This. The two people around them also leaned over to look, and then the three of them looked at each other in shock. Boss Qin, rest assured, with this formula, we will definitely be able to develop it. Wu Cheng said this seriously, and there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. He was a professional, and he could tell after just a quick glance at the materials and craftsmanship that if this formula was really used to develop cosmetics, it would surely be a big seller not only in Jiangbei City, but throughout China as well. Afterwards, Qin Mu and the three men gave a few simple instructions and left. Xiao Wu, who did you offend yesterday? Why did the brothers say that Brother Biao had already stepped in? In a noisy internet cafe, a yellow-haired man was smoking a cigarette, crossing his legs, and glancing sideways at Wu Zhixiang next to him. Wu Zhixiang was playing the game with a slightly solemn look on his face, and he shook his head slightly. Brother Wang, I don't know either. That guy looks like a pretty boy. How could he know Brother Biao? I think it's just a coincidence. As Liu Wanshu's ex-boyfriend, he knew what kind of person Liu Wanshu was. As a small receptionist at a cosmetics company, how could he know someone who could contact Brother Biao? You have to know that Brother Biao is the real big brother. How can a small person like her know him? Unless Liu Wanshu goes out to buy a body, she will have the chance to come into contact with such a person. Thinking of this, Wu Zhixiang's face suddenly turned dark. Stinking bitch. Wu Zhixiang couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Wang Jie, who was standing beside him, was stunned for a moment, took off his headphones, and looked at Wu Zhixiang. What's wrong? Who is the bitch? It's my ex-girlfriend. I was wondering how she could possibly know Brother Biao. I think she was probably selling her body outside, so she had the chance to know Brother Biao. She's really a slut. When he thought of Liu Wanshu cheating on him, he became angry. Wang Cheng frowned slightly. Are you sure? Of course, she is just a small receptionist. How could she possibly know Brother Biao? This must be the reason, there is no doubt about it. Wu Zhixiang said seriously, the anger on his face becoming even stronger. With a bang, he punched his keyboard directly, and several keycaps were knocked off. I don't want to play anymore, Brother Wang, lend me a few brothers. I want to go find that bitch and ask for an explanation. Wu Zhixiang suddenly stood up, turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, Wang Cheng took off his headphones and stood up as well. Let's go, I've had my eyes on your ex-girlfriend for a long time, but since we're brothers, I didn't make a move. Now that we've broken up, I want to have a taste of her. Wang Cheng licked his lips and said to Wu Zhixiang in a charming tone. Wu Zhixiang's face darkened. You really want to cheat on me? Damn, you are not a good person. But now that we've broken up, I'll just give it to my brothers to play with. If possible, we can play together. Anyway, we can't let her feel good. Wu Zhixiang couldn't help but show a lustful expression on his face. Time passed quickly and it was already noon. Wanshu, go eat, I'll take care of this. Wang Qian walked towards Liu Wanshu with a smile in her work uniform. Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Qian. Hey, we are all friends. If you become rich, just don't forget me. Wang Qian smiled awkwardly, smiled at Liu Wanshu, and then came to the front desk. Of course I won't forget Xiao Qian. I'm going to eat first. I'll trouble Xiao Qian to cover for me. Liu Wanshu patted Wang Qian on the shoulder, took her cell phone and walked towards the changing room. Not long after she left, two men walked in from outside Amy's door. Hello, welcome to Amy. Is there anything I can help you with? The aesthetic doctor is taking a break now, so we don't have any aesthetic services. But you can take a look at our Amy's cosmetics. They are perfect gifts for your girlfriend. Wang Qian said to the two people in front of her with a smile on her face. The two men first glanced at Wang Qian, then looked around at Amy. Where is Liu Wanshu? Ask her to come out and see me. Wu Zhixiang said to Wang Qian coldly. Only then did Wang Qian notice that this was Liu Wanshu's boyfriend. Her heart sank immediately and her face turned darker. You know, she hopes that Liu Wanshu will become Mr. Qin's girlfriend, so that as a good friend of Liu Wanshu, she can also get closer to Mr. Qin. With this relationship, your salary can be increased significantly. But she forgot about this guy Wu Zhixiang. If he appeared in front of President Qin and exposed everything, wouldn't Liu Wanshu be an indecent woman? Looking for another man when you already have a boyfriend, a successful and wealthy person like Mr. Qin must hate this kind of thing. It is very likely that his relationship with Liu Wanshu will be severed, and Liu Wanshu's salary of 10,000 yuan may also be cancelled. No, absolutely not. In order to get a salary increase, Wu Zhixiang and Mr. Qin must not meet. Wang Qian was determined in her heart and kept looking at the elevator beside her. What's wrong? Isn't Liu Wanshu in the company? No, I'm at the company. I'm changing and will be out soon. Why are you in such a hurry to find her today? Wu Zhixiang was about to scold Liu Wanshu when Wang Qingmar grabbed his hand. We are friends, and we went out to eat with her at noon. You see, it's lunchtime now, right? Do you want to come too? Wang Cheng said to Wang Qian with a smile on his face, and a hint of lust flashed in the depths of his eyes. Liu Wanshu is pretty and has a good figure, and is their main target today. But the receptionist in front of him was also very pretty, with breasts even bigger than Liu Wanshu's. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could get both of these women today? Wang Cheng thought to himself and couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile. Wang Qian looked at Wang Cheng's expression and felt very uncomfortable, especially when his eyes always stayed on her chest. Well, I still have to work. I don't have time to come over. You guys can just go out and eat. What a pity. I was planning on having a big meal at noon. It's a pity that you're not coming. It's really a pity. Without this beauty, life would be less fulfilling. But it's also nice to be able to enjoy Liu Wanshu. At this moment, Liu Wanshu had changed her clothes and walked out of the locker room. As soon as he arrived at the front desk, he saw Wu Zhixiang, and the expression on his face instantly turned cold. What are you doing here? Chapter 29, Come Out. Liu Wanshu came to the front desk and looked at Wu Zhixiang, who appeared in front of her without any good expression on her face. Of course I came here to take you out to dinner and have a good talk. Wu Zhixiang suppressed the anger in his chest, stared at Liu Wanshu in front of him and answered. Wang Qian looked at the two people in front of her and immediately realized that there must have been some conflict between them. Could it be that he knew that President Qin and Liu Wanshu were out? It's over. Now the couple is having a conflict. I hope they won't blame her for it. Talk. There's nothing to talk about. Please go back. Liu Wanshu's attitude was very firm. Because of what happened last night, she no longer had any attachment to Wu Zhixiang. At this moment, she had only one thought: to completely break up with the man in front of her. Hearing Liu Wanshu's words, Wu Zhixiang's face suddenly turned ugly. Humph, Liu Wanshu, you are so good, you are so capable, but you dare to cheat on me. You must come with me today. This matter will not be resolved until it is cleared up. Wang Zhixiang looked at Liu Wanshu's cold face and suddenly became angry. He immediately reached out and grabbed Liu Wanshu. Liu Wanshu also immediately resisted, and the hall was in chaos for a while. Wang Qian looked at the scene in front of her and became even more panicked. It's over, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Although she looked down on Wu Zhixiang, she had long wanted Liu Wanshu to break up with Wu Zhixiang. But after all, the two have been in love for many years, and if Wanshu wants to break up, something big must happen between them. What happened yesterday was most likely the fuse, and she, Wang Qian, was the culprit that caused this situation. However, President Qin is still upstairs and doesn't know what is happening downstairs at the moment. This matter must be dealt with before President Qin finds out. She immediately took action, came to Liu Wanshu's side, grabbed Wu Zhixiang's hand and said, "Let go, no matter what happened. As a man, can't you speak properly? Aren't you going out to eat and talking about it while you eat? Okay, let's go and talk this over." Wang Qian yelled at her, and the faces of Liu Wanshu and Wu Zhixiang both changed. Only Wang Cheng, who was standing aside, had a smug look on his face, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. He immediately added fuel to the fire and said, "Okay, if you have anything to say, go out and tell us. This is the company, are you going to make a big deal out of it?" Liu Wanshu was still a little conflicted, but thinking that President Qin was still in the company and not wanting to make a big deal out of it, she hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll go out with you and explain this matter clearly, but Wu Zhixiang, I didn't cheat on you. You'd better not slander me." "Humph, who knows?" Wu Zhixiang snorted coldly, but didn't say much. His goal has been achieved. As long as Liu Wanshu, that bitch, follows him, he will be able to take this girl to the hotel and have a good time. As for Wang Qian, who was with her, she could only be described as an unexpected gain. Afterwards, the four of them passed through and left Amy. At the same time, in the office, Qin Mu stretched lazily. Although he had arranged a lot of things to do, he was not idle. In order to make Amy get on the right track, he also studied a lot of information and had a good understanding of the current situation of cosmetics in Jiangbei City. Looking at the entire Jiangbei city, although the Zhu family is a very important supplier of cosmetic raw materials and has cooperated with Shirui, it has monopolized most of the market share. However, the Zhu family has had many safety issues with cosmetic raw materials in the past. If they grasp this and gain leverage over the Zhu family, they can cut off Shirui's production, which will definitely be a huge blow to Shirui. When Shirui's products lose popularity among the people, I can take this opportunity to promote new cosmetics, and then quickly occupy the market share, which will surely bring good profits. Of course, this is just a preliminary plan. The market is unpredictable and changes may occur at any time, so we must be prepared for changes at any time. Thinking of this, Qin Mu couldn't help but stand up and prepare to leave the company to find a restaurant for lunch. Just as Qin Mu stood up, the phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is this? Mr. Qin. I'm Wang Debiao. We met last night. I would like to invite Mr. Qin to dinner at noon to express my attitude. I hope Mr. Qin can honor me. Wang Debiao's respectful voice came from the other side. Qin Mu held his breath for a moment, feeling a little hungry, and agreed. Okay, I haven't eaten either. That's a coincidence. I heard that Mr. Qin has taken over Amy Beauty now. If Mr. Qin doesn't mind, I can drive over. Then come over. I'll be waiting for you at Amy's. After saying that, Qin Mu hung up the phone. After all, he didn't have a car at the moment, and he was just planning to deal with it simply nearby, so he just walked over. Since someone is treating us, it must not be a small restaurant, but at least a larger hotel. In that case, there is no way we can just walk over. Wu Zhixiang, I told you that we have nothing to talk about. Didn't you say in front of so many people yesterday that we had broken up? Wasn't it me who pestered you? Now I don't want to have anything to do with you, please don't bother me, okay? Liu Wanshu glared at Wu Zhixiang in front of her and scolded him in a low voice. What qualifications do you have to tell me this? Are you clean if you do it yourself? What's wrong with me? You found a new woman, so I can't find a man. And I'm telling you, we've broken up, so it's my freedom to find whoever I want. Freedom? What a great freedom. You sound so noble when you say that. You almost fooled me. Wu Zhixiang snorted coldly, anger burning on his face. At this time, Wang Qian had already guessed that Wu Zhixiang must have betrayed Liu Wanshu and brought another woman, and then was seen by Liu Wanshu and President Qin, so this conflict arose between the two. But all this could have been avoided, because she let Liu Wanshu go out with Qin Mu, which meant that Liu Wanshu was considered a betrayer. Otherwise, she would have had the confidence to stand beside Liu Wanshu and scold Wu Zhixiang. Miss, I don't know what your name is. What exactly happened between the two of them? Wang Cheng handed Wang Qian a glass of water and asked her curiously. Wang Qian sighed slightly, took the cup of water and took a sip. I can't say the details. What happened between the two of them? By the way, did Wu Zhixiang say anything to you? Wu Zhixiang, he told me that Liu Wanshu cheated on him, so he came here today. What's going on? I feel dizzy. This isn't alcohol. Before Wang Cheng could finish his words, Wang Qian felt dizzy and fell directly into Wang Cheng's arms the next moment. Of course I'll feel dizzy. There's drugs here. Chapter 30 Fake Appointment. Mr. Qin, sorry for the wait. A Mercedes-Benz stopped downstairs of Amy's building. Wang Debiao got out of the car and spoke to Qin Mu respectfully. The people in Amy looked sideways. Many of them didn't know Wang Debiao, but when they saw a Mercedes-Benz coming to pick up their boss, they couldn't help but be shocked. As expected, he is their new boss and even has his own exclusive driver. Qin Mu looked at the Mercedes-Benz in front of him, nodded slightly, and got in the car. Mr. Qin, the dinner has been booked. I wonder if Mr. Qin likes it. It's okay, just a simple meal. Qin Mu nodded slightly. He had been away from his family for so many years and had only eaten home-cooked meals on weekdays. His requirements for dishes were no longer as high as before. Hearing that Qin Mu had no objection, Wang Debiao looked relieved. He drove himself and took Qin Mu to the top restaurant in Jiangbei City, Manhwa Hotel. This is one of the best restaurants in Jiangbei City. Generally, those who come here to eat are bosses worth hundreds of millions of dollars in Jiangbei City. Even these people don't come here often. After all, it costs at least tens of thousands of dollars to eat here once, and even they feel a little pain in the neck. Mr. Qin, we're here. Wang Debiao stopped the car, got out of the driver's seat, went to the back door and opened it with a respectful look on his face. Qin Mu got out of the car and looked up at the Guanghua Hotel in front of him. He was actually a little excited. This was not the first time he came here. When Shirue was just starting out, he specially accompanied Lin Ruishi here in order to have dinner with clients. Although it was just a simple meal, it cost them a full 100,000 yuan. Fortunately, the project was negotiated, but Lin Ruishi complained for a long time after returning. I didn't expect that I would become a client invited by others, but Lin Ruishi was no longer by my side. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and walked towards the hotel. Mr. Qin, this is our receipt. Please take it. Mr. Huang just sent me a message saying that there are some things and asked me to deal with them. I may be late. Wang Debiao handed the list in his hand to Qin Mu. Qin Mu took the list and glanced at Wang Debiao. Seeing his apologetic smile, he nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I'll go in and wait first. Come over as soon as you're done." "Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Qin." Wang Debiao nodded repeatedly to express his gratitude, then stepped aside, took out his cell phone and made a call. It seems that Brother Biao has a lot of things on his hands. Qin Mu thought to himself, but didn't say anything and walked towards the hotel. No matter what, Wang Debiao is also Huang Dongcheng's subordinate, so it is reasonable for him to help Huang Dongcheng. Guanghua Hotel does not accept on-the-spot orders, only reservations. If the person making the reservation does not have a high status in Jiangbei City, he must follow the rules and queue up to make the reservation. According to what Qin Mu knew, if you wanted to eat the food here, you had to make a reservation at least 1 month in advance. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. When your status is high enough, so high that even Guanghua Hotel is wary of you, he will naturally take the initiative to open a back door for you. Wang Debiao is such a person, otherwise he would not have known about Qin Mu yesterday and booked a lunch at noon today. "Hello, please show me your seat number and invitation letter." Seeing Qin Mu coming over, the security guard at the front desk took the initiative to step forward and ask Qin Mu respectfully. Qin Mu handed the card Wang Debiao gave him to the receptionist. The receptionist took the card, took out a machine and scanned it. When he looked at the information in the machine, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Is that Mr. Wang?" "No, he invited me here." "I see. What's your name?" "My last name is." Just as Qin Mu was about to answer, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Qin Mu. Qin Mu couldn't help but glance sideways, he knew both of them. It was Lin Ruishi and her secretary Nana. "Hey, isn't this Qin Mu? You're dressed so nicely that I didn't recognize you. Are you here for the banquet too?" Nana moved her sunglasses slightly towards the tip of her nose, looked at Qin Mu, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Qin Mu glanced at him sideways and didn't say anything. "Har har, now you are so tough. You don't say anything when you see us. It seems that you know you are not worthy of Ruishi, so you dare not speak." Nana continued to exaggerate, and then she took out 2 invitations from her Gucci bag and handed them to the security guard. "Hello, both of you, please let us in." The security guard took the invitation letter and took a quick look at it. He did not use the previous machine to check it. He said with a smile on his face, "So you are here to participate in the cosmetics exchange meeting. Please come in." After getting the security guard's approval, Nana took Lin Ruishi's hand and walked towards the hotel with her waist twisted. When entering the glass door, Nana turned around and glanced at Qin Mu coldly, her expression full of pride. "This is not a place you can enter. I'm telling you, we don't accept orders. You have to make a reservation a month in advance. Get out of here now and don't embarrass yourself." Even if Qin Mu received divorce compensation from Ruishi and had more than 1 million in his hands, what would it matter? He was just a waste after all. You bought a nice looking suit and want to show off here with just over $1 million. Does he deserve it? Har har. If he were allowed in and his colleagues saw him, given their petty personalities, they would definitely make fun of this incident. "I won't bother you with this. I have an appointment here." Qin Mu replied coldly and then looked towards the security guard. The security guard was just about to open the door respectfully for Qin Mu, but at this moment, Nana actually stepped forward and grabbed the security guard's hand. "Har har, you have an appointment. Where did you get the money? The people who come here to consume are either rich or noble. How can a loser like you afford it?" Besides, you said you had an appointment. Let me tell you, an appointment here must be made 1 month in advance. Do you have money in your hand 1 month in advance? And you still want to make an appointment? How ridiculous. In my opinion, your appointment is probably faked by you. Security brother, listen to me, this guy's appointment is probably faked. He came in just to take pictures and show off. I don't want to know this kind of person too well. Don't let him in. Do you understand? Nana spoke seriously to the security guard, then glanced at Chin Mu with contempt in her eyes. Lin Ruishi, who was silent at the side, also had a face full of contempt and disgust. It would have been fine if she had just been cheated on, but it was ridiculous that she had forged an appointment just to satisfy her own little vanity. The security guard also hesitated and frowned slightly. Because the information displayed on the machine just now was Mr. Wang, not the person in front of me, could it really be fake? If it is really a fake appointment and the manager finds out, he will have his salary deducted. Sir, please explain your appointment clearly, otherwise you can't go in. Chapter 31, Reversal of Situation. The security guard had a cold face and stretched out his hand to stop Chin Mu outside the door. His attitude was completely different from before. Chin Mu frowned slightly, an unhappy look appeared on his face, and he asked in a deep voice, just because this fat woman said a few words, you judged that my appointment was fake. Who are you calling a fat woman? Are you looking for death? Nana knows she is fat, but she won't tolerate anyone calling her fat. Especially this loser Chin Mu, he has completely touched her reverse scale. She came directly to the security guard, pointed at Chin Mu's nose and scolded, "Security brother, this kind of rubbish must be kicked out. He has seriously affected the order of your hotel and must be severely punished." The security guard thought so too. As a security guard at Guanghua Hotel, although he is not a big shot, he has seen many big shots. After all, he has seen some of the world and will definitely not be scared by a mere suit that looks nice. He immediately stepped forward and shouted at Chin Mu, "Sir, please leave, or I will chase you away." Har har, har har har, is this the rule of your Guanghua Hotel? As soon as the security guard finished speaking, Chin Mu started laughing, but the dissatisfaction in his eyes was almost overflowing. The security guard's face was even gloomier at this time. Yes, this is the rule of Guanghua Hotel. If you don't follow our rules, we have the right to use coercive measures. After saying that, the security guard was about to take Chin Mu away. Suddenly, there was an angry shout from not far away. "What are you doing? Who dares to attack Mr. Chin?" A few people looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a burly man walking towards them with an angry face. When the security guard saw the person coming, he trembled all over, his face turned pale, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Ruishi and Nana looked at the security guard with confusion, and then urged him, "What are you doing? He doesn't look like a boss, just a bodyguard. What are you afraid of?" The security guard didn't dare to listen to Nana. They didn't know Wang Biao, but he did. This is someone close to Huang Dongcheng, known as Brother Biao of Nancheng. He is a real ruthless person, and even their boss and manager don't care and give him face. "Mr. Chin, what happened here? Why haven't you gone in yet? Is this security guard making things difficult for you?" Wang Biao came to Chin Mu and asked him, his eyebrows raised as he stared at the security guard. The security guard felt as if he had been hit directly on the head by a heavy punch, and he felt dizzy. He trembled and said, "Master Biao. Master Biao, you misunderstood. How could this be? This is not. What Biao Yi? I think he is either a bodyguard or a gangster. What is there to be afraid of?" Nana spoke to the security guard and continued, "How can such a person be allowed to spend money here? Get him out now. Don't dirty my eyes." Lin Ruishi was not as stupid as Nana. She pulled Nana's hand and whispered, "Forget it, let's go in and stop meddling in other people's business." No, how can a loser like Chin Mu enter a restaurant of this level? If he can come in, I think the grade of this restaurant will be lowered. No, I have to find the manager. If the security guard can't make the decision, let the manager come over. Nana didn't want to let it go so easily. In her eyes, Chin Mu was a complete waste. How could he possibly eat in the same place with her? What's more, this loser is actually hanging out with gangsters, so they can't eat in the same place. After saying that, Nana turned and walked towards their hall to find the manager. By chance, the manager also noticed the situation here and walked over quickly. Hello, I am the manager of Gwanghwa Hotel. What happened here? The manager, wearing a simple suit and with a smile on his face, asked Nana respectfully. When Nana saw the manager coming, she pointed outside the door and said, "There are two guys over there who are trying to get in with fake reservations. How are you going to handle this?" "Fake appointments? We don't have fake appointments here, all appointments need to be scanned by machines, there will be no problem." The manager had an agreement and explained it to Nana. "No, it must be a fake appointment. You will know if you come and see it with me." Nana didn't believe that Chin Moo's appointment was real, so she pulled the manager's arm and walked towards Chin Moo. "The manager is here. Do you still dare to continue making trouble here?" Nana put her hands on her hips, her face full of pride, and spoke coldly to Chin Moo and Wang Debiao who were at the door. "Now that the manager is here, I want to see if you still dare to continue lying." Nana's face was full of pride. Just as she was waiting for the manager to drive Chin Moo and Wang Debiao away, the manager suddenly walked towards Chin Moo. "Boss Wang, I didn't expect you to come. I knew that Boss Wang had an appointment, so I thought the security guards wouldn't cause trouble. I didn't expect him to be so ignorant. Sorry to bother you," the manager said to Wang Debiao with a respectful look on his face. "Manager, what's wrong with you? These two people are obviously not qualified to come in. Why are you?" "Miss, please don't mind your own business, thank you." Before Nana could finish her words, the manager suddenly turned around and started scolding her in a low voice. Although she had just arrived, she could probably guess why this happened. How can nothing go wrong when there's a woman who's trying to stir up trouble? After scolding Nana, she turned around and continued, "Boss Wang, the Chendi Guanghua box is ready for you. To express our hotel's apology, we will prepare a bottle of Lafite red wine for you later. How about that?" Wang Debiao's face was slightly gloomy, his eyes narrowed, and he looked sideways at Nana and Lin Ruishi beside him. "Just now these two women have been instigating the security guards to stop us from entering. I want to know what's going on." "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. It's our security's problem. How could we stop Mr. Wang from entering the door?" The manager smiled apologetically, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. "So, I will punish the security guards. If Mr. Wang has any ideas, just say it. We will definitely do what Mr. Wang wants." "Wang. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have questioned you, and I shouldn't have questioned Mr. Chin." The security guard was already scared, and begged for mercy to Chin Moo and Wang Debiao in a trembling voice. This scene stunned both Nana and Lin Ruishi. They could see that the manager and the security guard were not giving face to Chin Moo, but to the man next to Chin Moo. Who is that man and how could he make the manager of Gwanghwa Hotel so scared? "It's easy to get this done. As long as you can satisfy Mr. Chin, I have no problem with it." Chapter 32 Help. As soon as Wang Debiao finished speaking, he took the initiative to retreat to Chin Moo's side. How could the manager not understand that Mr. Chin had the final say? She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, smiled faintly at Chin Moo, and asked, "No. I wonder how Mr. Chin wants to deal with this matter." Chin Moo squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Nana and Lin Ruishi beside him. "I don't want to see them eating here. I think you know what to do. Mr. Chin, I understand." The manager spoke immediately, then turned to look at Nana and Lin Ruishi. "Hello, Gwanghwa does not welcome you two today. I hope you two can leave Gwanghwa on your own initiative. I don't want this matter to become embarrassing." The manager's tone was cold, especially when she looked at Nana, her eyes were full of threats. Lin Ruishi frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on, but at this moment she had no intention of continuing to insist. After all, they had just instigated the security guards to kick Chin Moo out, and even claimed that Chin Moo's appointment was fake. Now that the manager has appeared and everything has been confirmed to be due to their problems, she will not dwell on it. But Nana got anxious and yelled at the manager, "What do you want to do? I'm a customer here too. Why are you kicking us out for this piece of trash? Why? Is this how you treat your guests at Gwanghwa? I'm sorry, we at Gwanghwa always put our guests first, but the guests we respect are those who deserve our respect. I wonder if you have any reservations at Gwanghwa." The manager had a smile on his face, but his words were full of coldness. "Appointment? Har har, do you only entertain guests who have made appointments? According to you, you don't have an appointment. The manager's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chill emanated from her body. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the security guard beside her. The security guard shuddered and said quickly, "Manager, these two are guests who came to participate in the cosmetics exchange meeting, so they didn't make an appointment." "I see. But if that's all, please leave. As for the cosmetics exchange meeting, I will help you explain the situation." The manager continued to speak, with an undeniable and terrifying arrogance. "I thought these two damn guys were important guests, but they turned out to be just here to attend some cosmetics exchange meeting." She almost offended President Wang because of these two damn guys. If President Wang was really unhappy, she would not be able to continue her job as a manager. Then she waved her hand, and all the security guards gathered around, tightly wrapping Nana and Lin Ruishi. "Take these two guests out and don't disturb other guests." After saying this, she smiled at Wang Debiao and Qin Mu with an extremely respectful attitude. As for Nana and Lin Ruishi, she didn't even look at them, and walked towards the box with Qin Mu and Wang Debiao. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry for what happened just now." The manager bowed deeply to Qin Mu and Mr. Wang, with an apologetic look on his face. Qin Mu waved his hand and said, "It's okay. It's not your fault. But please serve the food quickly. You've wasted a lot of time." "Yes, Mr. Qin." After saying this, the manager left respectfully. After the manager left, Qin Mu and Wang Debiao took their seats. Wang Debiao looked at Qin Mu with an apologetic smile on his face and said, "Boss Qin, Boss Wang asked me to stay by your side and do things for you. I hope Boss Qin can give me this honor." "Wang Dongcheng asked you to come." "That's right. It was Mr. Wang who arranged it, so I specially prepared this dinner today to get closer to Mr. Qin. I hope Mr. Qin won't blame me. Xiao Wang, let me have a drink first to express my attitude." After saying that, Wang Debiao picked up the wine glass, said to Qin Mu, and drank it in one gulp. Wang Dongcheng told him that Qin Mu had a very high status and was a big shot that he absolutely could not afford to offend. Wang Debiao believed that Wang Dongcheng would not lie to him, so he took the initiative to organize this dinner to get closer to Mr. Qin. In the future, he might be able to climb up further by relying on Mr. Qin's identity. Qin Mu was not surprised by this. When he was in Beijing, there were many people like Wang Debiao. Qin Mu had long been accustomed to all kinds of displays of kindness in order to curry favor with him. Just as Qin Mu was about to raise his glass in response, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "Boss Qin, please answer the phone first," Wang Debiao said respectfully. Qin Mu picked up the phone and saw Liu Wanshu's name on it. He frowned slightly and a bad feeling arose in his heart. "Qin, Boss Qin, please, save me, save me. You are the bastard from last night, Mr. Qin. Bar, you really think you are someone important. Let me tell you, aren't you with that bitch Liu Wanshu? Okay, I will fuck her until she screams. Don't worry, I will take a video so you can watch it carefully." On the other end of the phone, Liu Wanshu's cry for help and Wu Zxiang's arrogant voice came, and Qin Mu's face suddenly darkened. Wang Debiao noticed Qin Mu's cold expression and his heart skipped a beat. "Boss Qin, what happened? Let's skip today's meal. How many people do you have available?" "There are not many people available at any time, only about 100 or so, but if Boss Qin needs more, we can have more." Wang Debiao expressed his opinion and said to Qin Mu in a serious tone. "Okay, you've seen the woman from last night, right? She's been captured. Use your men to find her, go now." "Yes, Mr. Qin." Qin Mu's face was full of coldness. Wang Debiao did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately contacted all his brothers to find Liu Wanshu. At this time, in a hotel near Amy, Wang Qian was already unconscious and was thrown on the bed. Wu Zxiang and Wang Cheng grabbed Liu Wanshu's hands, trying to control her tightly. "Wu Zxiang, you bastard, what are you doing? Do you know that you are breaking the law?" "Breaking the law? What right do you, a bitch, have to say that to me? Don't you like to cuckold me? Today, let Brother Wang have a good time with you, a bitch." Wu Zxiang's face was full of ferocity. He pulled Liu Wanshu's hair with one hand and slapped her with the other hand. This time, Liu Wanshu was dumbfounded on the spot, with a scarlet slap mark on her face, which looked particularly eye-catching. "What are you doing? You've ruined the beauty's image." Wang Cheng scolded Wu Zxiang, then came to Liu Wanshu, so that Liu Wanshu was in tears, and reached out his hand to wipe her face. Hey, why are you crying? Don't cry, I will make you happy in the future and make you fall in love with me, your brother the king. Chapter 33 Hope in Despair. As Wang Cheng spoke, he smiled lasciviously, as if he had already imagined the perfect picture. When Liu Wanshu saw him like this, her eyes turned red from crying and she felt extremely desperate in her heart. If possible, she wished to escape from this devil's den, but it seemed impossible. Woo woo woo. At this moment, she cried out her final despair, which was also her final farewell before death. She had already made up her mind that if anything happened later, she would definitely bite her tongue and commit suicide rather than allow herself to be humiliated. Seeing her like this, Wang Cheng had no sympathy at all and just focused on taking off his clothes. You go first, or I go first. Wang Cheng cast a ferocious look at Wu Zetian, although it was a question. But from his eyes, you can see that playing with other people's women is his greatest passion. You can also imagine how intense things will happen next. Wu Zetian smiled wickedly. He had no kindness at all towards his ex-girlfriend Liu Wanshu. He, brother Wang, you go first, we'll take turns. After getting the answer, Wang Cheng proudly withdrew his gaze and looked straight at the two women on the bed. Liu Wanshu curled up into a ball, shivering. She had already made up her mind to die and no longer had any fear. It's a pity that I have to say goodbye to this world soon. Wang Cheng took off his last piece of clothing and couldn't wait to pounce on her. Beautiful ladies, I am here to serve you. After saying this, he pounced on the bed like a hungry wolf on a sheep. Wu Zetian also took out his mobile phone and prepared to record the video. But at this moment, a loud bang at the door interrupted all their actions. A group of men in black rushed in while they were dumbfounded, and immediately frightened them all. The cell phone that Wu Zetian had just taken out fell directly to the floor. He knew it was over, he had been discovered. Wang Cheng became angry and swore. Who are you? Don't you know this is a private space? Get out of here now, or I'll file a complaint against you. He was arrogant for only a few seconds before he was dragged to the ground by several men in black. One of the men in black suits even stepped on his back, took out his cell phone and made a call as if nothing had happened. In a luxurious box at Guanghua Hotel, Qin Mu sat with his eyes closed and rested. He simply chose to ignore the luxurious set meal on the dining table. Now he just wants to wait for a piece of news, the news that the person has been found. Well. He suddenly opened his eyes and shook his head with some regret. More than 10 minutes had passed since Liu Wanshu called for help. Although 10 minutes is not a long time, it is enough for a lot of things to happen. I'm afraid Liu Wanshu has already. He shook his head. At this time, Wang Debiao walked in hurriedly with his mobile phone in hand, and spoke to Qin Mu before he sat down. Mr. Qin, we found the person. He is in a hotel. He had just received a call from his subordinates and came over to report without wasting a second. Qin Mu stood up immediately after hearing this, and said directly without thinking too much. Lead the way. With just 2 simple words, the two of them left Guanghua Hotel and headed to their destination surrounded by a group of people. In the car, Qin Mu suddenly asked the question that was bothering him. Is he alright? He longed to know the answer, but was also afraid to know it. But Wang Debiao nodded. According to my men, he was found just when he was about to get into trouble. So Miss Liu and her friends were just frightened, but not hurt in any substantial way. Qin Mu was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he was more relieved. I finally let go of my worry. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. Supported by a group of people, Wang Debiao and Qin Mu got out of the car. Seeing hundreds of people surrounding the hotel, Qin Mu frowned and glanced at Wang Debiao. I said, did you make too much noise? It's just looking for someone, there's no need to do this. Wang Debiao smiled casually. Not big. This kind of scene should be used to deal with those scumbags. In his opinion, with Qin Mu's status, let alone arranging these hundreds of people. Even if he arranged tens of thousands of people, he didn't think it was excessive. Qin Mu naturally didn't understand what he was thinking. After looking at him speechlessly, he walked in with everyone making way for him. Soon they arrived at a double room on the 3rd floor, where all the people had been taken under control by Wang Debiao's men. There were 2 unconscious men lying on the ground with bruised faces and noses, one of them was naked. Obviously, they were the main target of this crime. Qin Mu didn't pay much attention to them, and then began to look for the victim in the room. Soon he found two women sitting on the bed, hugging each other and crying. Chin Mu walked towards them unhappily. Something unexpected happened in broad daylight. I don't know what to say about their luck. That's enough. If you keep crying, you won't have any more tears. When the two girls heard the familiar voice, they were both startled, and then they all looked up at Chin Mu. When they saw this familiar and safe face, they cried even harder. Woo woo woo. Boss, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, we would have been hurt by these beasts. Woo woo woo. Wang Qian cried with tears and snot, as if she was the biggest victim. In fact, she was unconscious from beginning to end and only woke up just now. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the bed in dishevel. What's even more terrifying is that there are so many men in the room. She was crying out of sheer fear and didn't experience Liu Wanshu's despair at all. Chin Mu rolled his eyes at her, then realized that they had not suffered any substantial harm. Only then did they have to be taken all out. When they arrived at the bottom of the hotel, Wang Debiao didn't know how to deal with Wang Cheng and Wu Zxiang. According to his intention, these two people were killed directly. But this is Chin Mu's business after all, so it is difficult for him to decide. Mr. Chin, how do we deal with these two people? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Cheng and Wu Zxiang were pressed forward. At this time, the two men had already woken up, their faces were bruised and swollen, and they had no energy at all. Like a dead body covered with human skin. Chin Mu glanced at them calmly and asked Wang Debiao. What do you mean? When Wang Debiao saw that Chin Mu actually asked for his opinion, his eyes suddenly turned cold. I think this kind of scum should be chopped up and fed to dogs. I don't know if Wang Debiao really hates this kind of person or if he is just trying to please Chin Mu. The punishment for these two people was extremely cold. Even Chin Mu's face twitched slightly, not to mention the two people involved. He was so frightened that he lost his mind and collapsed on the ground, forgetting even how to beg for mercy. Chapter 34 Ending. Okay, let's do as you wish. Chin Mu was too lazy to care about this kind of scum. But this simple sentence made Wang Cheng and the other two lose their minds in an instant. If Wang Debiao's words only put them into a desperate situation, then Chin Mu's words determined their fate. You have to know that it was feeding the dogs. Fear made them start to struggle and beg Chin Mu for mercy. Woo woo woo. Boss Chin, we brothers are not human beings. You are a magnanimous person. Please give us brothers a chance to live. Woo woo please. The two of them kowtowed continuously, each thump becoming louder than the last. They just hope for a glimmer of hope, because they really don't want to be fed to dogs. Woo woo. But no matter how they begged for mercy, Chin Mu remained indifferent. Because when you do bad things, have you ever thought about the consequences? Chin Mu glanced at them and didn't even bother to look at them anymore. Turning around mercilessly and leaving. Liu Wanshu, who had been struggling, clenched her fists and finally took that step. Boss, can you please not kill them? As soon as she finished speaking, she lowered her head, not daring to look Chin Mu in the eye. Her decision surprised Chin Mu. You know, these two guys almost brought disaster to her. She actually came out to beg for mercy. Chin Mu couldn't understand it. Asked, why? Liu Wanshu clenched the corners of her clothes with both hands, lowered her head and stammered. Because they are all my friends. Her kindness made her unwilling to see people she knew suffer, even if those people were hurting her, she couldn't bear it. Hearing this, Chin Mu looked at her deeply. Well. Then he shook his head helplessly, not knowing whether he felt pity for her stupidity or heartache for her kindness. You decide their fate. But you have to think about it carefully. With just a few words, Chin Mu handed the lives of both men into her hands. This made her stunned and she had almost no reaction. But to Wang Cheng and the others, hearing these words was like seeing the dawn of hope. Relying on his status as Liu Wen's ex-boyfriend, Wu Zxiang knelt down and crawled in front of her and begged. Wanshu, I was not a human being before and I hurt you. But please allow me to have a chance. I will definitely treat you like a princess, love you and pamper you. I will never let you suffer any injustice again. Please forgive me. Woo woo woo. He begged desperately and cried sadly. His sad appearance made people feel a little pity for him. But Wang Qian, who had been watching from the sidelines, became anxious. She was really afraid that this silly woman, Liu Wanshu, would believe Wu Zxiang's lies. His eyes rolled and he immediately thought of an idea, so he quickly walked forward and spoke. Wu Zxiang, what you did to Wanshu is unforgivable. It's impossible for us to let you go. After she finished speaking to Wu Zxiang, she turned and spoke to Liu Wanshu, who was standing there in a daze. Wanshu, don't believe his lies. They are unforgivable. But if you feed it to the dogs, it's a bit cruel. How about this, send them in and lock them up for a few decades, and when they come out, they will behave themselves. Just let them go in and lock them up for a few decades and wait for them to come out. Perhaps Liu Wanshu and the boss had already done what they wanted, and she took advantage of it to get to a high position. As for them, humph, by then, they wouldn't even be worthy of me taking another look at them. Wang Qian thought so in her heart, and her lips curled up slightly, feeling quite proud. Liu Wanshu was in a daze and hadn't come back to her senses. After hearing Wang Qian's words, he turned his gaze to Qin Mu for some reason. Perhaps this is the charm that a strong man shows to others. People always unconsciously want to ask him for help. Qin Mu naturally saw the look she was giving him, turned his normal body around, raised his right hand, and spoke with his back to them. De Biao, do as she says. I want to give them life imprisonment. How you do it is up to you. Qin Mu's light words fully displayed his kingly demeanor, but these words made the two girls open their mouths in surprise. Especially Wang Qian, her goal is only a few decades. And the boss just gave him a life sentence. Oh my god, that's too cool. As for the two men, they did not want to accept this fate. But compared to feeding them to dogs, perhaps this is the kindest punishment for them. After hearing Qin Mu's instructions, Wang Debiao gave the two of them a grim smile and made a promise to Qin Mu. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, leave these two people to me. With his connections and abilities, let alone sentencing them to life imprisonment. Even if they were sentenced to death, it wouldn't be a big deal. Qin Mu nodded. Wang Debiao then arranged for people to put the two scumbags into the car. They went to their destination and ended their life's destiny. After the matter was resolved, Qin Mu walked out of their hotel refreshed. Bathing in the sunshine pouring down from the sky, I stretched lazily. Then he turned sideways and glanced up at the hotel behind him. There were 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style on the doorplate. Qin Mu sneered. If you continue to operate the Canlan Hotel, it will only pose a threat to society. He said to Zhang Debiao, who was standing beside him. Debiao, I don't want to see this hotel still open at this time tomorrow. Qin Mu's words made Wang Debiao glance at the hotel behind him, and then nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I know what to do with this kind of small matter. After hearing the satisfactory answer, both of them walked into the car. Looking at the backs of the two men, the two women looked at each other. Wang Debiao's identity, status, and strength are well known throughout Jiangbei City. But those people standing at the top of the pyramid are actually respectful to their boss from beginning to end. This made it increasingly difficult for them to see through Qin Mu's true identity. Is he really just Amy's boss? Just as they were in shock, Qin Mu's voice came from the car. You two don't need to go back to the company today. Go home and have a good rest, and come back to work tomorrow. The reason why Qin Mu made this decision for them was because he took into consideration that they had been frightened quite a bit today. Even if I go back to work, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. It would be better to let them go back and calm down. After hearing Qin Mu's words, Liu Wanshu wanted to refuse. After all, the company now has heavy business and few employees. How could she rest when the boss had wasted so much time on them today? But Wang Qian on the side grabbed her hand and spoke first. Thank you, boss. We will have a good rest today and come to work in a good mood tomorrow. Are you kidding? If you don't take a break when your boss asks you to, wouldn't you be a fool? She doesn't think like Liu Wanshu. Hearing her words, Qin Mu nodded casually. Then he got in Wang Debiao's car and left. Chapter 35 Conflicts Among Women. Mr. Qin, that Guanghua Hotel. Wang Debiao, who was driving, wanted to take Qin Mu to Guanghua Hotel for dinner. But after experiencing this kind of thing, I don't know if Qin Mu is still in this mood. So he could only try to ask. Qin Mu naturally understood what he meant, but he really wasn't in the mood at the moment. Let's do it another day. I'm a little tired today. Qin Mu leaned back in his chair, too lazy to even open his eyes. After hearing what Qin Mu said, Wang Debiao had no objection. He drove towards the villa. At this time, in the villa community, on the balcony of a villa, a woman was leaning lazily against the wall, and the ground beneath her feet was covered with crushed melon seeds. At this time, a tall woman in a white miniskirt came out and looked at the woman helplessly. "Mom, you've been standing here for hours. Come in and sit for a while." These two people are Lin Ruishi and her daughter. Ever since Mother Song-hui knew that Jin-moo would return her 1 million when he came back, she just stood there, looking like she would not give up until she saw someone. This made Lin Ruishi, her daughter, quite helpless. At this time, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove in. When Song-hui, the woman in the villa, saw such a luxurious car, her eyes immediately lit up. "Girl, come and see. Is that the car you said is worth hundreds of millions?" The woman's excitement made the tall woman glance down curiously. "Mom, that's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, not some car." But she was also curious. As far as she knew, no one in the entire villa community could afford this limited edition car. "Who is it?" Just as she was wondering, in the cab, a petite, tall woman with black hair falling on her shoulders came down, matching her white long skirt and a pair of white flat shoes. Although her outfit is simple, it reveals her delicate and angelic temperament. It seems that just one look at it can make people feel refreshed even if they are in a bad mood. When she sat in the back, took out a bag of something and turned around, the exquisiteness and cuteness of its appearance are enough to amaze everyone. But when Lin Ruishi saw this in the villa, she was slightly stunned. "It's her?" Although Lin Ruishi's voice was small, her mother Song-hui heard it clearly. Her old face immediately brightened up, and she looked at Lin Ruishi expectantly and asked, "Daughter, do you know this kind of rich kid?" Although her daughter is not bad, there is still a gap compared to those who drive cars worth hundreds of millions. If they could establish a good relationship, it would be a great thing for their family. But her daughter Lin Ruishi's reaction disappointed her. "Mom, doesn't Jin-moo live here? He is the one she raised." Song-hui's face suddenly fell. "I didn't expect that damn scum would hook up with such a good golden phoenix. It's really infuriating. I used to think he was a gentleman. It turns out that he already had a woman outside." The more Song-hui thought about it, the angrier she became, and Lin Ruishi didn't refute. "No, asking him for 1 million is too little. Ask him for at least 10 million. "No, I want him 100 million. Song-hui has already decided that when Jin-moo comes back, she will blackmail him. With Jin-moo's weak and incompetent character, he would definitely not dare to resist. As for the woman below, she is obviously a beautiful, wealthy, stupid woman with a lot of money. She is not to be feared at all." She made up her mind and angrily spat out the melon seed shells. Song-hui's action directly scared Lin Ruishi. But it was too late to save it. The melon rind hit Li Yaisha on the head as she was passing by and was on her way home. She frowned slightly and looked up. "Who is it? The quality is so poor." Although her voice is small and sweet, it is extremely penetrating. His inviolable look made him look like a superior. Song-hui above saw her petite and cute figure and dared to refute, and smiled slightly. "Oh, I'm so sorry, there are a lot of melon rinds on my house, and a few of them accidentally fell down. I'm so sorry." Before Song-hui could get a reaction from her followers, Lin Ruishi on the side became even more anxious. Begged bitterly, "Mom, do you know how to speak? Stop it. You have to know that the person below is a powerful figure, and the mother is provocative like this. Isn't that cheating her?" But how could her mother Song-hui understand what she meant? She just ignored her. Li Yaisha's face below became increasingly cold. As smart as she is, how could she not hear the provocation in the other person's words? How could she tolerate this, as she had been proud and arrogant since childhood? "Get down here, or I'll make you get out of this neighborhood within half an hour." Li Yaisha's cold warning made people in Jiangbei City hear it. It was like a disaster was about to happen, but this made Song-hui above even happier when she heard it. She felt that the woman below was becoming more and more like the person she had imagined: stupid, rich, white, beautiful, and wealthy. He continued to challenge in a desperate manner. "Oh, the little girl's words scared me to death. Auntie is so scared. I will come down now to teach you how to respect the elderly and love the young." Song-hui walked on while cracking melon seeds, making a provocative statement. He completely ignored Lin Ruishi, who was frightened beside him. Thinking of Lee Yasha's domineering attitude at the exchange meeting, and then thinking about her mother's provocation just now, she hurriedly chased after him. No matter what, she couldn't let things get any worse. Otherwise, the consequences would be something she couldn't bear. Come down. Song Hwiru, like a wealthy lady, munched on melon seeds and walked towards Lee Yasha with a proud look on her face, not caring about her relatives. And Lee Yasha was looking at her coldly. Song Huijing was about to come forward as an elder. You should put some pressure on this kind of rich, stupid, and beautiful woman so that she can feel a little balanced. Lee Yasha slapped her in the face at lightning speed. Bang! A clear, loud and pleasant sound. All of them add a beautiful melody to the quiet community. But the burning feeling made Song Hui stunned. This also confused Lin Ruishi, who came behind. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. But in just 3 seconds, Song Hui reacted like a shrew who had awakened. He was ready to teach Lee Yasha a lesson. How dare you hit me? Just as she was about to rush forward, she was called out by Lin Ruishi, who had reacted from behind. Mom, stop it. She ran over and hugged her mother Song Hui tightly from behind. Song Hui was very anxious. Daughter, what are you doing? Let go. She wondered if her daughter had been given the wrong person. She should help her deal with the woman on the other side. Why hug her the other way around? Seeing them like this, Lee Yasha's face became even colder, as if a 1,000-year-old glacier was about to erupt. At this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove in from the entrance of the community. Chapter 36 Resentment. Mr. Chin, do you really not need me to arrange some staff for you regarding the company's affairs? Wang Debiao drove in slowly and was about to take Chin Mu home. He still wanted to fight for it, hoping to do more for Chin Mu. Because only in this way can their relationship become stronger and stronger. This will be of greater benefit to him in the future. Chin Mu shook his head. He had his own ideas, so he glanced at Wang Debiao indifferently. No need, I'll contact you anytime if I have anything. Just as he finished speaking, he spotted several people getting into a conflict in front of him from the passenger seat. And those people seemed to be her acquaintances. He was stunned and immediately shouted to Wang Debiao next to him. Parking. Wang Debiao, who didn't understand what was going on, stopped the car immediately. Just as he was wondering why Chin Mu did that, he heard Chin Mu say to him, no matter what happens later, you are not allowed to interfere. After Chin Mu finished his instructions, he got out of the car, leaving Wang Debiao confused and not knowing what to say. Downstairs of the villa. Let me go. I want to teach this ignorant girl a lesson. She is seeking death if she dares to hit her mother. Song Hui suddenly broke free from her daughter Lin Ruisha's hand and was about to hit Lee Yasha fiercely. Stop. A deep and powerful voice stopped them all. They looked curiously towards the source of their voice and saw a tall, handsome man walking towards them. If they didn't think that this man was someone they knew, they would probably all be crazy about him. Well, you damn scum, you're finally back. You two wild men and women, today I am going to teach you a lesson. When she saw it was Chin Mu, Song Hui started cursing without saying a word. This made Lee Yasha narrow her eyes. No matter what, Chin Mu is her fiancé. She said she could, but she would never allow anyone to say anything about Chin Mu. But Chin Mu had already come in front of her, so she had to suppress her emotions first. He showed a very bright smile. Chin Mu, you're back. Look, I bought some food for you. As she spoke, she proudly showed off the contents of the plastic bag to Chin Mu. Chin Mu naturally noticed this, but he was more concerned about her than the food. Asked worriedly. How's it going? Are you okay? Chin Mu looked around her to see if she was injured. You know, that shrew was about to attack me just now. Who knows if anything happened before this? Lee Yasha felt Chin Mu's concern and her heart was warmed. The brightness on her face made her smile even sweeter. He shook his head. I'm fine, don't worry. Song Hui and her daughter, who were watching from the sidelines, felt inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food. Lin Ruishi was fine, she didn't show any expression. But Mother Song Hui was different. Her face was so ferocious that she wished she could tear them apart on the spot. Yelled. Chin Mu, you two are a pair of shameless bastards. Stop being disgusting here. I tell you, you wild woman slapped me. If you don't come up with 100 million today, none of you will have a good life. Song Hui's loud shouting finally attracted the attention of Qin Mu and the others. Qin Mu looked at Li Yuexia in surprise and asked, "You slapped her?" Qin Yuexia smiled awkwardly. "Am I useless? Did I not fight enough?" Qin Mu was speechless. He was still worried whether this girl was being bullied. But in this situation, it seems that the one being bullied is the other side. Qin Mu shook his head helplessly. But he also understood that Li Yuexia was not a troublemaker. It must be that Song Hui and her daughter had provoked her, which was why they were punished by her. Although this girl is quirky, she is so cute that it's hateful. Once he becomes overbearing, even he will have to retreat. "Aunt, I'll make the decision on this matter, so let's leave it at that. You guys go." After all, everyone's status and position vary greatly. To argue with them would undoubtedly be to lower one's status. He understands this principle, Li Yuexia understands it, but Song Hui doesn't understand it. When Lin Ruishi heard this, she thought it was an opportunity and was about to pull her mother away. Song Hui rushed forward and tore at Qin Mu like a shrew. "Qin Mu, who do you think you are? You're still like this, who do you think you are? I'm telling you, if you can't pay 100 million today, none of you can leave." Qin Mu became impatient with her pulling at him, and threw her to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. "Mom!" Seeing this, Lin Ruishi ran over anxiously to check on Song Hui's injuries. Song Hui burst into tears. "Daughter, he hit me. How dare he hit me? Woo woo woo." Lin Ruishi glared at Qin Mu resentfully and yelled, "Qin Mu, even if my mother did something wrong, you can't be so harsh. Her mother is over 50 years old and her back is not in good condition. Now that Qin Mu has thrown him down like this, what should he do if his waist is broken?" At this moment, she hated Qin Mu. But Qin Mu ignored her, reached into his pocket and fumbled for a long time, then looked at Li Yuexia with some embarrassment. Li Yuexia smiled. "You don't really want to accompany her for 100 million, do you?" Qin Mu said helplessly. "Even if you beat her to death, you can't accompany her for so long. But you know me. I either don't carry any money with me, or I carry 10 billion. So lend me 1 million. Li Yuexia rolled her eyes at him upon hearing this. Was this a blatant display of wealth? Then he took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Mu with a pout. "I'm poor too, I don't have much money, the least I have is this 2 million. Qin Mu took it and said something to her. "Thank you." Then he threw the card to Song Hui and her daughter on the ground. "This is 2 million. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Even if you were fucked on the street, I wouldn't even look at you." After saying that, Qin Mu took Li Yuexia away. Looking at the back that she once knew so well, Lin Ruishi now felt only hatred towards him in her heart. At the same time, she was secretly planning in her mind how to deal with this pair of dogs. Since we can't win openly, let's do it secretly. She thought so in her heart. "Daughter, you may not let them go. You have to deal with them properly." Song Hui, lying on the ground, spoke to Lin Ruishi as if she was about to die. Lin Ruishi nodded and comforted her. "Don't worry, Mom. We will avenge this. Let me help you up first." Then she supported Song Hui and limped up. At this time, Wang Debiao, who had been watching the show in the Mercedes-Benz, sighed. Alas, even a dominant figure like Mr. Huang has to give him a wide berth and be respectful. Could it be that this mother and daughter took the wrong medicine? Unable to figure it out, he drove away from the place. As the sun sets, darkness gradually replaces light. Chapter 37 Purpose. In a luxurious villa, lights enveloped the entire living room. From time to time, there were banging sounds coming from the kitchen, and soon the aroma of the food slowly spread out, intoxicating even the gods would be intoxicated by it. Qin Mu, who was lying on the sofa, stared blankly at Li Yuexia as she placed one dish after another on the dining table. It seemed that to him, the food on the table was not as delicious as women. "Why are you looking at me like that? Eat." Li Yuexia sat down and realized that Qin Mu had been staring at her. It made her feel a little uncomfortable. Qin Mu retracted his gaze and asked as he looked at the rich and nutritious meals on the table. "You did all this? You must know that the person in front of you is the eldest daughter of the Li family. A body worth thousands of gold, a body worth tens of thousands of gold, can actually cook." This refreshed his understanding a little. Hearing the question, Li Yueisha straightened her body and said with a proud look on her face. Of course. I sent my aunt back home. If it wasn't me who did it, who else could it be? As she spoke, she graciously picked up several pieces of food for Qin Mu. Then she looked at Qin Mu with a smile on her already cute and sweet face. Combined with her crescent-shaped eyes at this moment, it is really captivating. Laughed. Try it and see if it tastes good. Under her expectant gaze, Qin Mu picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth and started chewing. The pungent taste of salt made him frown and close his eyes. If you don't know, you would think that this meat is extremely delicious. Seeing him like this, Li Yueisha thought the same. Like a little girl, she asked expectantly. How's it going? Qin Mu swallowed it with all his might, opened his eyes and woke up. Then he saw her expectant look and nodded. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Li Yueisha was overjoyed when she heard this. Real. When she was about to try it, Qin Mu quickly stopped her and said seriously. You can't eat this. It's too delicious. Girls will easily gain weight and become fat if they eat it. So, give it all to me. As he said this, he poured the entire plate of braised pork into his bowl. Li Yueisha felt a little sorry when she heard this, but she was shocked to see that Qin Mu actually said it was so delicious. She was still very satisfied and proud. 10 minutes later. Qin Mu ate up all the food on the table, completely ignoring Li Yueisha's resentful look. Qin Mu, what do you mean? You've finished all the food, so let me just eat the rice. She seemed a little aggrieved, which made people feel sorry for her. But she didn't notice that Qin Mu's face turned pale after he finished eating. Qin Mu took a breath and then comforted her. This is my first time eating the meal you cooked, so naturally I want to enjoy it alone. If you're hungry, there's fruit in the fridge and a variety of snacks on the table. That's enough for you. Hearing this, Li Yueisha looked resentful, then burst out laughing. She didn't know why she was laughing, maybe because. Be satisfied when something you made is welcomed. Then she cleaned up the table, and Qin Mu ran to the bathroom. As soon as he squatted down, he vomited violently like a drunk man. He vomited so much that his face turned blue and his eyes turned red. 3 years of special training and 9 years in the wild. I've eaten all kinds of disgusting things, but today I was defeated by a table of dishes. Qin Mu sighed as he wiped his mouth with toilet paper. At this time, Li Yueisha's voice came from the door. Qin Mu, are you okay? Come out quickly and go shopping with me. I'm hungry. Hearing this, Qin Mu quickly rinsed his mouth and washed his face with water. The cool feeling finally made him feel a little more comfortable. Then he wiped his face and hands with a tissue, opened the door and walked out. He happened to meet Li Yueisha, who was waiting for him at the door. Qin Mu said helplessly. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Why are you still shopping? Li Yueisha didn't care about that and pulled Qin Mu out. Oh, don't worry about that for now, just go and have some fun with me. Then the two of them walked out of the villa and came outside. Then she drove out of the villa community in her Rolls-Royce Phantom. Looking at the bustling streets, the colorful world. The lights on the roadside are like a series of landscapes, fleeting. Miss Li, where are you taking me? Qin Mu saw that she was full of anticipation and seemed unable to contain herself, so he asked curiously. Li Yueisha was waiting for the traffic light with full concentration, as if she would rush forward as soon as the light turned green. I don't want to face his words. Oh, you'll know in a moment. At this moment, the green light came on and she stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. Seeing this, Qin Mu smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this time, the two came to a busy night market. There are all kinds of carpet barbecues and people walking back and forth. Colorful lights are shining and the bustling sounds are noisy. Everything here declares the extraordinariness of this place. As soon as the two got off the car, they felt out of place here. Whether it is the vehicle or the person itself, it should not be here. Miss Li, you are so noble, why would you come to a place like this? Qin Mu could see that this was a night market street, a paradise for gangsters. Those unemployed people and hooligans all like to come here to drink, eat barbecue and brag. It is lively, but the quality is low and not polite at all. Li Yueisha smiled at Chen Qian, her eyes curved into crescents, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. This kind of place is very interesting, you will know it later. I'm leaving. She took Qin Mu's hand and walked into the crowd. The two of them were truly outstanding people. As soon as they came in, they attracted countless people's attention. A man, when he falls in love with a woman, wishes he could possess her right away. When it comes to men, I just grit my teeth and think, damn, how can he be so handsome? How can he have such a beautiful woman to accompany him? Women have the same idea as men, they are all envious, jealous and hateful. Qin Mu frowned slightly, he had been a soldier after all. His anti-reconnaissance capabilities were very strong, and as soon as he came in, he noticed that everyone's eyes were not right. But he still remained calm and wanted to take a look at the girl Li Huaisha. What kind of tricks are you going to play? Soon, they ordered a barbecue stall at a roadside location. Sat down at the next table. At this time, Li Huaisha suddenly shouted. Oh, I feel empty and lonely. I want to find some people to come over and have a drink. I wonder who's willing to come. Her voice is beautiful and lovely, especially her glance and smile. Just like hundreds of flowers in full bloom, floating in everyone's heart and soul. You have to know that the people here are all drunkards and gangsters, and they have no quality. When people at nearby tables heard Li Huaisha's words, they all had lewd smiles on their faces. Those who understand, and all rush forward. I'm coming, beautiful lady. The hurried and impatient voice made people feel uneasy. Qin Mu frowned. What on earth did this girl want to do? Chapter 38, Showing off your skills. He didn't believe in any bullshit about emptiness and loneliness, but he always had a bad feeling. Li Huaisha smiled. It doesn't matter who comes, but my fiancé is a cheapskate. He was reluctant to let me drink with all of you. Isn't that right, brother Qin Mu? She looked at Qin Mu with a smile, her innocent look was cute. But there is always a sense of conspiracy mixed in that makes people unable to doubt it. Oh, I have a headache. Qin Mu rubbed his temple helplessly. This bad premonition turned out to be causing him trouble. But he didn't understand why this girl did this. Is it for fun? Qin Mu shook his head and said helplessly. Everyone, I don't want to cause any trouble today, so please go away. Everyone was unhappy when they heard what he said. You're so handsome that I'm already uncomfortable with you. I've long wanted to beat you up to make myself feel better. Now you are still so shameless to say such things. If I don't punish you, who else should I punish? Brother, we want your woman. Those who are more realistic will kneel down, kowtow and call us master, then crawl through our crotches. Maybe, we can still keep your handsome face. Everyone, tell me, isn't that right? Har 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 har. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter and felt a little relieved. Li Huaisha blinked at him, wanting to see how he would handle it. In fact, she did this to see if Qin Mu would protect her. Secondly, I wanted to arouse the ruthlessness in his heart. After all, even if people who have been hurt in love have let it go, the strength in their hearts will decay. The third reason is to have some fun. After all, life can't be too boring. As for danger, she was not worried at all. Not to mention Qin Mu's ability, the family is probably watching him through surveillance. Maybe people have already been arranged to wait in secret. At this time, a drunk man saw that Qin Mu was not moving. In order to impress the beauty, he picked up the wine bottle and took the initiative to attack Qin Mu. Qin Mu's eyes turned cold, and he reacted so quickly that he didn't even have time to throw the bottle down. His left hand was ready and he directly grasped the bottle without moving his whole body. No matter how hard the man pulled, he remained motionless. This scene made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. Li Huaisha was like a lovesick girl, with her eyes wide open and her hands covering her mouth. Her face was full of fascination and admiration, and she was just short of shouting, "Honey, you are so cool." Then Qin Mu squeezed the beer bottle hard, bursting it, and turned around and kicked it out of habit. He kicked the drunk man away. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but is not afraid of it. Everyone who saw this scene was furious. Brothers, follow me and beat him up. As soon as their words fell, everyone rushed forward. But Qin Mu was already ready for battle. You can watch a fight scene for free. With his back to Li Huaisha, he rushed forward after saying this. With a direct kick, he fiercely kicked a man who was coming at him aggressively and sent him flying. Then, surrounded by the crowd, he kicked left and right, and lunged forward. Just like a dragon entering the sea, it moves with ease. 9 years of individual training is no joke, so how could he take these people seriously? The entire black crowd roared loudly. From time to time, a few people flew out from the occasion and hit the barbecue stalls, roadsides, and railings. A lonely figure makes people look so helpless. But all those who beat him were defeated because of him. After a while, he was the only one standing there. At his feet and around him, there were people lying in various postures. From time to time, there were muttered cries of pain. Chin Mu clapped his hands and straightened his clothes. He hasn't fought with anyone for a long time since he left the army. I have never felt as happy as I do today. Ignoring everyone's looks at him as if he were a monster, he walked back to the dining table calmly. As soon as he sat down, he said to the stunned Li Yueisha, "Does it look good?" Li Yueisha was extremely shocked at this moment. This time she was not pretending, but was truly shocked. Although she knew that Chin Mu was very powerful, that was just her knowledge. Compared to seeing it with my own eyes, the shock is indescribable. Even if it's a martial arts scene, it's probably just like this. She nodded and looked at Chin Mu intently. Nice. Chin Mu saw her cute look and shook his head without laughing. Then put your heart away. I don't care what your reasons are, but you should have achieved your goal. This quirky, cute-looking woman turned out to be not a good person. If he didn't have powerful abilities, he would have been killed by her this time. Li Yueisha saw that Chin Mu looked strange, and she came to her senses from the shock and asked cautiously, "Are you angry?" She understood that her actions this time were a little ill-considered, but she didn't expect Chin Mu to be really angry. Seeing her aggrieved look, Chin Mu sighed depressedly. Well, he was the one who was beaten, he was the one who suffered, and he was the one who was cheated. Even if you are angry, it is normal. Why do you look more aggrieved than me? Women are really difficult to understand creatures. All right. Chin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. How dare I be angry with you, Miss Li, but you have to deal with these messes. Hearing Chin Mu's words, Li Yueisha breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Then she stood up and started talking on the phone. Seeing her like this, Chin Mu was curious about how she would deal with it. Not long after, a business car drove up and stopped on the side of the road. Then 4 or 5 people carrying suitcases got out of the car. Just when Chin Mu was confused. Under Li Yueisha's arrangement, they actually started to collect money from door to door. Even those lying on the ground had it. No, everyone should get one when they pass by. Chin Mu was stunned by this and his face twitched. Even if you have money, you can't play like this. At this time, in a restaurant in the distance, on the 6th floor window, a pair of beauties were staring at the scene. Each of them held a glass of red wine in their hands, and seemed to be chatting and laughing, each showing off their own talents. Rueishi, there is one thing that you might find interesting if I tell you. She took a sip of red wine with her seductively red lips and continued. Your ex-husband is currently running a cosmetics company. Isn't that interesting? She looked at Lin Rueishi with a smile, wanting to see her reaction. When Lin Rueishi heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She was here just now and saw Chin Mu display his skills and kill everyone in his way. That heroic figure was so charming that she was deeply shocked. But there is more resentment. She resented Chin Mu for having such great skills. Why was he targeting her? Why did he pretend to be a loser and lie to her? She hated Chin Mu even more because he beat her mother and didn't care at all. Now I heard that he actually opened a company, and it is in the same cosmetics industry as mine. The resentment in her heart grew even stronger. Humph, he just relies on that woman to support him.